Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, members of the panel, honorable members of the panel. My name is Manga Philip Jele. I am from a family of 8 members. I was born in one of the corners of the Republic of South Africa in Mpumalanga. I was educated. I am in the East Rand, in Davidton, both my primary, junior, and senior level, and was fortunate to have attained a BA Law degree, a Master's of Arts in International Relations from Leeds University in the United Kingdom, and have worked both in the academia, in non-governmental organizations, also in the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee as the provincial representatives of the peacocks in KwaZulu-Natal, and have also worked in NICOC as a specialist analyst. And currently, I'm working within the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence for the past 15 to, say, 16 years. Honorable Chairperson, the vision that I would like to bring to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence is a vision that has a value system that is anchored in our Constitution and the need to uphold the value system of the Constitution. The vision that I would like to bring to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence is a vision of constructive contribution, is a vision of building partnerships, is the vision of holding the intelligence services accountable for their activities. Also, it is a vision also, Honorable Chairperson, it is a vision that it should be a bridge between members of the intelligence services and members of the public. It is a vision that, should I be appointed, a vision that will make a collaborative partnerships the challenges, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, that are there in the Office of the Inspector General are many, and honorable members, they know about them. The main of the challenges is the need for the review of the Oversight Act. This is one of the main things that actually it has been long outstanding. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, being in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, one understands how the intelligence services operate. One knows how actually to evaluate them in terms of their activities. The challenges that are there in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, they relate to administrative challenges. They relate to HR challenges. They relate of the need for an entrenched independence of the Inspector General of Intelligence. There is a need that the budget of the Inspector General of Intelligence should be not appropriated with the budget of the State Security Agency. There's also a need that in terms of changing the Oversight Act, the point of the appointment of members in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence should be looked at. It's one of all of those challenges. What needs to be done to address these challenges? As I've indicated, honorable members, honorable chairperson, there's a need for the collaborative effort between the Inspector General of Intelligence, the three ministers of the designated intelligence services, including the JSCI. The Inspector General of Intelligence should be a partner in action with the JSCI. In that vision that I alluded to, there is also a need of bringing oversight to the people. For instance, the challenges that have been besetting the intelligence services for the past number of years are not new, honorable chairperson and honorable members. What should be done also is that to address all of these challenges, I think there should be a need for the Inspector General of Intelligence to have a physical presence next to the JCI to build this collaborative partnership. The need of this is that should there be any unwarranted investigations or activities or malfeasance that have been found in the services, you need the Inspector General of Intelligence to go side by side with this committee. This is not a question of saying there should be influence by the committee in relation to how the Inspector General is supposed to execute his or her mandate. But there's a need of this collaboration. The mere presence of the Inspector General side to side with the JSCI will ensure that the work that is done by the Inspector General for the committee, it's not just a mere question of submitting a report. But this should be an exercise, as per the mandate of the Inspector General, to hold the intelligence services accountable.
2 minutes.
For not what they've not been able to do. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Members.
Thank you. I think today we can start here. Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. Could you please spell out for us the various functions that the President may, according to the legislation, designate to the IGI? In which case, who do you then report the outcome of perhaps such a report to? To the President or to the committee? Now, if it's to the President, do you believe there are certain IGI functions you do not have to report on in terms of our committee?
Over to you, Mr. Jailer.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett. In terms of the Oversight Act, the President may designate or request the Inspector General to undertake an investigation. And if a report is compiled by the Inspector General, that report should go to the President as the one who designated the Inspector General to do. But the Inspector General of Intelligence has a line functional responsibility of reporting to this committee of all the functions and activities that he or she has undertaken within a certain period of time. The JSCI can summon the Inspector General that we need you to bring a report relating to all the activities that you have undertaken. This also applies to the relevant responsible ministers of the intelligence services who might designate any function as spelled out in the Oversight Act that the Inspector General should carry out. That report should go out to the three responsible ministers of the intelligence services. But also, the Inspector General has a line functional responsibility to report to this committee of the activities that he or she has undertaken. Thank you so much, Honorable Kolopana.
Thank you, Chair. If the Office of the IGI issues instructions on how to resolve a particular issue that has been raised with them, the three services, even the three ministers, don't really need to oblige or go through the process that you've outlined. So what is your take on this? What process would you undertake to ensure that they move past being recommendations and become instructions?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett. In order to resolve these issues that Honorable Kola Barnett has highlighted, if the three ministers don't want to oblige, I think there should be a need for the IGI to engage with the ministers and explain the need for them to adhere to the instructions. Because in order for the Inspector General to execute his or her mandate, there needs to be cooperation. There needs to be that collaboration where there's a trust between the three relevant ministers, the responsible ministers, and the Inspector General of Intelligence. Thank you so much, Honorable Kolopana.
Moving on to the IGI's access to intelligence information or premises, does, in your opinion, the IGI have access to all covert intelligence informational premises? If so, would you bring reports on such visits to the attention of this committee, whether or not it contained information which may not be released in terms of Section 78B3 of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act?
Over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Kolopana. If that should be the case in terms of access by the Inspector General of covert information, and those reports are supposed to be brought to the attention of the committee, the Intelligence Services Oversight Act, including the Intelligence Services Act makes it clear that if the Inspector General needs to have access to information reports or explanations or any covert information for the performance of his or her functions, no one can deny access of information reports or information or explanation to the Inspector General of Intelligence. But the rider to that is that the Inspector General needs to communicate, consult with the head of the service. And the Inspector General, he or she needs to ensure that the information that is contained in those covert reports, information is granted by a minister responsible for a service, including the head of that service, before that information can be brought to the attention of this committee. Thank you so much, Honorable Kolopanat.
Chair, is my 10 minutes done? All right, well, let's just take and run. The roles of the three services, the ministers and the IGI, are inevitably adversarial. You've seen what the current IGI has gone through over the last 5 years. Each entity seeks to protect its own, just like the SAPS tries to protect its own from the IPID. So if you've attempted to do your job as the IGI and all conflict resolutions fail, what would be your next step?
To you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chipse. Honorable Kolopanat, the adversarial role that the current incumbent has experienced in the office it's widely known, and even to this committee. The only way to have addressed the situation was to have brought this matter to the attention of this committee and seek measures and means of how to resolve any challenges that the Inspector General has experienced. Remember, the Inspector General has this line functional reporting to this committee of anything, of activities that he or she has to execute in his or her office. And also, there's another line reporting function that the Inspector General has in relation to the State Security Minister and also to the accounting officer of the State Security Agency. If one looks in the Constitution on cooperative governance, there are clear sections that spells out that state institutions must cooperate with one another. They must assist one another. And going to court or taking any action against any state institution should be the last resort. In that regard, I am saying that this committee is the one that is responsible to making sure that the Inspector General, in terms of executing his or her mandate, the grounds are clearly laid out so that the adversarial role the current Inspector General has experienced never happens again. Thank you so much, Honorable Kolopanat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And back to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a follow-up on the question that Honorable Kolopanat asked. In the Oversight Act 7.4F, there's somewhere where they say, provided that where the Inspector General performs functions designated to him or her by the President, he or she shall report to the President. Yeah, my question is, do you think that is ideal? If you look at political interference and so on, and my understanding is that the Office of the Inspector General, it's in some way an operative arm of this committee. So if you will have some other things that you do outside this committee, what if whatever happens, besides the question that you can't agree to do any legal thing, but if it's number one, you might be persuaded to do that. But do you think it's ideal? Once bitten, twice shy. And I see it looks like it has been amended, that portion. So what is your feeling? I mean, you can't be our operative arm and you do some things that you can't tell us. How do you, what's your view in relation to that? Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. My view is that it is not ideal. The reason why I'm saying that is that the Oversight Act needs to be amended. It has lived its test of time. The circumstances when it was drafted are different than what it is today, and the challenges that are besetting the intelligence services. There should be a need to amend this piece of legislation to ensure that even the head of the executive does not interfere with the function and the mandate of the Inspector General. Because if the Inspector General is not seen to be independent, how could he or she be able to execute his mandate? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Ma Tlagude.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Sawona Mkhaya, Mr. Chair. Uvugile? Siyawamukela.
I don't think that is acceptable. Awukuna Mkhaya la.
That was on a lighter note, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chair, the high-level report panel agreed with the 2006 task team report that there's a need for the review of the intelligence-related legislations, regulations, and policies. Also with the 2008 Matthew Commission report that the OIGI must be given its independent status. So, what is your view on this matter? It must be given its independent status with its administration and budget. What is your view in this matter? And also, if appointed, what would you do to ensure that the OIGI attains the status quo? Thanks.
Mr. Jere.
much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Dlagute. Honorable members, I cannot agree more with the high-level review report panel.
Panel report.
The panel report. Thank you so much, Honorable Ndlozi. In order for the Office of the Inspector General to execute its mandate, it cannot depend on the State Security Agency for its budget, for its technological needs, and all the other HR and administrative support that come to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence as a spending center within the State Security Agency. This independence will not remain as it is a test of time, because if the Act says the Inspector General should function independently, how can he or she function while his budget is being held by the same agency that he or she oversees? Honourable members, we should remember that also this question, early at some time, it raised issues of the location of the Inspector General of Intelligence, when initially it was right within the premises of the State Security Agency. And the independency of the Inspector General by the other services was not seen to be justifiable. So this issue of the independence status, it's an issue that should go hand in hand with the need to amend the Oversight Act and give the powers for the Inspector General to execute his mandate without any interference by any of the three intelligence services. As I've indicated earlier on, that I will be a partner with the JSI, should I be appointed, work hand in hand with this committee and its honorable members to ensure that the regulations that govern the execution of the functions of the Inspector General are speedily expedited to this committee in consultation with the three responsible ministers. As the committee is aware, the issue of the draft regulations has been an issue that has been going on since 2008, 2009, until to current date. So these are the measures that I will just try and put in place to work with this committee, to pester this committee, that there's a need for the Oversight Act to be reviewed because it has lived the test of time and the situation now has changed. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mr. Jele, thanks for your response. The IGI has, over the period of time, taken decisions and made recommendations on a number of occasions through various mechanisms as provided for in the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. So how do you think, if appointed, you would improve the enforceability of the IGI's recommendations and why? Can you please substantiate? Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Jere.
So much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Lagute. The question of the improvement of the enforceability of the decisions of the Inspector General is a collaborative effort, as I've alluded to. There is a need that there should be an induction that is being undertaken by the Inspector General, should I be appointed, with the members of this committee, including the three responsible ministers of the intelligence services and the accounting officers, to lay down the rules of how the Inspector General should execute his mandate, of how there should be non-interference in the execution of the mandate of the Inspector General. Once that groundwork is laid down, it's easy going forward because all the parties concerned have a common mind of how to resolve challenges. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mr. Jale, thanks for your response to that question. Section 14, subsection 1A and B of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and provincial legislatures provides for the Joint Committee to summon any person to appear before it under oath or affirmation to give evidence or produce anything, any information, documents that the committee might require. So what is your understanding of Section 14 of this Act in light of the certificates and information that which is provided for by the IG annually? Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Jere.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Lagute. Honorable members, my understanding of this Section 14 of Powers and Privileges, in light of the certificate and any information that the Inspector General has to present to this committee, is that this section also relates to the Intelligence Oversight Act in relation to this committee in terms of its functions, that it has powers to summon a request any person to give information that this committee deems necessary for it to perform its function. In relation to the certificate of the Inspector General, the JSCI, when the Inspector General presents his or her certificates to this committee, there should be a need that the three services, including their ministers and the accounting officers, should be called to account of the activities that have been undertaken as per the findings and recommendations of the Inspector General of Intelligence. Thank you so much, Honorable Daudi.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Do I still have a minute? No. Oh. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
On the question that was asked by Honorable Lagude on the recommendations and their implementation, we are not talking about binding recommendations. Binding recommendations is as good as instructions. So your recommendations are not binding. You can recommend and nothing happens. And there's nothing you can do. Or is there any remedies that you have? As of now, because you talked about maybe workshopping the services and so, you can't workshop a thief. There must be remedies that if this one steals, you can't help. I mean, you can't go and preach to them or try to tell them to change their ways. But do you have remedies as of now? And if you don't, what's happening? Over to you.
So, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. There are no remedies in terms of the recommendations of the Inspector General. There is a need that the Inspector General recommendations should be enforced. And the intelligence services must adhere to those recommendations. There's a need that the recommendations of the Inspector General, there should be remedial action if there's no adherence to it. As like in the case of the public protector, where the findings of the public protector are enforceable, but not in the case of the Inspector General of Intelligence. So there's a need of a remedial action in terms of the amendment of the Oversight Act to ensure adherence by the intelligence services to the recommendations of the Inspector General of Intelligence. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Seemingly the solution for all the problems or the challenges for you is the amendment of the Oversight Act. Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Madi Khali.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good luck, Mr. Jelly. In your opening remarks, you mentioned that, or you agreed that there are challenges in this office. And more than one of you in that office applied for this position. So my question is, why all of you, including the present Inspector General, Mr. Dintwe, why all of you didn't try and resolve these challenges? And the other thing, when it comes to the understanding of relationships in that office, because by the way the office was coming before the committee doing the presentations, you could hear that there's a serious challenge of relationship in that office. So how can you then assist or advise if ever it happened that you win this position? And if it happened that all of you in that office fail, I understand Mr. Dindo will go to another office. I don't know which one, but others will remain in that office. Are you able to assist the person who would have got the opportunity to come and replace the present Inspector General? Thank you, Chair.
so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Dekhale. Maybe I'll start with the last part of the question. Yes, one will be able to assist any person appointed in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, because one reports to the accounting officer, which is the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Is that true? Just for clarification, I took it the accounting officer would be the DG of SSA.
Honorable Chairperson, maybe I should rephrase my, my answer that the IG is the incumbent in the office, has a supporting staff that must report to him or to her. In this case, I will be able to assist any person who's appointed in that position, as I've done in the past. It's not a question of having an adversarial relationship, that you have applied for the post. I was fortunate to get it, I was not fortunate to get it, so there should be, this conflict. Remember, work environments have got their own challenges. But in this case, everything that I will do will be based on a professional relationship. With regard to the question of challenges in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, of relationships, Honorable Dekhale, I'm not aware of challenges of relationships that have faced that office. Nothing has come to my attention, as I also sit in the executive committee of the OIGI. In relation to the question that why didn't we resolve the challenges that are facing the office? Honorable Dekhale, this is a very good question. Remember, the Inspector General tries to constructively engage the services before resorting to this committee in order to address any challenges that he or she might face as an incumbent in office. If those collaborative means the Inspector General is trying to take and there's no success, then the committee will be the arbiter in this case by summoning the Inspector General to come and explain the challenges that he's facing. So yes, there have been those challenges. The current incumbent has reported those challenges to the office with regard to the non-cooperation that he's experiencing with the intelligence services and not being able to execute his mandate. Thank you so much, Honorable Dekhale.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, I'm sure you're joking. Okay. Ntate Jele, the invitation here is to make sure that the IGI has a greater autonomy. There is an urgent need for a legislative review of the functioning and resources of the office of the IGI. The current configuration being resourced through SSA, as we have touched on it earlier on, has demonstrated that it will be weakened and it will lead to the politicization of the SSA. Logically, who would fund and adequately resource an office designed to hold them accountable? Do you think that the office will function better if the IGI had a deputy IGI to assist him or her in terms of the law?
Sejele?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Dekhale, I cannot agree more that there's a need and an urgent need with regard to the question of a Deputy Inspector General of Intelligence. The reason why I'm saying this is that the committee will remember that there was a period where the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence had no Inspector General of Intelligence, and the office could not function. Also, the term of office of the Inspector General and his or her deputy should be made not to overlap, so that should the term of office of the current incumbent end in March this year, maybe there should be mechanisms that are made in the legislative review that such terms actually, they are made in such a manner that the two terms of offices are done in a manner that will ensure that the office is able to carry out its mandate effectively and efficiently. Thank you so much, Honorable Dekhale.
Thank you for your response. Let me take you back to the question that deals with the high-level panel report.
2 minutes.
Yes, I'll be brief, Chair. In your opinion, based on the study of the current legislative framework, Mr. Jele, what legislative framework, what legislative amendments are required for the office of the IGI? Thank you.
Sejele?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honorable Dekhale. The legislative framework that is required here is that the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence should have legislative review with regard to, in terms of the Public Financial Management Act, that there should be a section that actually ensures that the Inspector General is able to function, and also that in terms of the Public Service Act, where in some instances some departments are made a Schedule 1 department, in this case also, with regard to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, there should be a need that such measures are made for to be a Schedule 1 department. Thank you so much, Honorable Dekhale.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khadebe with an H.
Thank you, Mudula Stulo. Chair, I think I've sort of understood you in terms of your vision. And it's premised on only one thing, amendment. Just remind me, how long have you been with the IGI office?
Honorable Khadebe, it's been, I think it's about 15 to 16 years.
15 years?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sure you've seen the high-level review panel report. You have touched base on it. And that report has revealed that there are a number of reports and certificates with damning evidence, finding and recommendation as it relates to maladministration and corruption However, many of those reports and recommendations have not been implemented, or they have been disregarded. And within that period, you are part of the system. And as you alluded, you could not do anything. You were on autopilot. You are here today in front of us applying for the position of the IGI. You've witnessed the disregard of your recommendations. You have witnessed the politicization of the SAA. You have witnessed the culture of non-accountability in the SSA. What concerns me, and I'll tell you why, we are here to assess you. And part of the competency area that we need to assess from you, it's stakeholder engagement and stakeholder relations. How do you relate with other role players within the broader intelligence community? We are here to also assess your vision of the office of the IGI, the understanding of the office. It appears as if you're saying the amendments to the Oversight Act, it's a panacea to your problems. Until such time that Act is amended, your office will be on autopilot, even if we were to appoint you tomorrow. There's nothing you can do. You don't have any other creative means to engage with the stakeholder, to make sure that there's implementation of your recommendations. And that is the concern. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying to us, hypothetically speaking, if you were to be appointed tomorrow, there's nothing you can do until such time, no matter how long it takes, there's nothing, absolutely nothing that you can do to change the situation? Is that my understanding? Am I correct in what you have just alluded to for the few minutes that we have spent with you? Thank you.
Mr. Jerry?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. I don't think it is the case, Honorable Hadebe, though I might have emphasized the issue of the amendments to the legislative framework of the Oversight Act. The other angle to this, as I've indicated, that besides the issue of amendments to the Intelligence Oversight Act, there's a need to engage with the three responsible ministers. There's a need to engage the accounting officer of the three intelligence services, so that the Inspector General is able to execute his mandate unhindered, and that the recommendations are also implementable by the three intelligence services.
I don't want to be seen as interjecting. In essence, for the past 15 years, there has not been any engagement. There's only now you see the need to engage. Give us the scenario where you have engaged and what was the outcome. I refuse to accept as a fact that there hasn't been any engagement.
Honorable Hadebe, there has been engagements by the Inspector General of Intelligence with the intelligence services, where in other instances, the recommendations of the Inspector Generals were actually accepted by the intelligence services. But remember, there were other instances where there was resistance in terms of implementations of these recommendations, and that was brought to the attention of the committee, and to seek advice to this committee by the Inspector General of Intelligence. There has been instances where the Inspector General of Intelligence, through fieldwork engagements, interacted with the services to find out how such challenges can be addressed. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Exactly my point. So you're going to continue with the same thing, with the expectation of different results? In essence, your vision is to, you said there is a need to engage. You have engaged, and there has been resistance. You are saying to us, we'll do the same thing. Hopefully, we're going to get different results. Am I capturing you correctly? In other words, your vision includes the old ways of doing things. There are no innovative or creative ideas to deal with the current impasse until such time that the Act is amended. We might as, okay, let me stop there. Thank you.
There's a need of creative ideas in order how to overcome such challenges.
Please share with me those ideas before my 10 minutes elapsed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. That relates to the Inspector General of Intelligence working hand in hand with the committee so that the committee can assist the Inspector General to be able to execute his mandate. Thank you, Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
You don't have any further questions. Your time has lapsed. Honorable Muima.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Jele. Let me start by just reminding you of our visit and our interaction with you during the induction. During our induction, one of the areas, I think you were accompanying the IGI. One of the challenges that was raised in the presentation was identified as the lack of regulations as a major challenge. The inadequacy of the budget and lack of implementation of the recommendations. And in your application that led to you being here, there are a number of areas that you are also raising, but these challenges also that we have identified, particularly the lack of regulations. There's no staccato on it. There's no tempo that you are adding to the impact of the lack of regulations as a panacea to the solutions. What is your view in regard to that?
Mr. Jele.
Honorable Chairperson, can I just request Honorable Muima just to rephrase the question for me?
Over to you.
The point that I'm making is that in our interaction, our first interaction, the office raised the lack of regulations as an impediment to your work. And that has been a common theme whenever we meet. And as an oversight person, mainly charged with this work, because in your application, page 1, paragraph 3, you say that you are responsible for maintenance and adherence to oversight regulations, policies and guidelines with the designated area of responsibility. So I want to understand, where are these regulations? How far are you with them? Because it has been identified as an area of concern and as a challenge in our interaction with the IGI's office.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moima. The current status of these regulations as it is now is that they have been drafted by the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence and have not been, I think in some instances, they have been forwarded to the committee. These regulations were drafted in collaboration with the heads of the 3 services. The status of it, as it is, with regard to the amendment also to the GILA, in terms of the high-level review panel report, that the current dispensation of what SSA is should go back to what previous it was. So as it is now, these draft regulations were at some stage forwarded to the committee.
Was it in the 4th administration or the 5th administration?
Yes, it was in the 4th administration, Honorable Moima. Thank you so much.
The second questions that I want to pose to you relates to the challenges that that emanated from the July incident of last year. If you look at the President's report, page 47 and 48, one of the areas that is emerging from that is that the police did not get any intelligence upon which to plan operations. It is not clear why this was so. But one of the reasons may be that at least 6 members of the senior leadership of the CI were suspended. The question that I want to pose is, has there been any work done by the IGI's office in relation to what happened last year? There has been numerous commissions, but I think what will be critical to me is what is it that you have done as a way of responding to the crisis that was engulfing the country, because at some point there is an expectation that at least you must be able to, in your work, make a reflection in terms of this lacuna that is identified. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moima. Yes, with regard to the challenges that engulfed the country relating to the looting and rioting of July 2021 and the subsequent report that recently came out, where the crime intelligence indicated that there was no intelligence received, and the crime intelligence members, senior members of the crime intelligence divisions of the police service were on suspension. The Inspector General of Intelligence immediately went the looting and rioting started, undertook a self-tasking. I actually contacted him that I think there's a need for us to find out from the services what is really happening. Because as it looks like it's a question of intelligence failures. That self-tasking was undertaken, and correspondences were sent to the designated services to give information to the IG. What have they done? How have they responded? And to date, the Inspector General did not receive any feedback from the State Security Agency, Honorable Chairperson, with regard to the self-tasking. Later down the time, information was received from the Crime Intelligence Division of the South African Police Services, and no feedback was received, as I've indicated, from SSA, and the Defense Intelligence Division of the South African National Defense Force did respond that it does not partake in any internal activity in the country unless directed to do so by the President. Currently, the Inspector General of Intelligence, we're reviewing all the information that has been received from the crime intelligence, and there've also been meetings with the Crime Intelligence Division to understand what actually transpired during the looting and rioting of July 2021. And a report is yet to be written in that regard. Thank you, Honorable Moima.
Thank you, Mr. Jelle. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stebe.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Jelle. When you started, I thought that I would, because you referred to the oversight, the review of the Oversight Act, and nearly everybody asked that same question, and you alluded to that. Because what I wanted to ask you, just name 5 of the issues that you would change, but leave that now. What you also said was that there is interference by the 3 services that you referred to. Now, I would like to get an example of interferences by each of these, one interference by each of these intelligence entities. And then you said you will focus on relationship with the intelligence community. Well, this question, I think, is interrelated with each other. That's the interference. You want to focus on the relationship. Maybe that's to better the interference. But would you say that there is serious problems with relationships between the IGI's office and the intelligence community? And if your answer is yes, give some examples of the problems. Thank you.
Mr. Jere?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Stump. The interference by the 3 services, if I could just give examples. With regard to the State Security Agency, the interference related to the non-release of funds the Inspector General has requested with regard to the appointment of members in his office. As it is, the current incumbent has not appointed any new member to the office. Because the budget, the DG of State Security Agency indicated that because of the cost containment measures that are in place, he's not in a position to release any budget to the Inspector General of Intelligence. With regard to the police, on various other occasions, Honorable Chairperson, the activity report that each head of a service should submit to the Inspector General of Intelligence, in some instances, that was not adhered to. In relation to the defense intelligence, I will be honest, Chairperson, they adhere, they don't interfere with the execution of the mandate of the Inspector General of Intelligence. I hope I've answered the question, Honorable Stump.
Yeah, you answered in a way, but you know, at least in my mind, there's some serious issues that is behind us. Because why would you don't have interference from DI? On CI, you say they don't adhere to activity reports, but you said there were interference. I see it more than one. You only gave one example, but that's fine. But then if you look at the SSA, you are part and parcel of the budget. And there's a designated budget to that office of the IGI. And I can't see why you can't get money from them and why you can't use your budget. So maybe that's something that this committee must look into. But then there's another thing that you said you had got serious relationships. If you can answer that question on the relationships and between the office, and give us an example on the why you say there's serious problem with the relationship. Why do you want to change the relationship? What do you want to change?
Thank you so much, Honorable Stump. With regard to the focus on relationships, within the intelligence community, is that the issue, if the honorable members of the committee will remember, there were challenges where, in some instances, the security clearance of the current incumbent was withdrawn by the former accounting officer of the State Security Agency. Those challenges, they impacted on the execution of the function of the Inspector General. And these relationship challenges, they sort of like started slowly, but when they blew out, they sort of become so unmanageable, for the Inspector General. That's why he then resorted, that the only way to address the situation is for him to approach the courts. Thank you, Honorable Stump.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Magwanisa.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Jelle. In your CV, under LLB, it says incomplete. Is it incomplete or still in progress?
It's uncompleted, Honorable Magwanisa.
Which means you have abandoned it?
Not really, sir.
You're still studying it?
I've actually applied at the University of South Africa to complete it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And then you said that you did your master's in international relations. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, why do I find it difficult to see any dimension of international relations in your vision? I mean, South Africa is a member of BRICS, is part of the AU. Solely the collaborations you're talking about should also be extended to collaborations at an international level, but you did not say anything about that.
Thank you, Honorable Mahonishi. Maybe I overlooked that part because when I indicated in the vision that there's a need to build partnerships and collaboration, that should also include, with the International Intelligence Review Agencies Commission, with the Inspector General of Intelligence, there's an institute in the USA where all the Inspector Generals of Intelligence come together and conduct courses, short courses in terms of how to improve, their expertise in terms of how to conduct intelligence oversight. That also includes, partnerships with CBOs, NGOs, and other international fora bodies, like the United Nations, as the case may be. Thank you so much, Honorable Mahonishi.
So you agree that it was unfair on your side to expect us to infer that collaboration would extend to all of those bodies without you telling us?
It was a mistake on my part, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to stand up to a person who's senior at the cost of a disadvantage to yourself?
Thank you, Honorable Mahonishi. Yes, I have, Honorable Mahonishi. And in that case, the approach was not confrontational, but it was professional in terms of how to deal with the challenge that one is facing. And that challenge was resolved amicably by the meeting of the minds between the senior person and myself.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any differences between the doctrine of state security and the doctrine of national security? If yes, what are those?
Honorable Chairperson, can I just request Honorable Mahonishi just to rephrase the question again?
Okay, no, that's fine. Are there any differences between the doctrine of national security and that of state security? If there are, what are those?
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahonishi. Yes, there are differences. National security, as espoused in the Constitution, is the resolve of all South Africans to live in peace. In relation to state security, it's in relation to state security, it's where the state uses its power to suppress its own people. i.e., we need a secure state as opposed to state security. Because as it is, we have such high unemployment rate where a number of people, of citizens in the country cannot get employment. And there should be needs for the government to make measures so that the citizens of the country are able, to make a living. National security, intelligence national security is not intelligence, but intelligence must actually assist the government to achieve its national security. Thank you so much, Honorable Mahonish.
Thank you very much. What is the effect of Chapter 3 of the Constitution on the work of the IGI? Must I repeat it?
No,
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahonish.
Okay, thank you very much.
The effect of Chapter 3 in the Constitution is that there should be collaboration.
It's Makwanisha.
Makwanisha.
Not Makwanisha.
Makwanisha. Thank you so much, Honorable Ndlozi.
Is it not one and the same?
He wants to change himself. You know, Makwanisha means something else, man.
No,
not one
I've been
and the
called
same.
so many names, it's fine.
Okay, on a lighter note, you can continue.
Thank you. The effect of this Chapter 3 on the Office of the Inspector General relates to issues of cooperation, the issues of state institutions of supporting one another, relates to issues of state institution of collaborating and acting in a transparent manner in order to achieve meaningful results. Thank you so much, Aaron Makwanisha.
The last one. The principles of transparency are in which chapter of the Constitution? Under security.
They are in Chapter 11 of the Constitution, and I think it's section.
Can I just find out, do you think it's a fair question? Because nowadays, if you want it, you can Google, you can just page through.
We're not gonna
Yeah.
No, I just want to find out. I mean, nowadays you have got Google, you have got, I'm having it on with me now.
But we're not
No, I just want to find out whether it's a fair question and where is it leading to, because
According to what rule are you asking that question,
you
Chairperson?
didn't raise your hand.
Okay, on a point of order.
Let me just finish. I don't see how that would help, and I don't see where it leads to, because it's an open thing. You can get it anyway. We don't expect any framework of the sections in here anyway.
Point of order.
Okay.
I want to call a point of order. Can I proceed, Chairperson? Yeah, Chairperson, really, you have to chair in accordance with the rules. We must not give an impression under no circumstances that you are trying to shield these candidates from proper interrogation. There are no grounds for you to assess whether a question of that nature is fair or not. At least you could lead us to the rules. Otherwise, let the candidates say, nah, I don't know, I don't remember, whatever. But you are doing this so much, and it really also is interfering with the time. And you won't give Makwanisha more his time after here.
Okay,
Please.
Okay, but I think as I sit here, somehow I must determine whether the process is fair or not. Well, according to a person who chairs. And I'm still on that one. Or if according to the chairperson, I don't see the purpose of the question, it's within my rights to give him a chance whether he wants to answer it or not.
Chair, may I?
So you go. It's up to you.
May I proceed? May I address the chair? Chair,
Thank you very much.
yes, thank you very much, Chair. This section of which he has correctly identified, it's a foundational clause that directs the work of the IG in relation to this committee, to the principles of transparency. So it's a foundational clause for the office of the IGI. That is why I'm asking it, Chair. And already you stopped him when he had already said the correct section.
Yeah, but as a matter of principle, do we have to say what is chapter 9, 7.411? What does it say? That is, I mean, as a matter of principle, I don't see that as being fair. Anyway, over to you.
Just a point of procedure, Chair. You see, a person that's applying for the job of being a chairperson of a committee should know the rules that govern. They should be part of a daily praxis that I'm ruling according to the following rules. So a person who wants to be an IGI should know the relevant constitutional clauses that apply to their job. And so what Honorable Magwanisha is doing is teasing the candidate on the competence of these relevant sections, and that is highly important. You couldn't filter that. It is wrong. Again, I'm cautioning you, Chair. Don't filter. It's not your place.
Okay. That is for another day, or it will be between me and you then. Over to you. Yeah, he always filters himself when I talk. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Magwanisha, as I've indicated, it's Chapter 11, if I'm not of the Constitution. It's Chapter 11 of the Security Services, subsection 8, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much, Honorable Magwanisha.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jelle. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Doctor.
Thank you, Chair. Your CV doesn't have timelines, eh? Why? How do you write a CV where we don't know what you did what year?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ndlozi, the compiling of a CV, it comes in different permutations. Although I did not indicate the years in my CV, but I understand how everything has been compiled in my CV. Thank you so much.
So CVs can, a curriculum vitae can have no timeline. That's very new. Anyway, on page 5, you write about conference presentations. The very first bullet point, which does not have a date as well, you say you drafted a keynote address for the Minister of Intelligence, Mr. Ronnie Castles, for the Brandhurst Dialogue on Terrorism and Radical Islam in Southern Africa. Why would you tell us about someone else's presentation as your presentation? Even if you drafted it, it wasn't yours. Isn't that dishonest?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ndlozi, it is not dishonest. That speech I drafted, it's when I was working at the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, and I was part of the delegation of the then former Minister Ronnie Castles to the Brandhurst conference, wherein I participated in all the deliberations that actually took place.
Did you make a presentation, you, at this conference, or did Ronnie Castles make it?
Honorable Ndlozi, I contributed in the
Speeches. So Mr. Ramaphosa is going to speak to the country tomorrow. The drafters of the speech could put his speech as their presentation. That's not standard practice. If I contributed to someone else's speech, I couldn't call it my presentation. Do you understand the trick here? What are you getting onto with this?
As I indicated, Honorable Ndlozi, that although I did not make the actual presentation, it was a speech that I drafted for the former minister.
Yeah, that's fine. We disagree. I get it. Now,
Yes.
Final question on your... When were you in the US? And what did you do there?
In the U.S., Honorable Ndlozi, we attended the Inspector General certification program. That was in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, sir.
That's the only time you were in the US?
Also, I went with the late former Inspector General of Intelligence, Advocate Khadebe, to the U.S. to do oversight engagement with the stations of the foreign branch. That was in 2012.
You've never been trained in the US?
As I indicated, there was a certification program that I attended.
Yeah, who gave that program? The CIA?
It's the various institutes in the USA where various Inspector General of Intelligence attend, to sharpen their knowledge and share experiences.
Yeah, who organizes it? Is it the CIA?
It is the various Inspector Generals in the USA.
The Conference of Inspector Generals?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My final set of questions is, what innovations coming out of artificial intelligence could the Office of the IGI employ to strengthen cybersecurity?
I think there's a need, for the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence to come up with means of how actually the artificial intelligence, the issues of cybersecurity will need to be addressed within the services and also within the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. What I mean by this is that there's a need for the Inspector General to create platforms, smart platforms of technology to access intelligence that is in the services and also...
excuse me, I don't have time. What innovations coming out of artificial intelligence, if you were employed tomorrow, we say now you are the IG, what innovative tools coming out of artificial intelligence would you employ or buy or have to strengthen the IGI's cybersecurity? Remember, there's a problem of cybersecurity in relation to the office of the IGI. You could be penetrated because you share, for instance, your basis with SSA. But what are the innovative tools that are coming out of artificial intelligence could you buy tomorrow to strengthen cybersecurity in the office of the IGI? I mean, you've been there for 13 or 15 years.
Honorable Ndlozi, the innovative tools that one could install is to ensure that there should be issues of a buffer zone. I mean, our platforms as they are, right, align with the SSA. So there's a need that there should be specialists specialists within the artificial intelligence sector that
What artificial intelligence tools could you employ tomorrow? You can say you don't know. Hey, let me ask you differently. Do you have a cybersecurity vision for the office of the IGI? What would that entail?
the cybersecurity.
I'm pushing you because you've been there for long. You've applied for this position for 3 times.
I think, ask your question, let him answer.
No, I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not, it doesn't mean to push. I want you to come out with the answer. You know what I mean? I don't mean to be pushy. You've been in the office for so long. There's a big cybersecurity question to that office. I'm sure you know that. You've interacted in the committee about that. You are coming here, you want to be the IGI. What would be your cybersecurity vision if we were to give you the office tomorrow?
No bullying. Bullying won't be allowed in here.
If you don't protect me, I'm going to be forced to protect myself. I'm not bullying. I'm pushing.
Honorable Dozie, the innovative tools that one would apply in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence would relate to tools, for instance, like your interceptions tools to understand how the interceptions communication systems function. And also some of these innovative tools would relate to the issue of having virtual meetings wherein, rather than going to the services or the foreign offices, you are able to connect, with the foreign offices through the virtual meetings as it is happening now during the period of the lockdown, where there were instances where we couldn't come to the office or attend meetings, but there were virtual meetings that the Inspector General tried to attend, so that we could be in a position to function. Thank you so much, Honorable Fields.
Is my time up?
Long time ago.
Okay.
Now it will be time for follow-ups, if there are any follow-ups. You have a follow-up, my good doctor?
I'm a bad doctor today. Is it fair for us to recommend you as the next IGI when you have been in that office for so long? We want to inspire South Africans that something different is going to happen. Why should we recommend you? What is this different thing that has not happened that you are going to do? Particularly because you do not even have a cyber security vision. Majority of intelligence today and the intelligence threats, particularly with the 4th industrial revolution that the country faces, relate to the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cybernetics. You said nothing of those things. Why should we recommend you? But also you've been there. You've tried 3 times, you've worked with many of them. Give us something to say when we go to deliberate. It's really a chance for you to market yourself, that we will be able to be accepted by South Africans, that there is going to be a renewed confidence in the oversight capabilities of this office.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dozie. Honorable Chairperson, my response to that is that one understands the business organization of the intelligence services. one understands the deficiencies, the weaknesses, and the strengths. And with the number of years of experience that one has accumulated, one will be in a position to assist this committee so that the Inspector General is able to function or execute his mandate effectively and efficiently. Thank you so much, Honorable Josie.
Just wondering whether I must no, I asked follow-ups and I even said there's only one. So I'm just wondering why I must give you the follow-up. But there you are with an H. Okay.
My apology, Chair. No, I wanted to say, given that you've been, is this your fourth time? Or third? Yes. Now, for someone who wants to give you a benefit of a doubt, you must be able to say, since then up to now, this is what I've learned, and this is what I've done, and this is what I'm bringing on board. Chair, you would recall last night I said, trying becomes a futile exercise if all what you do is constantly fail.
I remember very well.
Yes,
I even
so
said you must repeat it.
Exactly. So, Mr. Jell, trying becomes a futile exercise if all you do is constantly fail. Tell us, lesson learned then, what you've implemented now, what is the new you? Thank you.
Chair, can I just...
Let's take, now we come to, you'll follow after Honorable Kolaban.
Thank you, Chair. Two from me. In the Zondo Commission, we saw the Minister attempting to stop the then acting head of State Security from giving evidence, same with IGI, and both of them went ahead and did it anyway. In fact, it went to court and she lost. So if it was you, subpoenaed to give testimony before the Zondo Commission, would you have listened to the Minister or would you have given evidence? My next question, we've seen state security on the front pages of the papers for the last 2 years. I mean, sometimes every week, after week, after week. I can only, two possible reasons for leaking to the papers. One, you're trying to backstab someone. The other one is possibly you've gone to every entity you can and nothing's happening. So this is a form of desperation. Both possibilities. Do you think those leaks have damaged the three entities, or do you think that the leaks were in the public interest?
Chair, the issue of the regulations, I want to believe that the answer that challenges, in the sense that Mr. Jelle says they gave the regulations to the committee in the fourth administration, and this has been an area that we have identified as critical. If it is not cleared before he leaves, it has its own implications. If the chair can just probably pursue that matter further with Mr. Jelle, because they raised it in 2019 during the induction. It means it was submitted to the committee when the current incumbent, or when the incumbent was not there. So it's an area that probably Mr. Jelle, because I got a sense that he was not sure. If he can just come back to that point. The second one just relates to the point that was raised by Honorable Ndlozi, because I see that the DA law was was awarded on the 27th July 1996. Now the Masters in International Relations was in November 1997. Maybe if Mr. Jelle can just probably give more meat, because it's a difference of a year. The one in South Africa, the one in Leeds. Was this a correspondence? What the requirements for a master's will definitely be an honors. When was the honors not done? Thank you.
Any other person in relation to this? Okay, Mr. Jelle?
Thank you.
Just before that, the 11 was for? Now we still have got some minutes, depending on what time we started. Over to you, Mr. Jelle.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll start with the last question by Honorable Moima, that my studies, the one in 1996 and 1997, when I completed the BA Law, I then got a scholarship to go and do a full-time study in the United Kingdom at Leeds University. That was a full-time studies, and it's a different field in Masters in International Relations, and one does not have to do an honors, after doing your BA Law, because it depends on the field of studies that you want to follow. And I was accepted at Leeds University to come and do this Masters in International Relations. With regard to the regulations, as I've alluded to, that were given to the committee, the fourth administrations, that was done, and it's true, Honorable Makhwanishe, it was raised.
Honorable Muimang, that's
Honorable Muimang, yes.
Yes.
It was raised in the induction in 2019 when this the committee came over to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. With regard to the question of Honorable Kola Barnett, that in the commission, the accounting office of SSA and the IGI were subpoenaed to give testimony, evidence to the commission. But there was a challenge with regard to the three ministers, whether they should go there to give evidence or not give evidence. One understands that if you're an Inspector General of Intelligence, you take an oath. You need to protect information that comes to the Inspector General from the three intelligence services, which is, in some instances, is a top secret or secret information that the Inspector General received. I would have approached it this way, that maybe it would have been better for the Inspector General or the accounting office of SSA to have approached the committee and seek assistance from them on how this matter should be resolved. On the issue of leaks and damages, the leaks that have damaged the entities, whether it's in the public interest or what. Leaks happen each and every day in the intelligence services. But there should be mechanisms of how, the agency itself try to stop members from leaking information to the public. Because some of those leaks have names of members who might be compromised. So it's a very difficult thing, but there are regulations, there are directives, in the agency of how information should be released to the media. That not every member is allowed to release or leak any information, relating to the activities of the agency. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Yeah, the chances you.
Just relating to your answer about the Zondo Commission, are you suggesting that someone in the position of IGI cannot tell the difference between what he may release to the public and what he may not? I heard nothing in the IGI's presentation that would have compromised anyone. He told the truth down the line. He said what he had seen and what he knew, but certainly didn't step over the line of endangering anyone. Why do you think he should have come and asked our permission to submit to a subpoena by the Zondo Commission?
Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Parant. My response is that even the Inspector General has to protect any information that is in his or her hands. He cannot reveal any names, as we have just indicated, any methods, any operations that are there. But although he has given that evidence to the Commission, I think as long as he has not revealed any names of operatives or any methods of operation, then he's entitled, because he was subpoenaed, to appear before the Commission. So he has to come in and give that evidence to the Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jele. I think now I'll give you a chance to say whatever you want to say to the committee, and maybe comment on the process itself. How did you see the process, and anything you would like to tell the committee? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. The process, I think it went fairly well, and I would like to thank the honorable members for the opportunity, to come and appear before the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You are released. Is released the right term? We've got 15 minutes according to this, and let it be 15 minutes. Let it not be stretched. 1-5. Oh no.
that I was trained by the CIA when we were already back in the country, not when I was outside the country. So this is a cooperation between our democratic government and the government of the United States. And I must mention also that I trained also in terms of the national security, which is the Executive National Security Program that was undertaken through the department, the Defense Force, in the Defense College. This is a program where I specialized with the issues of national security. I also trained I obtained, academically now. Academically, I, at the moment, pursuing a master's degree in business management, in NPL, Master in Business Leadership. I also have a highest qualification, which is the honors degree in international politics. I also have a BA in political science through UNISA. I have a certificate with VETS on defense and security management. I have various certificates in management, also in ethics and governance. I have worked during amalgamation, because I have stated already that I was in the intelligence of the ANC in exile, but when we came back, I amalgamated in the South African Secret Service, where I served as a section head of vetting. Actually, I must mention that in that period, this is when I belonged to a junior working group together with the generals of the defense intelligence, also with the chiefs of the crime intelligence, to come up with inputs into the vetting legislation of the country as we were starting anew. I rose up from being a section head of vetting in SARS. I was a coordinator in the regions where I was responsible for intelligence. I also served as a country manager for counterintelligence in other regions as well. I moved to be a manager in corporate, in the defense counterintelligence wing of the service. After that, I left the intelligence community. I joined the South African Revenue Service. This is where I became a senior manager that was responsible for, they termed it national security. It actually is not national security, what I was responsible for. I was responsible for mainly personnel security and physical security. Amongst the tasks that I was doing, I was responsible for the vetting of members, something like more than 15,000 members of the SARS. I was also responsible for physical security in the sites of SARS all over the country, because I belonged to a unit that was called Anti-Corruption and Security, but my role was more on the security side. I later moved from that unit to be in the unit that was specifically responsible for ethics and integrity of the revenue service. This is where my responsibilities were mostly inculcating the organizational culture that is based on the values of the organization, and also capacitating leadership so that they become leaders who have integrity and who also perform at their peak. That I was doing to the members generally and also to the leadership. I moved from SARS and I was at AMSCO, responsible for personnel security, which was mostly in terms of...
I don't want to cut you short. You are still going to give us your vision, and you only have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Chair. Then I went to AMSCO. I was doing vetting I was interacting with the generals of the Defense Intelligence on matters of vetting because AMSCO is doing vetting on behalf of the Defense Intelligence. And then later on, I was the special advisor to the Minister of Intelligence. At the moment, I am unemployed, I am at home. In terms of my vision for the Office of the Inspector General, I do believe that at the moment, we need to recognize that intelligence services, the way they are, the high-level review panel has already pronounced on that. The Zondo Commission's revelations that we have heard already pronounced on that. So these are ailing organizations. So my view is that when we start to do the issue of inspections and carrying out the function of the Inspector General, we have to take into account that we have an ailing organization or a sinking ship. So what we ought to do, we have to come up with strategies that will keep this ship afloat, that will ensure that this patient that we have is actually well. So what are the strategies that I have? I believe that the IGI's work needs to be proactive in nature, because to actually come after the fact when malfeasance has already happened is not cost effective, is wasting the monies and the resources of the state. So what we need to do in terms of being proactive as the Office of the IGI, we need to have a capacity for threat and risk assessments, because in this way, we are able to say, in terms of crime intelligence, what are the threats that make crime intelligence not to perform the way it was for the way it was supposed it was created to. We look at the SSA and ask the same questions. We identify those threats and we see how they can manifest themselves, and we're able therefore to come with mitigation measures. So in terms of the inspection that happens between, which is done by the IG, I believe that there has to be a process of first sitting down with the heads of these intelligence services to say, here is the scope. Let us agree from the beginning, because we have already done the threat and risk assessment. We have already identified where are the threats going to emanate. So sitting down with the heads of the intelligence services is to say, these are the areas that we are going to inspect you on. And in that inspection, I don't believe that we should do the inspection only annually. I believe that inspection is supposed to be an ongoing process, and even the feedback to the intelligence heads is supposed to be at least on a quarterly basis. That will assist in terms of identifying those vulnerabilities and dealing with them as the time permits at that point in time, not to wait to come with remedial actions when actually damage has already been done. And I take note of the fact that to be able to do that, you need to build a good relationship with these heads of intelligence services. They need to understand that I am not just coming, as the media would want to call the Inspector General, as a watchdog. Because when they see me as a watchdog, already they have a resistance towards me. So they have to see me as a part and parcel of coming up with strategies and solutions so that their organizations can be effective and efficient. I do believe
2 minutes.
I do believe that you cannot do that without having a very strong capability and capacity of counterintelligence within the Office of the Intelligence Inspector General. Because if you do not have counterintelligence, you are going to miss all these other points. That is why you are going to work on a reactive mode, which is counterproductive. I believe that you have to have a strong system where you are able to have a case management system that will be able to, because what I have realized as working as a chairperson of the Appeal and Adjudication Board in the ministry when I was still there, was that people have a perception that the IGI is selective in handling cases. Some people's cases are handled, some are not. So I believe that there needs to be a case management system that will be able to prioritize cases according to their risk level, and also to build in a mechanism for feedback, because another outcry is that people do not get feedback from the Inspector General. I think also immediately is to say we do also need to have a capacity for advocacy. Or not just the members of the service have to know about the existence of the Inspector General, but the public out there have to know about the existence and how the Inspector General is serving them in order to ensure that this democracy that we are talking about is actually alive and they can be participants to it. If I still have time, I can continue, Chairperson.
I don't think so, but what is going to happen is some of the things that you still have to say will come from when you answer questions from the members.
Thank you, Chair.
Your mic. Can I start with Honorable Dlagude today?
Yeah, it's Christmas for me today because the chairperson is starting with me. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Lamini, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, I can hear that you have expressed yourself well. You have you understand why you are here. Ms. Lamini, Section 14, subsection 1A and B of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and provincial legislatures provides for the Joint Committee to invite any person to appear before it under oath or affirmation to give evidence or produce documents that or an information that might be needed. Then what is your understanding of Section 14 of the Act that I've already quoted with regard to the certificates and information that the IGI produce annually? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. My understanding of that section is that the Inspector General of Intelligence is given powers to be able to access intelligence documents and to access any information, even premises, within these intelligence services in order for the Inspector General to be able to do his work of inspection. Because without having these powers, the Inspector General will not be able to fulfill the mandate that the Act, the Oversight Act, is giving him to be able to do. So these are the powers that the Inspector General, as the oversight body of this country, is given. Now, we know very well as well that in terms of how the systems are working, it all depends on whether the intelligence heads are willing to give the Inspector General the information, the documents, and even allow him to enter the premises. But I want to believe that there needs to be a change when it comes to that part. I think there has to be a situation where the Inspector General even has her own ITC system, where from the premises of the Inspector General, they can be able to access documents the way they want. They have to have that unfettered access in terms of acquiring intelligence documents from not just to rely on the willingness of the heads of the intelligence services.
Thank you very much for that response through you, Chairperson. Madam Dlamini, you've been moving from one job to the next. What were the reasons for that? If you can elaborate on that one. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't know whether to address ma'am or honorable member. How should I?
It's fine. You can juggle them around. It's still fine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, Honorable Dlagut, I really believe that, you know, when I was in intelligence at that time, as I have already made my account into when I started and so on, the time came when I believed and realized that, you know, when you are in intelligence, it's like you are in a cocoon. You are protected because remember also you can't talk about your job and share what you are doing with anybody else. So at times it makes you to be stifled and to have wachklape, like you are not aware of what is happening around you in terms of other departments. And so I found for myself that it will be important for me that even though I do believe, because I'm passionate about intelligence, I know intelligence is my home, but I need to venture out so that I see what other people are doing and how is it that I can contribute there. What is it that I can learn to expand my knowledge so that even wherever I am able to do that. And if you can check, ma'am, you will see that wherever I was doing work that will be intelligence related, but also it gave me an opportunity to learn about other organizations and how other organization functions. This is why I am able then to sit down even when I'm there and to say, but things are not working the way they are supposed to work, because I have tasted and I have seen how other very healthy organizations function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Medlamine, through your chairperson. The high-level panel report agreed with the 2006 task team report on the review of intelligence-related legislations and regulation, and also the 2008 Matthew Commission report that said that the Office of the Inspector General on Intelligence must be given this independent status from the SSA with its own administration and budget. Then what is your view in this regard? And if appointed for the next 5 years, what would you do to ensure that this office attain that independent status?
Thank you very much, ma'am. In terms of the independence of the Inspector General, I really believe that if we are serious about the effectiveness of the Inspector General's office, that independence is critical. And how this independence should be established or should be implemented is that firstly, as I have made an example with the ITC system, I think this is very important because the Inspector General cannot do his work or her work only based on whatever that he will be given. So the Inspector General needs to be able to retrieve documents at will. That is why the Inspector General has the top secret clearance. So nothing should bar the office from attaining those documents. So I do believe that without having that access, it's not going to go well. And my number two, I do believe that if you look at the budget of the Inspector General, I remember when I was in the ministry, the inspector came to see the minister, and one of the issues that the Inspector General raised was the issue of the budget, that the budget is actually within the SSA, and they are stifled. They are not able to do their work the way they do because they are affected by whatever that the SSA gets affected with in terms of how the budget is supposed to be spent. So the Inspector General has to have their own budget so that at any time, whenever they want to disperse their functions, nothing should hamstring them. And I do believe also that in terms of unfortunately, when it comes to the clearance of the Inspector General, there is nothing we can do about it. I do agree that the Inspector General should undergo clearance, and unfortunately by the SSA, because the SSA holds the mandate within the country of counterintelligence, and vetting being a tool of counterintelligence, the Inspector General, even though independent, should be subjected by the SSA through the process of vetting. Yeah, I do believe that, yeah, I really agree with the independence of the Inspector General. What else did you ask, ma'am?
Wanted to hear your views, and also how are you going to ensure that the status is attained?
In terms of the status for independence, I do believe that the JSCI, being the committee that is actually the parliamentary oversight that is even able to hold the executive up to the president to account, stands as a responsible committee or a responsible body to assist the Inspector General after having put down a written proposal of these are the reasons why we believe that this office has to be independent. Now we believe that the JSCI can assist us in entering into discussions with the executive so that indeed the Inspector General's office can have this independence that we have. So I am not seeing any other way except through the JSCI advocating on behalf of the Inspector General.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, am I still safe? Yes, okay. So the IGI has, over a period of time, taken decisions and recommendations on a number of occasions through various mechanisms as provided for in the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. So, if appointed, what would you do to enforce those recommendations, and why?
Thank you very much. The way the Oversight Act stands at the moment is that the Inspector General's report is only about recommendations right now. It's not to an extent that the recommendations can be enforced in any other way. But when I take over as the Inspector General, I will advocate for a situation, number one, of really including and engaging the JSCI, because again, the JSCI has those powers, and the JSCI will be able to hold the executive, which is the minister, to account about why the recommendations have not been implemented. And as I have said that, I do believe that the strong relationship building that I will embark on will cause a situation where the heads of the intelligence services will have to explain, now that you have not taken and to implement these recommendations, you need to come up with your own alternative then to say these recommendations were not good enough. You have good enough, because the reason for the recommendation to be stipulated is because there is a problem that needs to be fixed. Now that the solution that you are given, you are rejecting, show us your own alternative. This is where the JCI then will stand up to say, as an oversight body, we are not accepting this situation. My number two will be advocate for powers that will be similar to those of the public protector, to say these recommendations cannot just be recommendations. They have to be implemented, because it will be counterproductive indeed if we are just going to, over years, to make recommendations without anything to come by that. And I do believe then that if the situation comes to worst, the courts of the land are there. Because we have to look into which area of our legislation has been violated here. Now, a person that will not be wanting to recommend this, to implement these things, they will have to be actually taken to an extent of the courts of the land.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Ms. Lamine, for your responses.
Thank you. I think we will go this way.
Mixing it up, are we? Hello to you. Please explain to me, okay, first of all, the new CV and the old CV, I've scanned them through twice. I can't see any difference. Was there some material difference that you felt the need to send a new one in?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, there is. There are two paragraphs, not paragraph, there are two sentences that I have removed.
Okay.
Yeah, and those two sentences really have a direct impact on national security, safety, and all that.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
You were special advisor to the minister during the July rioting, before the minister was removed, which is why I presume you're now unemployed. I take it the special advisor disappears with the minister. So were you the one who was advising the minister on how to handle the whole debacle of one minister throwing the other minister under the bus, etc.? Or did you perhaps advise the minister and she perhaps didn't take your advice? What was the situation there? Because it was certainly from the outside utterly chaotic.
Thank you, ma'am. During the issue of the July riots, the interaction of the minister and the other minister was away from the space that I was at. Because if we remember very well, is that even the JCI at that time did come to the premises to make their own inquiry into what happened. Because the fact of the matter is, even the report, as the report has also highlighted, the SSA did provide intelligence. As to the quality, maybe that we can ask. But in terms of providing intelligence, that did happen. But in terms of the to and froing of the minister, and I do believe that indeed the minister, the former minister Ayanda Dlodlo, surely she had to stand up for the men and women of the SSA who have, despite a lack of capacity, even despite the fact of how that organization has been hollowed, but managed to pick up, even prior to the incident itself, as early as June, they kept on feeding the system with reports of early warning. Well, we can argue about, but the way the whole thing, you know, there was mass looting and so on and so on, as the JCI would be aware as well, yes, you cannot stop a spontaneity or a mob psych, because you don't know how it will develop and so on. But in terms of early warning of the protest and so on, even the report has highlighted that the SSA did provide. So you can imagine, ma'am, that you know that your people have really put whatever that they could in place for this to be reported, but at the end it's reported that you have done nothing. It couldn't. Thank you, ma'am.
If we could move on now to the actual job of the IGI, if you could spell out the functions that the President may, according to the legislation, designate to the IGI, and in which case, who would you give the report to the President or to this committee? And what do you believe are the IGI functions in terms of reporting to this committee?
Okay, the Oversight Act states that the functions that the IGI is given to perform, the IGI needs to report to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, but also it says that the IGI should report to the president. So now, in terms of where, because of course the IGI can be asked by the minister to do some task, he can also be asked by the president to do the stuff. So in terms of your question, ma'am, is that if the president gives the IGI work to do, now the IGI will have to report as well to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. I'm saying that because the IGI should be a body really that is impartial, that services this democracy. We have learned from the past in our recent history that actually the institutions of the state can be subverted and can be utilized for other agendas other than the agenda of national security. So the IGI is not in contrast with the law if the IGI would also report this to the committee, because at the end of the day, even the executive is subject to parliamentary oversight. So for me, really, the IGI should also report this thing to the minister. Yeah, sorry, to the JSCI. Now, the functions the functions that you asked about, ma'am, was the functions in relation to reporting to the president, not in general. So this is my answer.
If the office of the IGI issues a recommendation, it seems currently that none of the ministers, none of the DGs are actually obliged to take on that recommendation and act on it. Now, what would your plan be to attempt to enforce or to ensure that those recommendations are enforced in the future?
Thank you, ma'am. I think, you know, what we are, the situation that we're in is that we really approach our work more on compliance rather than on fostering a culture where we understand each other's role and we are actually persuaded by the organizational culture and the values that we have in why we do what we do. So for me, that relationship building that I was talking about will already lay a foundation for the recommendations of the IG to be implemented. Because, you know, when you approach the organization as the body that seeks to assist the body to be effective, to be functional, and to be successful, and you actually come with advices on how they can do this and how they can do that, I do not believe that when you have postured yourself in such a way as a person who is there to enhance the effectiveness of the organization, you are not going to be taken as somebody who's intruding. And as a result, I do believe that that foundation that I am going to lay is going to make it easy for the recommendations of the IGI to be implemented. But of course, if now it goes beyond that and it is not happening, this is when I am going to rely to the JSCI.
Could you bring the report on such visits to the attention of the committee, whether or not it contained information which may not be released in terms of Section 78B3 of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act?
All right. In terms of the IGI and the access to information, the IGI has no hindrance. He has an unfettered access to whatever, whether it's COVID, whether it's the IGI has access to that. But when it comes to the JSCI, there are limitations in as far as COVID information is concerned. So there's going to be that boundary when it comes to sharing this information with the JSCI. Yes, the context and other details will be there, but anything of COVID nature and anything that needs to be protected, even from the ears and eyes of the JSCI, that the IGI must do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable, the good doctor.
Thank you very much. Qabani lika Tambo. Mkhondo madad. Madlamini.
I think you must be out of order. Khadebe with an H.
Profusely and sincerely apologize.
That's tautology. Thank you. The questions I have. Did you say that? I must ask this on the follow-ups because I will have an opportunity. I forgot. When you worked at SARS, is this you 2008 to 2014? Were you working at SARS or were you working at the SSA managing SARS?
No, I left SARS. I left the SSA in 2008.
To go
that
work
period,
at
I was
SARS.
at SARS, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember how you got that job? Who interviewed you?
I was headhunted
By who?
by Clifford Collins.
Clifford Collins. Clifford Collins is the former foreign branch intelligence official, no?
Yes.
Were you working in the... Did you work with Ivan Pillay?
No, Ivan Pillay was the... But he was at the level where Clifford was reporting to.
So Clifford was reporting to Ivan Pillay.
Yeah.
You were hard-hunted.
Yes.
Were there any covert intelligence collection activities in the unit you worked in?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, because the anti-corruption and security was not permitted nothing actually was for it to be involved in any covert operations. Not that I know of. If there was, I am not aware of that.
So SARS employed you to do vetting, which normally should be done by SSA. Am I correct?
I can explain.
Yeah, of course, it's your chance.
I will not remember the year, I think it should be 2005, Parliament came with cabinet. There's a cabinet meeting, a minute, that established what we call field worker units. These field worker units are vetting capacities in Home Affairs, in SARS, in the Reserve Bank, in other government departments. So how they function is that the department that is outside the SSA or NIA, let us say SARS in this case, SARS will conduct field work, which is vetting, collect all the information and so on. When the file is complete, the file goes to the SSA, NIA at that time. The file will go to NIA. It's still happening even today. You have this field worker unit, as I was saying, in Reserve Bank, in SARS, in Home Affairs, and so on and so on. So my working there was based on that cabinet minute that established these field worker units.
In vetting, is there no intrusive methods that are employed? I mean, vetting by nature, that's why it's in SSA. It's because it employs intrusive methods. Am I correct?
Not at all.
Okay.
The vetting does not employ intrusive methods because vetting is a counterintelligence tool. It's in the defense counterintelligence side. And it is not it is not offensive, because when you start employing intrusive tools is when now you are embarking on the offensive side of counterintelligence, whereas vetting is in the defensive side.
Why didn't the minister take you along to, that's normally a practice as a special advisor to the new department, public service?
Thank you, Member. From the beginning, when the minister made this proposal to me that she wants me to be her special advisor, it was our agreement that I am coming on board to assist her in as far as core business at the SSA is concerned.
Did you?
So meaning that my being there, it's not because of her, but it's because of what I can bring to her. So when she goes to the public service, it is not aligned to where I wish to be. So that is why I didn't go in.
So there was this moment in which the minister did not oppose the rogue unit report from being set aside by a court. Do you recall that moment?
It will need me to really go back, because you see, I was advising the minister mostly when it comes to issues of core business. We had people who were legal advisors, especially from the SSA, that was working with the minister on these issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
My final question. Is it legal in our entire legal framework, particularly constitutionally, for organs of the state to establish intelligence units, whether these intelligence units are doing covert or non-covert activities, whether they are using intrusive methods or not, to have intelligence units without the permission of the president? Is it legal? 1. 2, what kind of security threats would actually arise out of organs of state having security or intelligence units within themselves? Department of Education, Mayor of Polokwane, Mayor of Mkandule, and so on and so forth. What kind of security threats do you think that would pose to the country?
Member, the National Strategic Intelligence Act talks about establishment of departmental intelligence. I think at this point in time, I remember that, we're busy trying to get to an understanding exactly what it is that the National Strategic Intelligence Act says about establishment of departmental. It is in the Act, but your question is saying, is it legal to do that without the involvement or the okaying by the president? So I do believe that it can never be correct. It can never be correct to do that. I think the Act actually for now gives intelligence to the defense intelligence, to the civilian intelligence, and also to crime intelligence. But also it talks about that departmental intelligence. The departmental intelligence can never be established by a commissioner, for instance, or by the Director General on their own without talking to the SSA and also at the end the President actually approving on that. Otherwise, we will be a rogue state.
Can I read you Section 209 of the Constitution, subsection 1? Any intelligence service, and I repeat, any, other than any intelligence division of the Defense Force or Police Service may be established only by the President.
True.
As head of the National Executive, and only in terms of legislation. So it's not true, no, that the SSA can establish intelligence units outside of its immediate legislative scope.
If you heard me correct, honorable member, I did say in consultation with SSA, because SSA will only be assisting in terms of how this thing is supposed to work, but at the end, the president is the one, I use the word okaying. It's the president who is going to approve that, because the president is the president has no, as the Constitution says, it's the president who does that, but the expertise lies with the SSA, for instance, in this case. So that is why the SSA will be assisting in terms of the modalities, but at the end, the president is the one who approves. So it means the president has established.
My final question, you've been working with Minister Ayanda Ndlondlo, who failed, in my view. You want to convince me I'm one of the panel members. She failed with distinction.
Take your time.
Sorry? No, Chairperson, I'm indebted to you on this one. Should I
1
proceed?
minute, okay.
Okay, thank you. You worked with Minister Ayanda Ndlondlo from when she was appointed to when she was, I think, dismissed from this position or exchanged. I think she failed with distinction, and I think the riots are a case in point. Why should we put you as the IGI? Don't you think that we will be exacerbating the lack of confidence that the institution and the entire intelligence community already lacks in the public eye? Just give us a chance to say, taking you from Ayanda, putting you, that will be direct from Ayanda to the IGI. You're not working since. Why should we do that? Wouldn't it damage the reputation of the intelligence services, the IGI, even further, and this failure that is a big reputational damage at the moment in front of our people?
Thank you, honorable member. I think if you are going to judge my, possibility of performing as an IGI based on the standards or the performance of Minister Ndlondlo, actually it means I can get the job even tomorrow, because Minister Ndlondlo has excelled. She has excelled in pursuing her responsibility as the Minister of Intelligence. I have seen the opposition she had to work under, how she was resisted, but still she managed to forge ahead and put in place so many things that when she came there were non-existent. And I do believe that even the issue right now as we speak, the high-level review panel came with a very important recommendation of saying the intelligence structure, the intelligence service, which is the SSA, needs to be disestablished so that we correct the ills that happened in the previous dispensation. And that actually the minister already established a task team which was able to consult over in a wide variety of platforms and produced a general intelligence amendment bill with proposals that, when actually implemented, those proposals are going to see a repositioned, a remodeled, an intelligence organization that is going to be so effective. We're not going to be experiencing these things that we're experiencing in the country of our infrastructure being vandalized, which I call economic sabotage. We're not going to see all these situations of, organized crime that is ravaging our country. So I believe that indeed the Minister Ayanda Ndlondlo has really, there are so many things that she has actually put in place. And we should remember also that the period of time that she was there, the morale of the members were remarkably actually improved compared to what was before. So this is what I believe. Okay, I think I should proceed. Before I left there, because this is under the minister, as you have correctly pointed out, I have put in a proposal to change how vetting is supposed to be approached. We know very well that right now we have a serious problem of backlog of vetting across the board. You talk crime intelligence, you talk defense intelligence, you talk SSA. We have a serious problem of backlog. So I have come up with a proposal that shows that actually it is possible to eliminate this backlog. So the other thing as well that I can mention is that the minister came there and realized that in terms of deploying members to foreign stations, this is a contested terrain. This is what we read about every time in the newspapers. But the minister came up with an operational deployment strategy that is so fundamental in deploying our capabilities abroad in a way that is so logical, that is so effective. If implemented, we will see a turnaround into how effective the SSA is. That strategy, actually, the minister was at a point where the strategy is supposed to be again developed for the domestic branch so that deploying our capabilities in provinces up to the level of the municipal level is supposed to happen. So there are all these strategies that are in place. I can talk of issues of the minister putting in place, because there's an outcry of the issues of sexual harassment within the SSA. The minister has put in place a task team or a committee, if you like, of people that are going to be looking into these matters of sexual harassment, because right now this is an area where no one is talking about it. It's been in the papers at some point, but no one is talking about those things. But the minister came in and put in place this structure there. The minister has made the issue of the appeal and adjudication board to be in place so that every member in the organization that have appeals to make can bring those forward. And now you started to see the morale of the membership of the organization changing. I can count so many things that the minister has already put in place. She has put in place a task team again, which is under the Deputy Minister of Intelligence, Honorable Zizi Godwa, to work on the implementation of the high-level review panel. And I do know, because I think I did have a sight limitedly of the report that they had produced. They have, really moved some level into ensuring that the recommendations of the high-level review panel are implemented. So there are so many things. The issue also, again, of launching the intelligence veteran structure, because this is according to the Intelligence Services Act and the intelligence regulations that say the intelligence structures, especially the SSA, need to have a relationship with the intelligence structures. I, for one, have made a benchmark study with the other intelligence organizations in the world to see how they utilize their intelligence veterans. And indeed, I found that all the intelligence organizations that I have benchmarked with do exactly use their intelligence veterans in their services, which is not happening here. But the minister was on the verge of launching that body so that it can work. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Makwanisha, what was the other pronunciation? Makwanisha?
No, thank you very much, Chair. It's unfortunate that the Chair can't be called to order. No, thank you very much. Good day, Ms. Lamine.
Good day, Honorable Makwani.
Thank you. Just from your CV, You have trained in quite a number of countries, including Cuba, GDR. Just briefly, how long did you undergo training in each of those countries? Briefly.
Thank you, Sir. I think that is why even in my CV, I was careful to write I was trained by services of these countries. Because in terms of the training by Stasi of the GDR, German Democratic Republic, I was trained in GDR. The training was 6 months. And when I was trained by the ZCIO, the training was in Harare. The training was, I think it was for 3 months, because it was the time of, because I voted, when I cast my first vote, I was in Harare actually. And when it comes to the CIA, this one was for a month. And when it comes to the Cuban one, it should be roughly 3 months as well. And the ones that I did internally, the operational course lasted for a year. And the Executive National Security Program lasted for 6 months. And that one actually also included a study visit to France, where we were, seeing how the French were approaching their own national security approach. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. You said earlier on that the Inspector General of Intelligence approached the minister about issues relating to the budget of the IGI. What was your advice to the minister? Because you said that you were advising the minister on the core business.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I was in the meeting, but it was not my space there because we are two advisors. One is responsible for governance, and the other, which is me, is responsible for core business. So the budgetary stuff and all that will go to my other colleague. Thank you.
Okay. So what is the effect of Chapter 3 of the Constitution on the work of the IGI?
I want to believe that that part of the Constitution will talk about the fact that the IGI, as an oversight body, needs to be impartial, and they need to disperse their functions independently in order to satisfy the imperatives of national security. They have to do their work in a manner that is transparent. Also, even the candidate to be an Inspector General should satisfy all those requirements.
Is Chapter 3 of the Constitution not about cooperative governance?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, then if I may have made a mistake. Yeah, Constitution is so long. So if it is about cooperative governance, in my view, it falls within the whole system of national security. I see it in the way that the Inspector General himself is a role player, a critical one, in this whole system of national security. While the intelligence structures or intelligence services are the instruments for national security. And then we know that also we have our different levels of government. So now the issue of cooperative governance there will go even to the heart of the relationships in terms of the issues of, relating with the other oversight bodies as well, and relating as well with the Chapter 9 institutions, for instance, the Inspector General or the Inspector of the Police, the IPID, and so on and so on. This is how I think I will understand it.
No, thank you very much. According to you, are there any differences between the doctrine of state security and that of national security?
Thank you. I think if I can start with the doctrine of state security, you know, I think that no, let me approach it this way. Already the white paper on intelligence in the advent of democracy spelled out that our country is moving away from the state-centric national security, but now is adopting a people-centric national security. And it defines the issue that in the past, threats to national security were expected to come from neighboring countries in terms of their armies invading our country, which is why national security was about state security. But now, because we are in democracy, where our constitution in section 198 states that one of the fundamental principles of national security is our people having a resolve to live a life of harmony and peace, but very important, to experience a life that is free from fear and a life that is free from want. In this, therefore, it means national security that is people-centric is the one that does its business because it has the mind of the people and the heart of the people, and whatever that they do is to ensure that indeed what the Constitution says about the people, them experiencing a life free from fear and a life free from want, indeed happens. So this is a difference. With state security, you are not going to attain what the Constitution says. There's going to be a gap that forever is widening if you are going to have state security, whereas actually your country, your Constitution calls upon you to be people-centric.
Did you at any point have a discussion with the minister with regard to that discussion? Because the name of the department still refers to as state security.
As I have pointed out that it was the minister's priority that this recommendation of the high-level review panel that says disestablish has to be done. So in that task team that I spoke about, that I was a coordinator of, that was charged by the minister of looking into the proposals of the new architecture of the intelligence organization. So the minister then, it means, have given a leeway to say, advise me, so that I advise the president and the policymaker of how intelligence is supposed to be. So one of the things, therefore, in this proposal that is put in place was that indeed there has to be a shift, a paradigm shift, to go back to a national security doctrine that is people-centric. There are definite proposals that we have put in place with my team to say this is how actually we can take away this focus of intelligence and give it this paradigm shift so that intelligence really can begin to do its job in a people-centric way of doing business in terms of national security.
Lastly, have you ever been in a situation where you had to take a decision or challenge authority at a great risk to your own sense of comfort?
Well, here I think I can make an example. I can make an example of, even though it is long ago, but I think it is important even still today. When I was still a section head of vetting in the South African Secret Service, At that point, our divisional head and the whole meeting actually came with a decision that all the members that come from non-statutory forces, which is those who come from the PAS, the Pan-Africanist Security Service of the PAC, and those that come from DIS of the ANC, are supposed to be vetted. And those that come from the statutory forces, which is the NIS and other Homeland Intelligence Services, will not be vetted. They will only be vetted after 5 years. I had an issue with that. I challenged the meeting, I challenged my superiors to say that can never be correct, because the issue is that right now we are in the South African Secret Service. We're not in the DIS, we're not in the NIS, and we're not in the TIS or in the VINIS or wherever. This is the South African Secret Service, and everybody will have to start having their security clearance begin now. So this was a very serious challenge that I know that I was actually even risking. But I stood my ground, and because of my resilience into pursuing this matter, indeed, at the end, I got a buy-in, because I had to actually even report to the Director General that I do not agree with what this decision is about. And indeed, that was overruled, and the South African Secret Service started to, so then I had a responsibility of doing a threat assessment that will inform the DG to say we can start vetting in that structure, that directorate, and so on. And then we began that for a very long time until I left SARS in 2008. There was never a backlog. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kumete. Ms. Lamini, my apologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we get to Honorable Stebe?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lamini, I just want to begin where my honored colleague next to me was asking about your time frame. You left the country in 1986, and you came back in 1993. That's what I could gather. Am I right there? According to your CV and the information in here.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you said, but in 1988, you were in Moscow.
Yes, sir.
And then the next place that you were was in 91 in Stockholm.
Yes, sir.
How long were you in Moscow, and how long were you in Stockholm?
In Moscow, I was there for a course that lasted for 10 months. So it will be, it either could be 87, then overlapped to 88. But I was in Moscow for 10 months for a political science qualification, which actually, by the way, now I have the certificate in hand, because the minister has actually, spoken to her counterparts in Russia, and they were able to, all the people, all the comrades who underwent training, be it intelligence or whatever, we have 2 boxes of a certificate. I have mine also for that 10 months. Thank you.
Okay, just to follow up there, that was for 10 months. Then from 88 till 91, there's nothing in your CV. What you were not in South Africa. Where did you work in that period? From when you finished in Moscow until you started in Stockholm in 1991. Where were you? Were you working somewhere? Was it in Moscow, or was it somewhere else in the world?
Okay, I can explain it this way to say my home was in Angola at that time. When I say I am going somewhere, I go wherever, but I come back to Angola. If not, if then I will be sent somewhere, I will be going to maybe Zambia, but my home was in Angola. So the back and forth would be between me and other countries, but with Angola. Because remember, honorable member, at that time, I had left the country to join the ranks of Umkhonto we Sizwe, and Umkhonto we Sizwe was outside the country. So I am a commissar.
Okay.
My good doctor, you are out of order.
Thank you. Okay, we can stop there. Then you said you said you had the vision right in the start. You said you recognize some entities. You said we have got an ailing organization, and your words was a sinking ship. Now, what strategy will you implement to stop that sinking ship? And what did you mean by saying it is a sinking ship?
You know, directly, without saying much, it's a sinking ship because there is no intelligence organization that can survive without an effective counterintelligence. Over years, the SSA has been functioning without an effective counterintelligence. You know, when you look at the National Strategic Intelligence Act, it is clearly stated there what the mandate of counterintelligence is, amongst which is the protection and the safeguarding of intelligence. And intelligence here is referred to the intelligence operations of the organization, but also the integrity of the intelligence product. If you look at the Act, you will see that intelligence as a mandate only has a mandate to collect, you know, the whole cycle of intelligence and take the product to the to the NICOG. That is what intelligence is supposed to do. Whereas counterintelligence is supposed to do all what intelligence does, but added to that, it's supposed to report to the president, to the Home Affairs Department, to the SAPS, to other departments of the state. And yet you do not have this capacity the way it is supposed to function at the SSA. Now the question is, then what strategies do I have? The strategy that I have is that you cannot have a counterintelligence that continues to be an appendage of intelligence, which means counterintelligence is supposed to be a standalone entity that reports to the president of the country, not to the DG. It is not supposed to be like that, because if counterintelligence reports to the DG is able to do whatever that he wants, with counterintelligence not effectively monitoring and picking up what the DG is doing. So subverting intelligence organization becomes very easy. Now the question may be, but the president is also a human being. The president can also do what the DG can do. So my response is that is why in our country we have a parliamentary oversight, which is very powerful. The JSCI is very powerful because the counterintelligence, when they pick up that the president of the country is actually subverting the intelligence organization, the counterintelligence is able to report this to the JSCI, and the president will be held accountable. I do believe that really without having this effective standalone counterintelligence, we will say whatever that we'll say, we will not succeed. But my number two is that for a very long time, the intelligence structures, even including crime intelligence, even including defense intelligence, we are more focused on compliance. We're not talking about the issues of fixing the organizational culture and advocating for living the organizational values. So I want to believe that the intelligence structure, because I have also conducted a desktop research, and I have found out that even the CIA recommends that the intelligence structures should and cannot survive actually without having a capacity that is responsible for promoting integrity within the ranks of intelligence organizations. Number two, to have a pillar that will just focus on the compliance with policies. And also number three, to have a pillar that will disperse sanctions. Because the problem that we are seeing, Honorable Member, is that there is so much apathy in terms of dispersing the functions that are supposed to be done by intelligence, or even an apathy of taking people and holding them accountable for things that they are supposed to be doing and are not doing. And that has led to a culture of impunity. So people just conduct themselves in a way that, you know, raises an issue of security breaches and situations that are actually dragging the name of the organization to the mud, but nothing is happening. So I do believe that you have to have these three pillars, because with the promotion pillar, you are inculcating the values of the organization so that even the leadership know that being a leader means whatever that I do, my subordinates are actually emulating my behavior. Leadership of the organizations are the one that set the ethical tone for the organization. If we're talking about crime intelligence, for instance, with the leadership that is in the papers for, you know, embezzling the slush fund, or that is the infighting is so rife and so on and so on. That culture that is set there, that tone that is set, is emulated by the members on the ground. Now you tell me, when is crime intelligence then is going to be able to run after, to detect where crime is so that they can give the information to the subs to deal with the high level of crimes in our country?
Chair? Yes, I've still got time. No. Okay, that's my follow-up. Thank you. First follow-up.
Thank you very much. From what you have just said, there's one question that I always ask. It's in the Oversight Act, Section 7. It's saying something about the IGI. If the IGI is given a task by the president, it must then report to the president. You have just mentioned something about if the president does something wrong, then they must report to, then counterintelligence can report to the JSCI. Do you think it's ideal for that type of a situation where the IGI will be given a task? My understanding is that the Inspector General is the operational part of this committee. So if they can be given some other tasks that we don't know about, don't you think that is dangerous? Especially because if you are given that task by a president, it's very difficult to say no. Very few people can say no when it comes to that. Do you think it's an ideal type of situation? I think you're provoking me all the time. And you seem to be succeeding. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe in the power that the JCI has. There's a reason why there is this oversight body. Is to ensure that really there is no capture of the intelligence structures, that there is no subversion that happens. because all these things impact on national security. So the president has powers. Indeed, the president has powers. But the powers of the president also are limited in terms of the parliament, the parliamentary oversight. So I do believe indeed that when the president will give a task to the intelligence, to the IGI, this is the question, to the IGI will perform that task. When the IGI reports to the president, the IGI will also report that to the JSCI. I do believe that it should go that way. That is why I believe that we have a parliamentary oversight. Otherwise, it was just going to be an executive oversight only.
But that is not what the Act says. So you agree with me? Or there's something wrong with this?
I do agree. I do agree, Chair. There is I think for me, there is the spirit of the law and there is the letter of the law. The letter of the law may be as is, but the spirit of the law was that we want to have oversight, so that with oversight, we know that there are no shenanigans that happens without that coming to light. That is the spirit of the law. So I do believe that if then the spirit of the law is not going to be promoted to that extent, the letter of the law needs to change then to reflect the spirit of the law in that regard, the way I see it.
Thank you very much. Honorable Muima.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
In your curriculum vitae, you make reference to you being part of the team of 4 that produced a draft General Intelligence Law Amendment Bill with proposal for future architecture of the civilian intelligence of the country. Can you just probably give us the attributes of this proposal, point of emphasis, the thrust of it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the proposals that we are putting in place, is that standalone number 1 key, that standalone counterintelligence, as I have already explained why it is that necessary to have it. And number 2 is the issue of collection. I think, I want to expand, but I am cautious as well of not, dabbling in areas that I should not go into, because we are in the public space right now. I'm not sure, Chairperson, how to, because I was just about to really flow, and I realized that we are actually on the
I think you
public.
mustn't flow. Just pick on where seemingly I've got a deputy that side. So.
I think just to maybe on top, without getting into details, but the proposals have to do with really building capacity for intelligence collection at all levels. Because what we are realizing is that our municipal level, we don't have presence of counterintelligence. We don't have presence of intelligence. And this is at the heart of service delivery. This is where national security is experienced, where we are saying there is a gap between the aspirations that are expressed in the Constitution and the reality that is experienced by our people on a day-to-day basis. So how will this situation change when actually counterintelligence and intelligence are only at the provincial level, but they are not cascading to that level of service delivery? We are talking about issues that have to do with capacity in terms of collections abroad. We're talking about capacity in terms of inculcating this organizational culture that I was talking about, because without that organizational culture, you are not going to win. You can change the leadership of the organization how many times you want, as long as the culture remains that of syndicating and turning the organization into a personal purse and all those things. It's not gonna be possible. So there are other things as well, Honorable Member, that I may not ventilate.
Thank you, Ms. Lamini. The second point relates to an area that is quite critical to our deliberations in assessing as to whether or you advance the office if appointed. It relates to the issue of stakeholder relations. From where you come from as a special advisor to the minister, what would your observation be in terms of the relation that existed between the IGI and Musanda?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think my own observation is that the relations, were not necessarily the way I would refer.
Some noise somewhere there. You are protected. You can continue.
The way I would prefer the office of the IGI to have relations with the services, because I believe that the relationship is supposed to be very dynamic. There has to be a continuous feedback. You see, I think if we're going to have a situation where the report will only come at the end of the year, based on what? Based on what the intelligence services are giving the IGI, and then the IGI makes a pronouncement. This is not fostering good relationship. So good relationship should be about a continuous engagement, a continuous fostering of this relationship, so that they also understand the role of the Inspector General as part and parcel of this national security infrastructure or system that we have. So I do not believe and I do not think that the relationship with the IGI, indeed the IGI's role for me, the way I see it, was seen, of course, as this, okay. But I don't think actually it was the way it is supposed to be. Not by doing.
You can say it is important for you to tell us, or how was it seen?
And this is my own perception. And the people who, the Inspector General may differ with me. It's my own observation. And it is based on the fact that, for me, I believe that an Inspector General has to have this dynamic communication and a dynamic contact with the services, not just based on, you have done wrong, now I come for you. That already creates tensions. But if it's a situation of, why in this together, my role is this, yours is this, so let us see how we're going to do this, so that at the end we are able to come up with something that is going to make this organization work better. That is why I spoke about the Inspector General being proactive. That's very important. But that dynamic communication and contact at any time, as I was saying, quarterly and at any time as it can be necessary, will improve things in terms of relationship.
This
1 minute.
This relation, did it fall under your core business, or it was the relation between the SSA and the IGI? Did it fall under your competency or under your colleague? I'm raising this point given the fact that it can't just be the IGI should have been proactive. It's a two-way process. And given the magnitude of the department and the presence of the executing authority, don't you think that as a special advisor, you should have advised the minister to also be proactive from her side?
Well, my involvement with the IGI were to make inputs in as far as the findings of core business for the SSA were involved. So this is where my advising was about. Core business in as far as, in terms of core business of the SSA, what are the findings and what are the recommendations? So, Minister, these are the things, and actually I do agree with this, and this one, indeed, the SSA need to do this and that. This is how actually it was laid out.
I'll come back under follow-up, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
I'm not sure about that. Okay, Honorable Hadebe with an H.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm also not sure. There's no comeback, Chief. Has no comeback. No, that was just on a lighter note, Chair. Sibalukulu Mkondo. Part of our assessment has to do, well, I'm sure you are aware because it was part of the advert, that we're looking for a citizen that is fit and proper. Now, the fit and proper aspect speaks to honesty, integrity, and impartiality. Now, I'm raising this mindful of the fact that Section 18 of our Constitution promotes freedom of association, and Section 19 guarantees the political right. As such, as this committee, we cannot prejudice you based on your political affiliation. However, based on the findings and recommendation on the high-level review panel report that there was politicization and factionalism within the agency, please tell us, how did you manage to insulate yourself, and how are you going to insulate yourself should we consider you as a candidate? So that once bitten, twice shy, I'm sure you are aware of that. We don't want to exacerbate the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. In this instant, in terms of your question, yes, I think let me just trace it to say, in 1994, 95, 94, when we started now to work for the country as intelligence officers, the induction that we got was that when you are an intelligence officer, your political activism go in as far as you vote for whatever party of your choice. You cannot be seen to be so political in a manner that actually you carry out the whatever aspirations of your political party within this setup. Because here you are serving the people of South Africa. That is your number one. Your number one is allegiance to the Constitution and allegiance to the people of South Africa. That I have carried through my career. And actually, for that matter, even before I joined the statutory intelligence organization, even within the ranks of MK, after having completed a task as a platoon, the commander would say, when we are standing there in attention, he would say, "Who do you serve, comrades?" We will respond and say, "We serve the people of South Africa." As I have said, we were in Angola. The people of South Africa were not in Angola. But it was inculcated within us that whatever you do, you do it for the people of South Africa. Over and above that, the law is clear, as you have quoted it. But I wanted to show you that this is not even about complying with the legislation, but it's about your convictions and your values and your principles.
Thank you, Commissar. Now,
Can I, before you get in,
okay,
not with an H,
as the chair pleases.
and what about this committee?
What about it, Chair?
In terms of political whatever and so on, this one, what do you think must happen?
Well,
What you have just explained.
Well, I do know that the committee is composed of members of different political parties. But the members of different political parties have sworn allegiance to the Constitution, even though they are here so that they represent their political parties. But number one, before their political parties, it is the Constitution of this country. So they will not come in this committee to just further the aims of their political party over the aspirations of the Constitution.
Are you sure about that?
I am 100% sure, Chair.
Okay, thank you. You can continue, Hadebe with an H.
Thank you, Honorable the Chairperson. From your opening remarks, you said, as outlined in the high-level review panel report, the agency is an ailing organization. You went further to say we are in a sinking ship, meaning as currently things stand, we're in a Titanic. Yes, it's a Titanic. Sooner or later will be sinking. You further said we need to have capacity for threats and risk assessment and identify areas of focus with intelligence head. And you stated that we can't do this without strong capabilities of counterintelligence. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And looking at your role for the past 2 years, you said you were a special advisor to the minister in your core business of intelligence and counterintelligence. Do you think 2 years, it's, okay, differently put, do you think there's a lot that can be achieved within 2 years?
I think so.
Okay. With what you have just told us and what I've just repeated to you, what have stopped you from implementing this as a special advisor to the minister? And if there were bottlenecks or challenges, what were those? I'm asking this precisely because now you're applying to be an inspector general. You will be expected to monitor and review activities of intelligence and counterintelligence. So the expectation is that that which you are speaking about now could have been implemented within that 2-year period, and correctly agreed with me that there's a lot that can be achieved within the 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think to respond quickly is to say, yes, indeed, I was a special advisor, not implementer, meaning my role would go in as far as to say, this is what I believe needs to be done. But I am not the one charged with the responsibility to run this thing. But in my 2 years, of course, I have forwarded advice and proposals, large and small, and I have already counted, for instance, the massive one, that proposal of establishing the intelligence organization. That also goes with reviewing the whole law for intelligence, that General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill. But on top of that, I have also been, from the ministry side, I have been involved in matters of creating or drafting a national security strategy and also a national security policy. Even though this one was actually led by the colleagues that are at NICOC, but from the ministry side, I was involved with that process. I can actually even expatiate, why this is big. I think it's important actually to outline why I am raising this, that even in these 2 years, because you see, if our country can adopt this national security policy, the impact is not just going to be for the intelligence services. It's not just going to be for the government departments. It's going to be for the whole country. These issues of all these national security threats that we are experiencing, I will always talk about the sabotage of the railway lines. You talk about organized crimes, even at the mining areas, the zamazamas. You talk about cash in transit heists. All these issues will be so minimized to a point that it will be worth reporting when they happen, because it is odd now. That national security policy will get us to that point. Now, what is most important also about the implementation of this national security policy, I need to make a quick comment to say the minister, which is one of the issues that Honorable Ndlozi was asking, to say the minister has not succeeded. And I said she actually has excellently for that, is that it is under her reign that this issue, for the first time after 2013, I think, the national security strategy has been drafted, and also the national security policy has been drafted. And the view, and let me tell you, on the night, for that matter, of the reshuffle, the minister had already assembled a team that is even composed of academics and other levels of the society to engage, because with the national security policy, it's not just the work of intelligence, but it is the work that involves all the strata of the society. And this is so important because it will go to a point where there will be what we will term as a national security indaba. This is where you involve the people of this country to come forward with solutions to the national challenges that they face. Because people have solutions, but we do not actually work with people so that they can come with these solutions. That consultation with the people will also foster this value that we lack in our country, the value of patriotism. Because with the value of patriotism, people will appreciate that their role in the whole system of national security go in as far as them protecting their infrastructure, because that assists them. It goes in as far as them reporting when they see wrongdoing. And in that way, again, it will ensure that indeed people embrace what the government is trying to put in place. So all these things happened during my time and during also the time of the minister. So another thing also that I want to point out is that this issue, it is very important. This issue of the operational deployment strategy that I cannot be able to, talk the details of. The minister signed that strategy. That's a big achievement, because with that strategy, you actually have an organization.
Just a minute.
Just on a point of order. We are talking now issues that directly relate to the State Security Agency. We are here to talk about the Inspector General what must transpire there. And I think if we go, because all that was said this morning is in relation to the state security. And I feel that we must just come back to the Inspector General's office. Thank you.
Yeah, I think then the best thing to do that is for our questions to be directed that way. Because if there's I can't determine the questions that will be asked. So I think Honorable Hadebe with an H, I think maybe we can let her finish what she was saying, and your time is over already.
No, Chair, let us also be mindful of the fact that powers and functions of the Inspector General is to monitor and review activities of intelligence and counterintelligence. So they are interlinked. There is no way that you can separate unless I'm swimming in the river of confusion.
No, you see, I think I get what Honorable Stebe is saying. Not that they don't interlink, but now it seems I agree with him, or now we are dealing with SSA specifically, and maybe even what the minister did. But that, no. Just him. And it becomes specific. But let me let Ms. Lamini finish on that one. All I can do is to caution, because I don't know whatever question is going to come from there. Over to you. You can finish. Honorable Hadewe's question.
Thank you.
And then even his time has lapsed.
I will quickly, in my understanding of the function that says monitor compliance with policies, this is the function of the Inspector General. And already it is stated in the white paper on intelligence, this issue of national security policy. It's already stated in the high-level review panel. And the IG is supposed to ensure that these things are happening. So I did not see any, we're talking about the SSA. Maybe it's because Honorable Hadebe mentioned the name of the minister. Maybe this is where, yeah, but the question, this is how I understood it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sibalukulu.
I should think if Hadebe, you went at length trying to...
Can I conclude?
No, you can't. Honorable Madikhali.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and my apology for the noise. I was not eating. I was trying to put everything in order on my table. Because Honorable Ndlozi said I'm eating, I was eating. I was not. Thank you very much, Sis Nomsa. Madlamini, thank you so much. This committee...
I say we are left with your only 10 minutes. We are not going to have any follow-ups unless we agree. Your only 10 minutes is what we have left here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Madlamini, this office is going to deal with submissions whereby others will submit anonymously. So I want to check with you as to how will you then satisfy the two parties, the one who submitted and the one maybe that the name or his or her name will be appearing in that submission. I'm asking this question because there's an incident whereby I've noticed that things were not in order in the office of the IGI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I do believe that all the submissions that will come should be treated with the highest confidentiality that they deserve, because obviously to be involved in a situation where you are going to be submitting this, you are already putting your life at risk, either from being ostracized by your leadership or, or actually where you are victimized or up to a point where your life is threatened. So there has to be that discreetness in the office of the IG. So that is why the Act is talking about that impartiality, that independence, and that is why also members of the IGI office are supposed to be vetted to the level of top secret.
Thank you very much for your response. And now I'm going to be specific on this one. If I cannot ask you this question, all the accolades maybe that I'll be having over your good work that you've been doing since this morning, I won't forgive myself. I see that there was a judgment in civil claim that has been made against you. And to me, it looks like you are shifting the blame to somebody. I don't know whether the marriage was in community of property or out of community of property. If it was in community of property, why are you then writing only your name and not both names? And then if ever it happened that you win this position, how are you then going to change? Because this thing is tainting you and I don't think it's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This thing really hurts me because people who know me, I'm in public right now, people who know me that when it comes to issues of finances, actually I advise people on how they should handle their finances. This is how I am. So that blot is something that, as I have written there, I will not go on details about it. I will not go there, but I took my own money to try to settle this thing, even though it is not me, because really it is a plot that really hurts me and does not belong to me. I repudiate it with all the contempt. It's just unfortunate that I cannot talk about it now. It's settled, as I am saying there. But the fact that my name appears like that, it's not me. It's unlike me. That is just out of, yeah.
Yeah, that is why I'm worried. One day, it's one day, God will protect you. And all of us, the females. Oh.
But the question is she still married?
Oh, okay. Well, there's no problem. Now, going back to the office that you are contesting for, the invitation here is to make sure that the IGI has a greater autonomy. There is an urgent need for a legislative review of the functioning and resources of office of the IGI. The current configuration being resourced through SSA has demonstrated that it will be weakened and it will lead to the politicization of the SSA. Logically, who would fund and adequately resource an office designed to hold them accountable? Do you think that the office will function better if the IGI had a deputy to assist him or her in terms of law? I'm saying him or her because I don't know who is going to end up occupying this position. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I really believe that would be of great assistance because I see the function of the IGI really broadening to how it is right now. Just to make an example, I do believe that the Oversight Act, for instance, in actually agreeing with the position that you are advancing, the Oversight Act only talks about the Inspector General having a purview over crime intelligence, SSA, and DI. Yet, actually, for instance, there are committees that produce intelligence. Talk NICOC, for instance. the IGI is not having any oversight over NICOG, over net joints, over even the counterintelligence coordinating forum. These are committees that produce intelligence. When you think about the issues of politicization of intelligence, this is through an intelligence product as well, but the IGI has no purview over that. You talk about areas like the Financial Intelligence Center. These generate intelligence. The IG has no purview over that. So this scope is broadening for one person. You go also over that, you realize the intense and the deep challenge that intelligence services are at. I'm talking about the three of them. We are in the process of rebuilding, I want to believe. We want to reposition and remodel. So it will need the Intelligence Inspector General also to change a paradigm on how we look at these things. So it will not just only be based on complaints, because right now, most of the work that the Inspector General is doing is based on complaints, and then it becomes the certification program. But as I have said, even in the beginning, this is about changing the way we do things so that we become proactive. We do those threats and risk assessments. We develop that case management system. We develop that communication feedback strategy so that we can. So this thing is broadening, and I want to actually agree with the advancement of having a deputy in the office.
Thank you, Ms. Nomsa. Going back to the high-level panel report. The high-level panel report or report panel found that the Office of the IGI should be given some legislated status. In your opinion, based on the study of the current legislative framework, what legislative amendments are required for this office of the IGI? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that one that you spoke about the powers, because we are saying it's just recommendations, who cares, you know? So let the powers of the IGI be legislated. My number two about the amendments, it's that issue of also having a purview over the other intelligence generating, whether committees or departments as well. I think for now, in terms of legislation, these are the two things that I would recommend.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm done, and I'm happy that Ms. Nomsa is a woman. The way you handled my questions, it was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Honorable Madi Khalim hasn't volunteer information that was never asked for. I think we don't have, unless if we decide, we don't have time for we don't have. So I already have 5 people that says we don't have. So I would ask Ms. Dlamini, it's now your chance.
So, sorry, Chairperson, I raised my hand. I didn't speak without your permission, but it looks like you are ignoring me. I do have a follow-up.
I was on the point of whether we are going to be having follow-ups. I said we don't have time.
No, I raised my hand, but you didn't point me.
Okay. So what is it in relation to?
It's in relation to this important matter of follow-ups.
No,
I do have a follow-up.
I said we have got 5 people who say no follow-ups, so it means that one is closed. I mean, you can't have a follow-up alone after it has been voted for.
But you didn't open the vote. Chair, don't Chair, badly.
No. Can I?
Maybe you
can I-
might be tired, but you mustn't bully us.
No.
You mustn't bully us. We agreed on the structure of the interviews.
Can I say,
Yeah, but don't dismiss me like that and say there was a vote. You didn't even open for a vote. You opened the question, I raised my hand, you don't point at me, and then you now want to bulldoze me
I wonder what you expect me to do.
to recognize me.
No, I don't.
On a point of
recognize
order, Chair.
Amar, it's unfair, Chairperson.
Can I give to Ms. Dlamini as we close? It's your chance now. Do you have anything to say about the whole process? Any comments or whatever you would like to tell the panel about
Chair,
the
will you
process
take my
that-
point of order after she would have been done?
Correct, I will do that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. What I'd like to say is really to express my gratitude for the opportunity that the JSCI has afforded me to come and be interviewed for this position. I do believe that the interviews went very well in terms of how I was engaged. So I really want to say thank you. That is what I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can be released. Your point of order, Honorable Madi Khali.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ke be ke sa nyaka gore re tswa ka mo re kgopišegile because you asked a question and we responded, and thereafter Honorable Ndlozi raised his hand.
Can you give her a chance to say whatever she wants to say? Can you give her a chance to say what she wants to say? I mean, those according to the rules of meetings, you know yourself, we don't do meetings that way. She's still on the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that, but then he is saying I did not see him. But I'm seated like this, and I see both sides. Oh, okay, so that's what I wanted to say, Chair, that you were not being unfair. You were fair in your ruling. Maybe next time, Honorable Ndlozi will raise his hand before we respond. Thank you.
Honorable, did you raise before? And then you will follow. Honorable Zagude and Honorable Moima.
Yes, Chair. The only challenge that I have for the approach is that it can open up open up this process to attack, in the sense that with all the candidates, there's been follow-ups, and where there's reason to believe on the appearance that there was inconsistency, this process can be tainted. I was just questioning the meetings to the extent that consistency must be the overriding factor in terms of how we move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Zagude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to agree with what Honorable Maimang said just now, and also to propose that, Chairperson, maybe for us to be able to manage our time correctly, we can add 1 minute to the 10 minutes and use that 11 minutes fruitfully for both the questions and follow-ups. If we can do that, because we are trying to manage time so that we don't finish midnight today. Thanks, Chair.
You see, the problem is not the management of time. The problem is with the responses. It's very difficult for the chairperson to stop the responses from the candidate. It's easier to manage the colleagues but very difficult to say when she's still explaining to say. That's why I can simply say 2 minutes just to highlight, but you can't say no, now your 2 minutes is finished. I can do that maybe with the colleagues. But anyway, even if we add, we make it 11, the situation is going to be the same. But I gave a warning that the way it goes, Madi Khali, the 10 minutes that you are going to use would be the last one.
Chair.
Unless if you give me the go-ahead that then we extend. That's why I asked her, do we get in there or whatever? Can we go that way, Honorable Steben, Honorable
Thank you, Chair.
Juanishi?
I think if we get another candidate that is not talking to the topic, not talking to the IGI, but elaborate on the experience and what is envisaged in the SSA, and that's got nothing to do with the IGI, you should call that 1 minute much earlier. Please.
Yes.
Even if it's going to be very difficult, because I wouldn't be the one that asked the question. If you ask the question about something that has got nothing to do with the IGI, it would be us who asked that question, and I can't get into it all.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, the first point, I think what Honorable Moimane raised is important.
Are we on air?
No.
Oh.
What Honorable Moiman raised, I think it's important. This is not a portfolio committee meeting. It's a panel. And we must always bear that thing in mind. And as a result, whatever we do is open to legal challenges. So the first thing, I think it's always important to say to, if it's me who's going to be asking questions, you say it up front, you have 10 minutes, which means it's my duty to manage myself and the candidate. Now, when members ask a question for 2 minutes, then the candidate will respond for 5 minutes. So how we often do it is that we give the budget to the member, which is 10 minutes, and the chair becomes strict on the time. If the time is up, the time is up. I think that is the first thing. Then the procedural one is the issue. I think we have agreed when we started that there is going to be follow-up. So let's try to have consensus. If there is any member who's got a follow-up within the given time of 20 minutes that the chair has always agreed to, I think it was the member has got rights, the candidate has got rights. So to manage all those loopholes of a possible litigation. But I would like to appeal to all of us that let's ensure that we don't fight amongst ourselves in front of candidates. Let's maintain a certain high level of decorum for because this is an interviewing panel. Thank you, Chair.
Hadebe with an H.
No, thanks, Chair. I fully concur with the latter speaker, but also to add over and above the 10 minutes allocated to each of us to ask questions and follow-ups that have been agreed upon. We also agreed, Chair, that each candidate has got 2 hours. Now, when that 2 hours lapsed and we have not asked follow-up question, it therefore becomes unfair to extend the 2 hours. The reason why we said there's no follow-up, it was on the basis that the 2 hours has lapsed. So let us take in consideration all aspects, including the 2 hour, so that we are fair to all other candidates that appeared before us. Some of us could not ask follow-up because the 2 hours has lapsed. So it's not an open-ended process. We need to take all those aspects into account. And the agreement of saying no follow-up was purely based on the time that has lapsed, which is 2 hours, which we've all agreed. Thank you, Chair.
The meeting stand adjourned. I think lunch is ready.
Recording stopped.
I must just say that we are going to interview for the Inspector General of Intelligence according to the Constitution, which would be Section 210 of the Constitution, which I know you know very well, together with Section 7 of the Oversight Act, which says the President shall appoint an Inspector General of Intelligence nominated by the committee and approved by the National Assembly by a resolution supported by at least 2/3 of its members. I just had to go through that because I was doing it with everybody else. Maybe just to follow what I've been doing, if you could tell us a bit about yourself, your background, and I wouldn't say your vision of the office, but maybe the challenges and what was happening, and how do you think that must be corrected in 10 minutes? Do I need to introduce ourselves? I don't think so. I don't think so. So just get into it in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and my sincere greetings to all members of the committee. My name is a very simple one. It's Tlhomamaru. My middle name is Isaac, and Isaac is the surname. So I was born in 1976 on the 10th of October in a small village 79 kilometers west of Mafikeng called Sitlahole. And I attended school there until I reached the university. I then went on to obtain a Bachelor of Criminal Justice degree from the University of Bophuthatswana. And after that, I enrolled for a Bachelor of Technology in Policing. And after that, I went and then branched into forensic investigations, and I obtained a Master of Forensic Investigations, Master of Technology in Forensic Investigations, which was then followed by Doctor of Literature and Philosophy, Major in Police Science from the University of South Africa. I've had a stint in government. I started working in a small-scale mine in the Krepan area it was called Kalahari Gold Ridge Mining Company, but it's now part and parcel of the operations of Harmony Gold, after which I went and joined the South African Police Services, worked there as a constable in the Community Service Center, and then I went to detectives, worked there until I got a promotional transfer to the then Independent Complaints Directorate, the current IPID, Independent Police Investigative Directorate. After which I then joined the university, and that is the longest that I've ever served any employer, which was actually a sign of loyalty until I was poached from the University of South Africa. I was there for 10 years, from 2007 until 2017. And for the past 59 months, I've been the current Inspector General of Intelligence. Well, of course, I know that I have to tell really what are the challenges there, and I think and hope that the main interest of this committee is to hear how I intend to solve those problems. But that can only be done, when one speaks strategic planning, it can be done by actually deciding what will be the vision first. Because the vision is a broader statement which summarizes what are the dreams of a particular institution, where do we want to see ourselves in the future, but also coming from the past, indeed. So the biggest vision of the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence is found in the provisions of the Constitution, Section 199, subsection 8, which talks about transparency and accountability. So the intention or my vision, if we are to ask Chairperson, will be to ensure that we become a trusted and accessible institution of oversight, which intends to hold the intelligence services accountable as well as transparent in pursuit of the human rights of the citizens of this country. But that vision cannot be achieved without acknowledging what are the problems that or the challenges that are concomitant with the institution, which is the OIGI. The challenges, or the biggest challenge here, is that it is legislative in nature. And the second challenge, if we had to talk about the categories, is that it is structural in nature. One of the biggest thing is that according to the Paris principles, which deals with organizations that are intended to fight corruption, or the so-called anti-corruption bodies, is that there are certain principles that must always be available or afforded to that institution. And the first one, which actually is a cornerstone, is the issue of independence. So there are problems of independence, and they are occasioned, if not exacerbated, by the fact that the second one, which deals with the resources, is also not achieved. Now, the issue of resources is not really legislative in nature, but it's administrative in nature, because if you go and look at the Oversight Act, look at the Constitution, it does not specifically provide that we shall be a spending center of any of the agencies that we are overseeing. But that is actually the current situation. And it is then, leading to a problem of third-party dependence. And lack of independence also leads to the third-party independence, because the budget of the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence shall be appropriated through the vote of the Civilian Intelligence Service. And there is no problem about that model. It is the same model that is being used by the Office of the Public Protector, who gets their budget through the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. It is the same with the IEC, the Independent Electoral Commission, which gets through the Department of Home Affairs. The problem is that the determination of the amount allocated is not done in accordance with these other two institutions that I've mentioned. So we wait, and a particular amount will be appropriated to the State Security Agency. And then we'll have to go there with a begging bowl, and the determination is then made at that particular point. With these other institutions, it's not like that. With the police and the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, already when they are doing their vote, their budget vote in Parliament, already we know exactly how much belongs to the Independent Police Directorate. Not in our case, so we are a spending center. I don't think that this problem can be attributed to the legislation, because the legislation doesn't say that. And this was actually achieved as an administrative issue, and it was dealt through what is called the ministerial delegation of powers. So you don't get it in any of the legislation. So those are the challenges. But now, the word strategy, that's why I'm saying that I start with the vision. The word strategy is a military concept. And all what it means is, how do we survive in the hands of an enemy, or in the hands of the enemies? In fact, in the olden days, I'm told that in the military, they will use a document, even for logistics, to record the number of people who passes on, to record what equipment they have, and all those other things. And they call it a strategy. Now, in our strategy, we should be able to determine or to conclude or say explicitly what is it that we want to do to survive in the hands of this enemy. What are the enemies? The first enemy is lack of independence. The second one is also the fight back from the overseen. It is also the resistance from the overseen. It is also managed access to information. So in my vision is to say that we need to maximize our impact, the impact of our recommendations. I know that I've been continuously saying that our recommendations are not being implemented. But again, that issue is not legislative in nature. It is also what I can call a strategic issue that needs to be dealt with. How do we survive without coming back to Parliament and asking the committee to amend the legislation? And the reason for that is because it is a lengthy process. Because the biggest question that I expect to hear from Honorable Stebe today will be, but you've been in that position, what did you do about it? Here is the answer, and I'm putting it forward already. It is because it is known, it is because it is known, it is an established fact that most of the institutions in this country, especially those ones that deals with accountability or enforcement of laws, have been pillaged and hollowed out over a particular period of time. So it means that when I got into this position on the 15th of March 2017, my first goal was to rebuild. Now, rebuilding also takes time, but it took time, more time this time around, because we did not stop what we had to do. So we are rebuilding simultaneously with ensuring that we hold the intelligence services accountable. But there were also two intervening events, which I think that they forced us to regress a little bit. The first one was the withdrawal of my security clearance. That event on its own actually stopped this process of rebuilding. But the second main intervening event is the COVID-19. So I will say that, and I'm not only speaking for this institution, which is the OIGI, I think that other institutions suffered that because for the past 2 years, we were not really operating optimally. So that will be my answer, to say that why didn't I do it in the first term, Honorable Chair? Honorable Chair, I want to record and put it on record that I did not apply for this position when it was opened. And the reason for that is that I had a feeling that I've done what I was supposed to do over the period of 5 years, 4 and 11 months, the past one. But when they were reopened, I told myself that maybe as a patriot, there could be, or the committee may have failed to attract the numbers that they wanted to attract. And I said that, why not? It's a difficult job, but why don't I offer myself also as a candidate? So that is the reason why I came here. So, Honorable Chair, the solution that I will bring about, it will be increasing the impact of the work that we've been doing in the meantime, whilst, of course, waiting for the committee and the Parliament in its entirety to deal with legislation. It is common cause that our legislation, which came after the
2 minutes.
Thank you very much. After democratization of South Africa, was rushed through the process, and there is evidence to show, because from time to time we will have litigation in courts, and institutions will be instructed to go back and either strengthen certain provisions or amend those provisions. So it is not only the Oversight Act which is problematic. You get other pieces of legislation which in fact need to be plowed through and need to be revisited so that these institutions are strengthened. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Because you already talked about Honorable Stebe, I will start with you.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, if I can recall, the vision that you had to transform and put in place new systems was more or less the same that you had when you applied the first time. Now, what I want to ask you is, what did you do to achieve that vision of yours? And what successes did you have with that? That's the first question. Then I'll come back to, and not to, I haven't got that much, we haven't got that much time, but I want to come back to another question relating the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member and Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members and Honourable Chairperson. Now, the vision of the OIGI cannot be dependent on my personal opinion because it is legislated. So you have a mandate which says that you are going to be what I call or titled more in, that you're going to monitor, you're going to review, and you're going to investigate complaints as well as handling the taskings from different ministers and the president. And that is the reason why if you are in a regulated environment, you do not really become too much excited and change. So the vision remains because the vision is found in the Constitution to say that we need to hold them accountable and we have to make sure that they are transparent. Their successes, Honorable Stebe, we have developed systems. When I got into that office, there was no, we did not have what I call complaints handling process flow. Now, you will get complaints, but you will not really have the steps that you are going to follow. So we have developed that. I'm able to develop that without really coming back to the committee because it's a policy issue that I can sign off internally in the organization. The second one is that we've developed what we call the oversight framework. Now, the oversight framework was actually a very clever move from our side. I can really pride myself with that. Because in the absence of regulations, one wouldn't really know what is it that we're going to look at when we conduct oversight. But we have draft regulations, we've drawn them over and over again, but we do not have power over them because they can only be promulgated by the minister in conjunction with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. But in the meantime, we said that let's develop this framework which will tell us exactly what is it that we are going to look for. In other words, coming up with the standards, because monitoring means a constant and continuous checking, which is systematic in nature, of the process or of the quality of the process itself. So in other words, you have to check the process and the quality of a process against a particular set standard. So we set that standard in that comprehensive document, which we call the framework. So in other words, we have sort of maneuvered this problem of absence of regulations. We have managed, Honorable Stebe, to come up with the ring-fencing of the budget of the Inspector General of Intelligence. So here we're not talking adequacy, we're not talking sufficiency of that budget, but at least it really assists us in planning because we are able to be forward-looking, because we know that whether it is sufficient or not, but this is the amount that we'll be getting from Treasury. So we no longer need to really negotiate with the state security agency. So, Honorable Stebe, yes, of course, the vision is still the vision to become a monopoly and to remain a monopoly in this work that we are doing, because no any other institution really performs this work. So yes, of course, it's just a matter of increasing the impact of the work that we are doing. In a week or two, this committee, I was only bad luck because I came here before that announcement, but the National Prosecuting Authority will be charging certain people on 5 issues. We're in that meeting, and the charges are already formulated and so forth. So it will be 5 that will be emanating directly from this office. Now, Honorable Stebe, that was not my dream when I came in 2017. Because in 2017, I just thought that we were just going to make recommendations that will be implemented. But I consider this to be a step forward in ensuring that there is prosecution which comes from the work that we've been doing. I thank you.
Honorable Stebe.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, in our deliberations with other candidates, there was it was brought up that you're not in charge of your own budget, and that's true. And I don't know whether you had problems to get your full budget, what you asked for, but because I think you must be part and parcel of the budget process that is running within the SSA. And if there was any problems, we never heard about it in this committee. Unlike Defense Intelligence, who had huge problems, especially with the building that they utilize. But they brought that to this committee so that this committee could act on it and ask Parliament for more money. But we never heard anything out of your office that you haven't sufficient fund in the budget to move forward, because there is vacancies in your office. And I think it's due to the fact that there is no money on the budget. Why would you not approach the JSCI to help in that regard?
Thank you very much, Honorable Stebe. Honorable Chairperson, I've got a confession to make. I haven't seen Honorable Stebe in a while. When I was coming here previously, I missed him. I didn't know where he was. But I would have reported ad nauseum to this committee, to a stage that I was starting to feel like I'm a crybaby. And look, I have to be a problem solver. I have to start there. There must be somewhere where I actually start. So I would have reported to this committee. I agree that maybe I did not push as much as one would have expected, but that was based on the hope that I'll be able to convince the SSA somehow. And promises were made year in, year out that we will really assist you with the matter of budget. Now, people think that when I say that we are short-sleeved in terms of the budget, they think that I mean that there should be an increment of the budget. I know that the country in its entirety is under serious fiscal pressure. I don't want that. When I got to that office in 2017, there was a letter that was shown to myself. The head of corporate services had written to the State Security Agency telling them that they do not want to get a full budget for that year because there was no Inspector General for a period of 21 months. So according to them, they were not able to roll out certain operations. And that was occasioned also by the resistance of this intelligence service who said that, but the legislation speaks about Inspector General of Intelligence as a person and not as an institution. So in the absence of that, they really didn't give them information. So what does that mean? It means that the baseline was then lowered. So every time when I say budget, 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 I do not want a rand more. I'm just saying that return us to the original baseline, at least, and start making increment to it. There is no organization elsewhere in the country where you will find that the baseline will be going down. For instance, if I had 1,000 rand in 2014, I cannot be able to operate with 800 rand in 2018 because the salaries of the employees are going up, albeit with a marginal percentage or whatever, or whether it is inflation linked and so forth. So I've reported this year, but I always hoped that the baseline will at least be rectified, and that's where I was going to take this particular matter. So the managers in the State Security Agency, they will accept during the budgeting process that we will do that, but then they will not actually deliver. By that time, it will be late for me. But my confession, again, is that it is because I am a person of faith, and I always thought that this problem will be solved internally, other than coming here and crying every time.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, which way do we go? Honorable Mima?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Asia.
Good afternoon, sir.
The question that I want to pose relate to the importance of stakeholder relation. Considering the fact that the Chapter 9 institutions' collaboration is of critical importance, given the imperative of cooperative government, there has been a concern raised in your partnership with the IPIT, with the work that the office is doing in overseeing the work of the criminal intelligence. The concern relates to because of that partnership, the IPIT getting access to any information that necessarily they would not have had access to. What is that could be done to improve that relation with the criminal intelligence, given its importance in strengthening and turning around that stakeholder relation? The second one relates to the something that emerged out of your partnership with the public protector, which eventually led to the use of the Public Protector's Office of the 2014 report of the IGI, which inevitably, I want to believe, put your back against the wall, yourself and the minister, ultimately leading to settlement of the dispute. Do you think there is a need to review this partnership so that whatever problems those institutions have should not muddy the independence and the efficiency and effectiveness of the IGI? Lastly, surprisingly enough, most of the applicants are from your office. Do you have a succession plan in the office in terms as colleagues? And critical to that, how is the relation now between yourself and Advocate Govender, given the tension that arose, I believe, out of that case that was settled? Thank you.
Is it over to me, Chairperson?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Stakeholder relations, relations is not a matter of choice. It is a constitutional imperative. It is in Section 41, very clear, Chapter 3 of the Constitution, which says that we shall collaborate and we shall also consult with each other on issues of mutual interest. So, with regard to IPIT, I would have responded, but I know that it was behind closed doors. This is my first opportunity, and I'm very, very thankful for that question, because this is the first opportunity to tell the nation exactly what happened with IPIT. It is completely untrue that we have ever provided any information to IPIT. The Memorandum of Understanding does not talk about exchange of information. In fact, if anything, I personally convened a workshop which took about 8 hours, and I called it a tripartite discussion on issues of collaboration. In that meeting, it was ourselves, the OIGI, as the conveners, it was the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, and it was crime intelligence, represented by their legal advisor as well as the Divisional Commissioner, General Jacobs. What I'm happy about is that out of that workshop, we came out with the minutes and the resolutions of that workshop, and they were signed by all 3 stakeholders. So they are there on record. Now, what crime intelligence was saying initially was that they had declared us, as the OIGI, what they called a clearance house. And after probing, they were saying that, in fact, if you play a role of a clearance house or a clearance center, it means that we do not have any problems providing you with information. And should any other institution want that information, they will have to come to you. And we interjected immediately and said that, but IPIT has its own mandate, and they do have unfettered access to information if it is with regard to members of the South African Police Services. Now, whether people are undercover or whether they are agents or whatever the term that is being used for them, they are not what you will call a source. And it makes them members of this SAPS, which means that IPD will have access to them or any of their activities. And that's how we actually agreed. In the MOU, we have never ever given information to them, not because I did not want to give to a sister department, but because, firstly, they had their own access to that information. But secondly, Honorable Muima and honorable members, it is a criminal offense for me to provide or to disclose information to anybody, any institution, without going through the consultation process as provided for or advocated for in 7.8, in section 7.8. It's a criminal offense. I wouldn't willingly go there and commit an offense. It's a pity that it is faceless. It is a statement that I had to respond to, but I was never ever told who said that I've provided that information. None of my investigators, I made them to write affidavits to myself as and when they were meeting with our counterparts from IPIT, and none of them would have disclosed that information because it is a criminal offense. Honorable Muima, this is a very, very dangerous space where I find myself. There have been several attempts, which are known to this committee, of trying to either remove me, suspend me, and then all those other things. I wonder why people who are so hell-bent on removing me as the Inspector General of Intelligence waited until today without opening a criminal case against me. Because that will be a giveaway. It will have been very easy for anybody anywhere to remove me from this position. By the way, I'm completing on the 15th of March, 2022. So a few days to go. That is with the issue of IPIT. So no exchange of information. There is no problem. We review these memoranda of understanding. We've done that. Okay.
Through you, Chair, the two of us had 10 minutes, so you need to be economical with your response, but not to the detriment of your answer. Thank you.
2 minutes left.
All right, thank you. I wish I could give my minutes to you, or vice versa. The public protector report, again, it's not ourselves who actually provided that information. The public protector is on record in an affidavit saying that that report was was left on a table in her office by an unknown person. It is in the affidavit. It's not ourselves who gave that report to them. And Honorable Muimang, well, that was a difficult time with regard to the decision of the 2014 report. Yes, of course, my back was against the wall. But I did what was best at that particular time, because the complaint or the application in the court was not really about whether there is a rogue unit or whether that it was non-existent. I didn't have to contend with that. What I had to contend with was to say that they arise as per the natural laws of justice were not observed. One of them being Audi Altram Patem. The second one being that they were not warned. Mr. van Logenberg said that he always thought he was a witness. And the moment he crossed the line into becoming an implicated party, he was not warned immediately. And we settled only on that basis. As I'm talking to you today, I cannot confidently say there was no rogue unit. I cannot say that. I've never said that. If I said that, that was a mistake. I thank you.
Thank you, Jia. Thank you, Mulatulo.
Thank you very much. Are you still busy with something? I can jump and come back to you.
Please do so.
I saw you are in trouble. Can we then go that side? Honorable Agwanisa.
Lama ambush wako. Dr. Dindwe, as of today, do you have the vetting certificate?
Yes, I can confirm that I still have. Thank you.
The one that was withdrawn, was it reinstated, and when?
It was reinstated. In fact, there was a settlement outside the court because our argument during that agent application was that the actions or the action of the then Director General was ultra vires. So they settled that, and the Minister of State Security then, Mrs. Dipuele Tsatsiduba, then reinstated that certificate fully.
The settlement and the letter of the minister, did it not suggest that you still have to do the appeal process for you to get it permanently, that at that time it was reinstated pending you making the necessary appeal processes?
Yes, Honorable Chair, then we came back to them. I mean, they were so much allergic to get a court order, so there isn't a court order. They had their own reasons. But appeal against what? I kept on asking, appeal against what? You appeal when your security clearance has been withdrawn legally. So in that instance, it was not withdrawn legally. In fact, I think that it's semantic by even using the word reinstatement, because what is it that you are reinstating? They accepted that the security clearance was still valid and there was no interruption, because if they were convinced that there were sufficient reasons to withdraw it, then they were going to say that. And that's exactly what I wrote back to the minister and said, Minister, I will really, really love to appeal, but appeal against what? And no one ever told me to appeal against what. I was sitting with the certificate, I'm still sitting with the certificate, which is still valid. So there were no reasons. In fact, if anything, that letter was contradictory on its own, because the first paragraph was saying that your security clearance has been reinstated. Well, they used that word wisely or otherwise. But then the second paragraph was saying that the then acting Director General, Mr. Luiso Jafta, will then revet, in other words, reinvestigate my suitability eligibility for the security clearance. And my argument to them was to say that, but it should be withdrawn first, legally so that then I can either appeal or I can then subject myself to another process. Because I was telling them that we are back to square one. And that's exactly what I had gone to court to seek adjudication on that matter, Honorable Mangwanishe.
Very much. We have quite a number of, I think it's a follow-up on Honorable Muiman. We have quite a number of people from your office that have applied, contesting, which means you're contesting with them. What should we read from that?
There is an idiom in Setswana which says, I'm not going to do that. I'm the one who encouraged colleagues to apply. I did it. It is on record. I placed the advert there in the office. I requested my PA to circulate, and I encouraged them. In fact, I can confidently tell you that 2 of them applied after my intervention. That is just for continuity. It is because initially I had told myself that I've done my bit and that I'm not going to reapply. So it will be continuity. People should really come forward and apply. It is not a sign of relationship issues. In fact, I don't have any relationship issue with anybody in that office. I wish them good luck when they were coming here, and they did the same to myself. The complaint by Advocate Govender is being misconstrued. She did not say that I was doing something amiss. And there is a letter also from her attorneys. They will be bemoaning the fact that I was not protecting her against the attacks from the SARS trio. And I found it very much difficult. I came before the committee chairperson and I explained myself to say that, but if you look at my job description and what I'm expected to do, there is no way. In fact, what is expected from me is to protect the office and not individuals in the office, especially if what happened even before my arrival in that particular office. But I told her consistently and continuously that she should not allow to be bullied by anybody outside the office. So that was just the complaint, and we're in good terms with everyone in the office. I encouraged them, Honorable Mangwanishe.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
My good doctor.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to quickly start with the certificate question. Isn't it true? We have 10 minutes, so we're going to do a quick conversation. I will not be pushing you. I'm just budgeting my time. I apologize in advance. So Section 710 of the Act says you must comply with the security requirements of the agency. So the agency gets out of a court settlement together with you that, which means the court didn't set aside anything. You were in an agreement with them in which they withdrew preliminarily. So one would wonder why, after 4 years of your being in the office, why wasn't it legitimately reinstated? The security clearance. Yes, you go for it.
Okay. Thank you. I think my answer is that you do not reinstate that which was not withdrawn. If the act is ultra vires, in law, they say that it didn't happen at all. It's like procuring or getting into a contract with an illegal firm, if you like, and you purchase something. The law will look at that particular transaction as null and void, as not having started.
So you don't know what were the grounds of the withdrawal in the first place?
Not at all. In fact, the letter was only saying that myself, and I'm quoting now verbatim, I have received some disturbing information about you. And that's where it ended. So I do not know even today what was the reason for that ultra-virus withdrawal.
Okay.
If you like.
Quick things regarding your treatment of sensitive information, classified or declassified or not classified. You went on TV, spoke about the qualifications, investigations of Mr. Mufe. Why would you do that? If you treat people's personal information, why would you speak about somebody is going through an investigation which you received because of falsifying information? Isn't that careless?
Not at all. In fact, the journalists from the ENCA approached me, and they even sent me a clip of an interview with Advocate Mufe, which had happened 2 days before my interview. There, I was only informing the nation that, yes, of course, we've got that complaint. I didn't only do it in the case of Advocate Mufe. I've done it previously when I'm being asked. The journalist will normally say, we do not want to know the intricacies of that particular complaint, but we just want to know whether indeed you did receive that kind of a complaint. So that's all what I said. I said, I can confirm that I received that. I did not call them. I did not call a press conference. It was the media house approaching me and saying that, please just confirm that. And they were very specific to say that we do not want to know the intricacies thereof.
Did you give Mr. Jack Paul the pen report, preliminary pen report like he wrote in one of his publications? Did you or did you not? You remember Jack Paul said you did.
I did not give him that report. In fact, there's an affidavit that I then deposed to. And I sought his clarification. He wrote a follow-up article on that, clarifying. But look, he was referring to 2014. And when the Director General of the SSA, in his capacity as a counterintelligence or responsible for counterintelligence in this country, when he did that, because I went to him and I said that, may you please investigate this. Information provided to him was that that report was already obtained by Jacques Paul in 2014. He went and looked at the document at the back of that of the pen itself. My name was not there as being in the distribution list. Muzilika South Africa, while still at City Press, had already ran a full article on the pen investigation in 2014 already, late in 2014. So there is no way in which I would have given information to Jacques Paul. He followed in his article and said that I did not mean, it was just a bad use of English. I did not mean that anybody, even in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, has profiled me with that information. Okay. I'm on record.
You have an opportunity to clarify a public objection which we received by the former DG, in which he says you falsified a report about, or you lied about the accident you had while driving on a state official vehicle in 2017. You lied in an affidavit in court regarding the withdrawal of your security clearance. You lied in your testimony at the state capture in 2021 in relation to this. Could you please clarify that? Because I think I'm out of time. Can I just add Chairperson?
You still have got 4 minutes.
Oh, excellent. Let's go for that. We have 4 minutes.
I was not in an accident with a state vehicle. I was not. And I think it's not for the first time that I hear about that. In fact, the last time they were saying that it was 5 collisions. I was never in a collision with a state vehicle, never. I wasn't. And there should have been records from transport to check that whether the state vehicle that I'm using was ever taken to a panel beater. It was never taken there. There was an incident of tire puncture. There was that, and 4 mag wheels, or 3 mag wheels actually broke down. One of the incidents, in fact, that I've never shared with the public, but that was actually terrifying because that vehicle was still standing at below 7,000 kilometers. So it was brand new. I don't know what that manufacturing company was going to say if it had actually killed the person of myself. I'm wondering why people make objections with allegations of criminal offense. If I lie under oath, I'm committing perjury. The former DG should just cross the street into Garsfontein police station and lay a charge against myself. Have you ever asked yourself, Honorable Ndlozi, why he's not doing that? It is because in investigation of crime, we do not deal with emotions and hunches and besmirch and lies and gossip. We don't deal with that. It's evidence. It's very easy. Go there, say that here is an affidavit, and prove otherwise. Then
But isn't it true, IGI, if that was the investigation of the SSA, he can't do that because he would be taking classified information to the police. He's bound by law, one, to submit it to us or to submit it to his principals, which may have been the grounds of the withdrawal of your certificate. So he couldn't do that. I can't cross. If I got information here, for instance, even myself, I can't merely do that. I will have to be sensitive of the fact that it is state secrets or it was acquired under those conditions. And I think my 4 minutes is finished. Just after answering that question, did I hear you correctly that your office has not withdrawn the validity of the so-called rogue unit report? And I'm not sure because Johan van Lochenberg was interviewed twice, like literally twice. He doesn't deny that. But as I understood your response, are you saying the substance of that report, it's your report, it's the office, it's your, you can't do what you did earlier on, I don't want to get into it, but it's your report. Are you saying that its validity, you stand by it? What did you say? I just want to properly understand that, and maybe when I have an opportunity later on, I can do a follow-up. Those are my last parts.
Honorable Chair, there is a problem in the intelligence space of overclassification of information. And that is prohibited through the MES document, which says that you cannot hide malfeasance or criminality through classification of information. If I have committed perjury, for me, I don't see why somebody should not go and open the case. Justice Moseneke laid down some guidelines on how to deal with that kind of information. And in the Silibi matter, for instance, a certain portion of that trial happened behind closed doors or behind camera, of the camera. And the reason for that it is because in the matter of the newspapers, I think it was a Mail and Guardian, I tend not to really remember that now, but there were guidelines which says, how do you deal with information which amounts to criminality of somebody without really compromising the secrecy thereof? So the courts know exactly how to deal with that. The police know exactly how to deal with that. I still insist, Honorable Ndlozi, that if I commit a crime, or if I go and use state money, for instance, to pay a shortfall on my vehicle and claim that that vehicle is within the intelligence space, please let somebody go to court and open that particular criminal case, because we cannot hide that behind the veil of secrecy. Honorable Ndlozi, I've never said that there is a rogue unit. I've never said there is no rogue unit. The prayers of Mr. van Lochenberg are very clear there in the motion. It was to say that my rights were not observed. Hence, I have a problem with this particular report. So, I wouldn't have said in the settlement that there was no rogue unit. I don't know. That is my report. But anyway, the findings which come out of a procedurally flawed process, they also become nullified. In fact, they call them fruits of a forbidden tree. So if I killed somebody and that evidence still stands, but the court really discharges me on the basis that I was not warned of my rights, or that I was assaulted, or I was tortured, that evidence still remains that I've killed somebody, but it is a fruit of a forbidden tree. My answer to you is that I've never withdrawn my finding, because that is my report, that there is a rogue unit in SARS. I settled on the basis that, yes, of course, I erred during my investigation by not warning them that they were actually implicated parties and not witnesses. Honorable Chair, that was my last and best shot on this particular issue, Honorable Ndlozi. But we can still engage with that.
I think, can you repeat the last part? Because I think you are being too legalistic.
No, I'm
okay, Mayor, you didn't withdraw because it's only the technicality that they were not warned. That's only that. But the report is still there. The way it is. It can still be used. That's why I was saying you're being legalistic. So you...
The response must be recorded.
Perhaps you could verbalize the nodding, because it needs to be taped. It's being recorded. Yes?
Let me try and unpack this in such a way that I must be able to understand it. During those times when you were arrested by the security police, you will be beaten. And then you go to court and say, no, I was beaten. That's why I had to write this statement. Then there will be a trial within a trial to prove whether you were beaten. And if that is proved, then your statement doesn't hold water. Even with what is inside there, whether true or not. Is that what happened?
Chairperson, the report into SARS rogue unit has been withdrawn in a settlement. The reason why we settled, it is because we did not have any grounds to contradict the prayers of Mr. van Lochenberg. Firstly, that he thought that he was providing information as a witness and not as an implicated party. Now, his prayer, in a nutshell, says that although these rights were not observed, the report cannot stand because it is a fruit of a forbidden tree. So the moment you accept that I erred in not warning them of their rights, I already accepted that the report cannot stand on its original form. In other words, the findings that are in there are also nullified. But what I'm saying is, at no stage did I settle and communicate verbally or otherwise that there was no rogue unit in SARS, and I've never said that there is a rogue unit in SARS. That was investigated by other institutions. The NPA actually charged them on that basis as well. The public protector also looked into that particular matter. All what I'm saying is that the report was nullified on technical errors that I committed as the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Thank you very much. I think now Honorable Hadebe with an H can't say he's ambushed. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, I'm listening to you attentively, especially in relation to your security clearance withdrawal. And I was reminded of this quote: absence of evidence does not mean evidence of absence. In actual words, failing to find any evidence to support the existence of something is not a reason to increase your confidence that it does not actually exist. Do you agree with me?
100%, Honorable Hadebe, with an H.
I will request or plead. It's not a court of law in here. Absence of evidence and evidence absent. Can you simplify what you are saying?
Chair, when I was simplifying, I was saying failing to find any evidence to support the existence of something is not any reason to increase your confidence that it doesn't actually exist. Do you agree with the content, findings, and recommendation on the high-level review panel report?
I do, Honorable Hadebe, and maybe I need
Okay, no, that's fine. And what does it say in relation to your matter, the withdrawal of your security clearance?
Yeah, it says that there should be investigation. That investigation is contextualized. It's not an investigation into whether I need to have security clearance. It's an investigation with regard to the events leading up to that withdrawal of my clearance, yes.
Exactly. So it doesn't mean there's no issue to be investigated. There's serious concern in relation to that. Secondly, within your office, there are processes to review any concerns of illegality in terms of matters, especially as it relates to your withdrawal of your security clearance. The high panel report raises concern in the manner in which you address the matter. I fully accept and understand that it was your legal right to approach the court. But that on its own speaks to you not having confidence within your internal processes. Why are you not confident enough of your internal processes? What led you to neglect your processes and went straight to court in dealing with this matter? And mind you, you've already agreed with the content and findings and recommendation of the report. So I'm trying to get the sense. Here I'm trying to ascertain whether or not you still have interest in serving this. Remember, you have said to us, you have done your part. You've encouraged your subordinates to apply, meaning you no longer have interest to serve. That's my assessment. You even put it on the notice board. I have arrived. That's what they say. Why should we think that you still have interest of serving? given the fact that you no longer have faith and trust within your internal processes?
It's a difficult question, Honorable Hadebe. And then I'm going to give you a complex answer as well, because it's complex. Now, in that instance, I was not placed in the shoes of an Inspector General of Intelligence. I was basically a subject of a process that was initiated and concluded by the Director General of Intelligence. So I wouldn't have been an arbitrator in that particular matter, even if you say that I do have the right to review. But I could not do that because in any event, the provisions of legislation that were used were not in terms of the Oversight Act, which gives him mandate, firstly, but which also establishes the office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. But it was in line with the Intelligence Services Act, which really deals with members of the state security agency or of the civilian intelligence. So I wouldn't have reviewed that decision because I was actually a subject, or if you like, I was actually a victim of that particular process. I don't have powers that I could review a decision against myself. If it was a disciplinary, for instance, I wouldn't deal with that matter as if I'm an Inspector General of Intelligence, but I will have to deal with that matter as an implicated party in a particular process. In any event, I do not also accept appeals with regard to withdrawal of security clearances. It is done by the minister. And that is the reason why...
Sorry to interject.
Okay.
Exactly my point. You could have approached the minister. You chose not to, rendering the system useless. That's what I'm heading at. Please proceed.
I did, Honorable Hadebe. That evening, in fact, I waited until around 2300 hours because I wanted to speak to the minister. The minister was at the president's, I think, residence, and they had promised that they will come back to me. That was my first point. And remember, I was barred from the premises at all, and I worked from the same premises as the minister. But there was a promise that the minister will come and intervene, so that, in other words, we will have a meeting with the minister. But now, it was also a little bit muddied, because the minister and the Director General were using the same firm of attorneys. So, and he was acting on that. So even when he was writing to us, he was saying that I'm acting on behalf of the Director General and the minister. In other words, the minister had endorsed the decision of the Director General at that particular point. So obviously, it did not really make her an appropriate person where I could ventilate this issue.
Did the minister confirm endorsement, or it was your assumption?
She confirmed that. In fact, if you go to the high-level review panel report, it was never contradicted, where Mr. Arthur Fraser says that the instruction to withdraw my security clearance was coming from the minister. He said that to the high-level panel.
Okay. Do you have faith within your internal systems?
I do have, and a lot, Honorable Hadebe.
Moving right along, in trying to ascertain
1 minute.
your fit and proper status and stakeholder relations, the ability to relate with various stakeholders and the understanding of the stakeholders. How do you go about declassifying information? In fact, how do you go about sharing declassified intelligence information in relation to your appearance to Zondo Commission? As per the Act.
Now, Section 7.8 is very clear, and I followed that process to the
minute.
latter. Okay, I followed that process to the latter, Honorable Khadebe. What we do is that there are 4 functionaries that I have to talk to. Firstly, it says that the minister responsible for a particular service, and in this instance, it was all 3 ministers, as well as the president.
I'm going to. Did you consult, or you just inform them? The understanding of consultation is it writing to them? Why did they object? I'm trying to squeeze everything within a minute.
I understand you are trying to do that, but the way you are doing it, I don't think it's helpful. You must give him a chance.
Yes, I'm trying to direct him to the answer.
But
Yeah,
you see,
I don't want preamble,
when
Chair.
he's trying to
Yes.
talk and we can't even hear where we are going, just
Please-
let me
please,
give you
Doc.
another minute.
Please,
what you
Doc,
want
just
to
work
say
with
and
me
give
so
him a
that we can
chance.
arrive at the point where I will be convinced that indeed you have an ability to manage your relations. I'm raising this precisely because of what the report is saying, that the office of the IGI has not been taken serious by other services. So there has to be somewhere where things went wrong. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Khadebe. I need to smile a little bit just to show that I'm not squeezed here. Look, I consulted 100%. I satisfied myself. It was not even a once-off meeting. I met with the president in the company of the ministers. I met with the ministers at Waterkloof Air Base, and we talked about these particular things. Look, it says after consultation. Now, when it says after consultation, it does not really require consensus. The decision is still myself there, but there is a safety valve under paragraph D, which says that anyway, even if I declassify and I provide or disclose that after consultation, I still have a duty to ensure that national interest is not compromised. Yes, and that's exactly what I did. In that information, I removed all the names of the current or previous sources or informers. I removed methods and techniques that intelligence services are using, and that was actually was done in complying with that particular provision which says that the national interest. Very important. The test there is not national security, it's national interest. So there I did that and I was very much satisfied. Otherwise, Honorable Hadebe, I will be having a criminal case. It is a criminal offense to fail to consult before I disclose information. I do have a lot of confidence in the internal processes. I still want to serve, and it is just patriotic, Honorable Hadebe. If I left a permanent job 5 years ago to come and do this, I see it as a national duty. To be honest, I was working for an employer of choice, and I was going to work at least until I'm 70 or so. Because when you are a rated researcher, you are allowed to work beyond 60 or 65. I still have a lot of interest to serve. Thank you.
Wait for follow-up, Chair. Thank you.
You are intimidating me. Okay. Honorable Madikhali, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I will reserve my minutes for our members for follow-up because most of what I'm going to touch, they've already touched it and they talked about it. Mine is just to maybe make an addition.
Is that a follow-up?
It's not a follow-up. I'm saying what I'm going to raise here, the members touched on it already. So I'm not going to take all of my 10 minutes. So it will be reserved for the members to make a follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Very much.
And that was the greeting to Dr. Dinto. So I'm going to make an addition. On the issue of managing of the relations, Dr. Dinto, you know very well that this committee was tired. because of the people that you were working with, they would come and complain. Well, you responded to the issue of advocate, that advocate, Govenda. So now there was a question with regards to your team applying for this position, and then in your response you said you asked them to also apply for the position. But yesterday, Faith Makobotwan was on record saying that she put you as one of her reference because she did not know that you have applied. So I don't know, I don't see the truth in this. Can you please assist?
Can I clarify that? There was the first adverts that were extended. I understood Dr. Dinto to say the first advert he didn't apply. He only applied after it was extended.
Chair, I'm happy that you tried to clarify that, but Faith would have said, Redintwe advised us to apply, but she didn't say that. My questions come from that one. That are we really being told the truth?
Thank you. Member Kali, I wouldn't gain anything by telling untruth as far as that issue is concerned. It was not an advice. It was an encouragement to just say that it will seem as if the committee is struggling to attract the numbers. So people are at liberty to apply for this, and I brought it to their attention. Not really, Honorable Khadebe, but to be honest, I'm telling you the honest truth. I encouraged members, and if Ms. Makobotwane said that yesterday, it is understandable because we apply as individuals anyway. We don't sit there and make a global decision. It is not actually a decision. I could not have imposed it on somebody. It's like talking to somebody and say that you are at liberty to apply, guys. Let's apply. Thank you.
Thank you for the response, Ntate Dintwe. In your remarks, you touched on the issue of transparency. So I just want to check with you. The way you dealt with one of your anonymous submission, it wasn't pleasing. I remember I asked you this question one day when we were in Gauteng, when we were doing the oversight visit. I still want to repeat that I know media people can push somebody to gossip, but how do you really allow them to interview you with the submission that you still may be busy with, and you talk about it before you can even get the results of what you'll be investigating? Well, the person who submitted is safe because but the person that they're talking about, be safe because he's been hurt, that you faked your so it's painful. If the family, the children, himself, friends are hearing that he faked his academic records, do you think this will augur well with him?
Thank you very much. I think that although I'm talking post de facto, but if I had any nefarious intentions, I wouldn't have written to Advocate Moufe. I wouldn't have written to this committee saying that the complaint was unsubstantiated. When I talk to the media, and I have to be careful here because that matter could be sub judice, I never want to hide behind that. By really denying the honorable members some truth and facts. But all what I did was to say, yes, indeed, I confirm that I have received a complaint against Honorable Muimang. That's all what I said. I never really got into that. There is a record, and that record will be made public as and when we go to court. Yes, of course. Okay, sorry, Chair.
Honorable Muimang do? I think it's a better example.
I withdraw that example. Yes. So, I do not want to really refuse you facts. I'm just worried because this matter is before the courts. So I could be disclosing what my arguments are going to be. But the record is there for anybody to hear it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the response, Dr. Dintwe. Well, in your application, you're wishing that if you can be given another chance, it will be a continuity for you and your team. So how are you then going to improve the relationship? Because the ministers were complaining, your team members, one of them were complaining. So how will you then improve this relationship? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love relationships. I love them very much. And I love everyone that I'm working with. I wish I could have that. But oversight by its own nature, it is an unwanted necessity. So oversight here at home and I think elsewhere in the world, oversight institutions are not wanted. This is a loveless environment when it comes to this. We want relationships, but we will not be seeking those relationships against all odds. And I think that a relationship is a two-way street. It cannot always be myself going and approaching those people. I don't think that, in fact, there was a frequency of complaints, because I can actually count them on a single hand. One member from my office who says that I'm not protecting them. I came to the committee, and from where I'm sitting, they accepted my explanation. It was General Jacobs from Crime Intelligence who also complained. Before this committee I came, I explained, and from where I'm sitting, it was actually accepted. My explanation was accepted. And then it was ministers. We should not be putting ourselves in a vulnerable position. If you want to sit in the chair that I'm currently sitting in, you have to decide that you will not go for relationships against all odds. People should meet us halfway. Coming to the DGs, for instance, at the SSA, I never had squabbles with Mr. Luis Ojafta, who acted for a very long time. I don't think he ever came here and said that we had problems, but we disagreed. We disagreed professionally. But people do not react to disagreement equally or similarly. And from where I'm sitting, from the Defense Intelligence, I don't remember General Nyembe coming here and complaining about that. I worked with those colleagues. I worked very well with Minister Mahlobo because he was also there for a period of time, and all those other issues. So yes, of course, there will be instances where people will say that I do not have a relationship with them, but I've accepted. In oversight, there is no love here. If I want love, I will go somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lastly, do you think that this office needs a deputy?
For me, whether there is a deputy in that office or there is no deputy, for me, it doesn't change the price of cheese in China. Really, because I think that is very much cosmetic. And I'll tell you the reason why I think it's cosmetic. I don't know. I don't know. Look, if the committee, who are legislators, really want to do that, it will be a welcome move, to be honest, because obviously it will alleviate the pressure of work as far as the City Inspector General is concerned. But again, it could bring about a particular advantage, which will be that, let's say, for instance, you appoint them 2.5 years after the Inspector General of Intelligence has taken or has started the tenure, then it will mean that even if there could be some glitches before the filling of the post, then you will have somebody who will assume the full powers of the Inspector General of Intelligence. The disadvantage, again, I think, is just an issue of power dynamics. My experience, and I think that literature also bears testimony to that, is that it's very rare where you find that the deputy is working very well with the incumbent. I think we've got a lot of reports, and we've seen it coming here. I do not really have reservations about it at all. It will be a welcome move. I just imagine sitting there and my deputy doing some of the work. It will be a nice thing. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am done. Thank you, Untitled.
10 minutes, Honorable Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Dr. Dintwa. Thanks for gracing us with your presence in these interviews. Doctor, I remember very well that you came with certificates several times to this committee, and there were complaints, of course. Ministers would raise their dissatisfaction about the way you do things. And you also reported to us that you would contact directly the person dealing with the information that you want. Our advice was that please try to build that relationships with the ministers. Not necessarily that when you do that, you will that will prevent you from doing your job, but is to manage the relationship, because while doing your oversight, our belief is that you want also to advise them on how to improve on what you always find to be wrong in your oversight work. So what is the status quo now with regard to that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlakude. When I came into that office, we coined a concept called service-centric oversight. Now, service-centric oversight is that you are not a fault-finding mechanism. But in fact, we have offered ourselves continuously to the ministers as the tools that can be used to assist them in running their departments. For instance, one of the other things that we have to monitor, it will be compliance with what they call ministerial directives. Now, just there, you see a big opportunity that the ministers can use in ensuring that we advise them, and we also detect that which they may be, blindsided with regard to. So we've been doing that. The status is that we've also introduced another leg, Honorable Dlakude, and it was purely on the advice of this committee, where although the legislation does not require us to send draft certificates to the ministers, now we've been doing it. And I think that we didn't do it the first year and the second year until I received that advice. And accepted it. I think that there will be testimony in the chairperson's office, because normally I will copy the ministers when I send and say that here's the certificate, you've got the time to input into the certificates before we finalize them. The relationship is not really that bad. It's incidents, it's episodes. And I'll be honest with you, Honorable Lakude, I cannot afford to be bullied. We can disagree. You can exercise the authority over me, duly given to yourself, but I will not accept any person who tends to bully me. I have examples of where I felt that here, I was being bulldozed, almost being told not to do my work. And it's unfortunate because if I don't do the work, the chairperson will start an inquiry because the Act says that I can be, taken for incapacity or removed on the basis of incapacity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I don't know whether we should. I think, Dr. Dintwe, you'll have to inform the committee at the right time so that we know who's bullying who. Yeah, because that is a very strong word to use of being bullied, and we don't want anyone to be bullied. So we will wait for that report as a committee. Doctor, you decided to apply for this position. Yes, you've been in the office since 2017, and you are still there until March 2022. What more do you think you can still offer that will improve the status quo of the office? Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's the impact, it's increasing the impact. So normally when I report to a committee, I will sometimes say that there is selective implementation of recommendation, but the percentage is very low. And I think that what one can actually do is to nudge these institutions towards implementing these recommendations. But I had thought that as part of the legacy, that one could also consider checking whether really recommendations may not be implemented willy-nilly. Because I think, and what I respected is that one of the heads of the Chapter 9 institutions actually took herself to court. It's not that she left before she could do that. So it was going to be an ex parte application, where she was going to argue that I don't think that the government will give us resources and we come up with recommendations and those recommendations are not implemented. So whether you call them, in the case of Chapter 9 institutions and ourselves recommendations, for her argument was that, but that does not also mean that in the absence of cogent reasons, those recommendations could remain unimplemented. And honorable members will remember that was after the killing of police officials in Engcobo. And that was the Chapter 9 institution that was dealing with the issues of religion. Because her argument was that, but we've been reporting these things. We've been reporting these things, that there is a need for regulation of these churches. And that's the reason why we also have then proliferation of cults. So I think that what I intend to do now, resources permitting, is to make sure that there is maximization of the impact of our recommendations. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Doctor, we heard yesterday that in that office, you don't have EXCO meetings or briefings. And another thing is that what the other person is investigating is not known by the other managers in the office. So my question will be, what will happen then if the person who is Doris investigating this case had a heart attack and died on the spot? then you will be forced to assign that to assign that duty to someone else. Will that person start from scratch? If they start from scratch, is that not a waste of resources and time? Or the reason for that is for not having briefings and not knowing what the next person is doing. Is it because of trust issues? If you can clarify that, thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm starting to thank myself because I deliberately decided not to watch the interviews. I had all the opportunity to do that. The reason, Honorable Dlakudi, was that I did not want to chase the shadows, coming here and responding. There are EXCO meetings which are held there. It is actually an audited activity. And that is the reason why we have a file with minutes and of EXCO meeting. I'm holding EXCO meetings. There has been a period when we're at the height of COVID-19 where we wouldn't meet. I think that will be consistent with any other institution elsewhere. But I'm holding those meetings. Well, it's not a trust issue. What I've done or what I'm doing is that I allocate in terms of the numbers that a particular person, the files that a particular person will have, because I have a very small investigators pool, so there is no way in which I can really say that I've got a trust issue with that particular person. In certain investigation and depending on that complexity, I remember vividly and very well that I would have established even a team in certain instances. And certain files, we do what is called preliminary investigation. During preliminary investigation, that's where members will either approach the legal advisor or their oversight principal officers, or even myself, to say that let's discuss or have a kind of a brainstorming session on how to deal with this particular investigation. So it's not, I've never ever given any person an instruction not to talk to their colleague. But of course, I couldn't manage that from my office as well. I'm in the executive space, and then you've got structured, which are capably led by very senior people. I've never forbidden that, Honorable Dlakude, as much as I don't remember explicitly encouraging it, that people should do it.
Thank you, Dr. Chairperson. Doctor, you said you encouraged your officials in the office to apply for this job, of which is not a bad thing. The problem that I have, some of them have been in the office for quite some time. 18 years, 16 years, 20 something. So you said now in this interview that when you arrived in the office in 2017, some mechanisms were not there. For example, the complaints handling mechanism. So by encouraging them to apply for this position, do you think they will make an impact?
2 minutes.
Do you think they will make an impact in this position, given that they've been in that office for a long time, but when you came in 2017 and made some changes? I just want to understand your thoughts around that.
Honorable Dlakude, if you listen to me right from the beginning, I've been referring to we and we and we. A sad part about these institutions is that we sometimes think that a single person who's put into that, who comes to work in that organization will be able to single-handedly change it. I do accept and concede that I would have necessitated establishment of certain systems and put them in place. But of course, Honorable Dlakude, I didn't do it alone. I think that I do have capable people, and they are people who have always been willing to work in unison with myself. I will not want to pronounce on whether they will be doing this. Can I say, because I'm sitting as a candidate, that let the best candidate win?
Chair, lastly, the high-level panel report agreed with the 2006 task team report that there should be a review of the intelligence related of intelligence legislations, regulations, and policies. There should be a review of that. And also the 2008 Matthews Commission, which said that this office of the IGI must be given an independent status and have its own budget and administration. So, since 2017 up until now, what is it that you did in trying to attain that independent status? And if not, what is it that you are going to do to make sure that the status is attained? Thanks.
Honorable Dlakude, thank you for that. Thank you very much for that question. If you look at the recommendation, it is mainly based on legislation. Now, independence can be achieved by mostly amending the Oversight Act as it is. For instance, let's talk about the power to appoint people into the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. I think anybody, any technocrat, or even parliamentarians as legislators, they can just see that there is something amiss about it. And that is the reason why in the past 5 years, I've never been able to fill that particular position. I think our hands are tied, except for us nudging this committee and the parliament to assist, because the 2008, especially the Matthews Commission, talks about scheduling the OIGI so that it can be seen as an entity of government. In other words, that it is given a particular form. Can we believe, Honorable Dlakude, that that is not only a problem to ourselves, it is also a problem of the NPA. The NPA also does not have a form, a specific form. In other words, they are sometimes dependent on the Director General of Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for certain administrative issues. So there is little that I could actually be doing other than going to do groundwork that I will then avail to this committee in terms of what needs to be done. We would have done something. We had a meeting with the state law advisors here in Cape Town. And their advice was to say that go back and draft sort of a bill so that when you approach the minister, because we are told that it is only the minister who can sponsor legislation or the amendment thereof. So we had taken that kind of an advice to say that maybe let's do the groundwork so that when we come to Parliament or to the committee, we have something that we say that we are not forcing this onto yourselves, but because we are working the ground, we think this is how the amendments could actually look like. I will still be coming back to pester with this committee, Honorable Dlakude, so that we can be assisted in the implementation of that recommendation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Dr. Dinto.
Thank you very much. I think I gave you too much time. Honorable Kola-Barnett, your 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, I wasn't here for the first portion of your 5-year tenure. I came with the new parliament. But I've watched you. You stood up to the DG who pulled your clearance. You stood up to various ministers. They all tried to oust you one after the other. Do you think these perhaps necessarily adversarial moves that were they important to protect the position? And to your knowledge, did former IGIs face similar attacks over the years?
Yes, of course. Maybe the latter part of your question, Honourable Barnett. One of my predecessors, very seasoned IGI, I still respect him today. I talked to him, I got to him for advices, was actually accused by one of the DGs that he was incompetent, and he was given all these troubles. I'm not the first one. That's what I'm saying. These challenges are long-standing. The challenges of budget, my predecessors could not get it right. I concede that I could not really get it right. So it is in the nature of oversight that you will have these attacks. And yes, of course, they are sometimes taking us off the course because we tend to lose focus and focus on what one of the authors in strategic management, I think it's Joubert, who called it tactical planning. He says that most organizations and institutions spend a lot of time deciding on how to survive other than delivering the services that they're supposed to be delivering. So yes, of course, a lot of time is taken from us, and it's not only myself. If you listen to my predecessors as well, they had challenges which are actually similar to myself.
Thank you very much. It was framed by the media to some extent that you and the then minister had this had a major disagreement about your going to the Zondo Commission. Having listened to now your explanation that you went to the president, you discussed it with the ministers, etc., I don't know that wasn't mischievous, as it was reported. Now, did the minister attempt to stop you, as of course she attempted to stop the DG, or acting DG at the time, from that was thrown out of court? He did his presentation. Did she, in the same way, try to stop you from presenting at the Zondo Commission? And what was the process? Did you simply deal with it and do it, or did she actually agree to it?
Thank you, honourable member, honourable Kolabanat. Look, in my case, she did not come up with an application, but I want to give you two incidents that I can opine that she had a problem of me going there. The first thing is that after the consultation, now the second one, with all the meetings and so forth, and it was really a very tense meeting at the Waterkloof Air Base. We agreed that at a particular time or date, I will receive their inputs. Guess what do I receive on that day? I received a letter, a covering letter from the president, saying that the three ministers had complained about me that I did not consult, or that I gave information to the Zondo Commission before I could consult, which was actually not true. It was a baseless allegation. But that's what I get. And I think that any person somewhere applying their common sense will see that that was a first step to frustrate my intention to comply with the subpoenas of the Zondo Commission. The second thing that happens is that the then Minister of State Security writes a letter to the Commission and copies me and everyone else. And the letter to the Commission, to the chairperson, was saying that the Inspector General of Intelligence does not even need to give you that information. we are providing you with information already. And there was an ARC file that was sent to the Commission, but it contained regulations, it contained legislation, and so forth. I don't think that the Commission will call me to just go there and tell them what is in the Oversight Act or what is in the regulations here and there. So, more by the actions, Honorable Kola Barnett, I'm prepared to say that there were some attempts to block me or to prevent me from going to the State Capture Commission.
Thank you very much. I saw very similar things happen to the IPID, to the ICD heads thereof. It is the nature of the beast, the nature of an oversight entity, from my opinion. What moves? I mean, you say that you were advised to draw up legislation to restructure and strengthen the independence, take your budget away, set yourselves up like the IPID is, and you was suggested you put together the legislation. Have you done so?
There will be a draft in my office. It's actually a very technical process to go through, although there is a lot of copying and pasting, but also benchmarking. I was involved during the time of transition from ICD to IPID. And remember, and this is how technical and complex the process is. I think 2 years after 2012, somebody went to court and they identified a lacuna in that well-consulted and well-developed legislation. It is, but that is actually advisable. I don't think that I will bring a product which is watertight, because there are other people who are trained in that particular field who can actually deal with that. So a lot of copying, not really a piece of code that we'll be getting from myself.
Do you think that the leaks in the newspapers that have put state security, crime intelligence, defence intelligence, all on the front pages over the last 2 to 3 years have been necessary? Have they enhanced transparency, or have they been damaging to those three entities, in your opinion?
They are damaging. That's the first role that they actually play. There are mechanisms in place that can ensure that there is transparency. I mean, for instance, we do come before this committee and we report to this committee, which is a multi-party committee. So, in fact, I don't see that there is a shortfall of transparency. And yes, of course, even if there was, it shouldn't be done in that particular clandestine manner at all. We've been worried about that, and we've also recommended investigation. In fact, I know that the counterintelligence division or section of the crime intelligence is looking into that issue. I've availed some members from my office to go and be interviewed as far as that issue is concerned. I discussed that with the chairperson. So I speak a lot with the chairperson sometimes, and we discuss business. But sometimes I don't wait to come here, wait to write a letter. Sometimes I just call to seek an advice. I always like his response, Honorable Chair, because he will always start with, what does the law say? And he will allow me to do that. So it shouldn't be happening that way at all. Thank you.
I must say your idea of transparency is not necessarily the same as the idea of transparency out there, because all of our meetings are in camera. So they're not transparent as far as the rest of the country is concerned. Final question. What's your opinion on the fact that we've seen Arthur Fraser removed, but then made the head of correctional services? I only understood fairly recently that the criminal charges I laid were stopped by the pan-civ mechanism, as it were. And now we've seen the minister, who's no longer the minister, bring his right-hand man in the PAN project back from 3 years of suspension as promoted within. I see that as quite a threatening move to try and bring back the same process, which, in that everything is so difficult and murky to pin down. I mean, that whole process may well be running again. We don't know. What's your opinion on that and how it should have been dealt with?
Before I come to the opinion, let me give the facts to the honorable members. We are investigating those appointments. We are trying our level best that they should be reversed before a great damage has been done, because they are busy creating what is called legitimate expectation. So the longer those people sit in those positions, the more problematic it will be for everyone, not only the agency itself, but for this committee, for us as the oversight body. There is a regrouping. We can see that it's patterns, and I think what Honorable Khadebe with an H said then actually is becoming more clearer in this instance, because he says that in the absence of evidence does not mean.
Absence of evidence does not mean evidence of consent.
Exactly. So we are talking about people who have been implicated, who went on a long suspension, and they are coming back, they are being brought here. We are talking about irregular appointment. In fact, on the eve of the departure of the minister, there is again a long list of people who were actually appointed. It creates a serious problem as far as the morale of the other employees of the agency are concerned, because you just say that I do not advertise. You could advertise internally. The veil of secrecy may allow you to deviate, not do an external advertisement. We accept that 100%, but at least internally, let people compete on equal footing, level the ground. So I don't know if you'll still look for my opinion, because I've given you facts. We are investigating that, and we are trying our level best to redismantle that faction.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dintwe.
Thank you very much. We've got 15 minutes for follow-ups. Can we have all the follow-ups? My good doctor there, Honorable Hadebe with an H. Do we have any other? I want to avoid a situation whereby you have a follow-up on top of a follow-up, because that is what is happening.
No, they won't be provoked by us.
But it's only the two, and then say Vala. My good doctor.
Dr. Dindo, I find your understanding of the treatment of complaints very dangerous and in the infringement of basic rights, particularly the right to dignity. It means I could bring a mere gossip to your office, and you take a platform without even talking to me and say, indeed, I'm investigating the falsification of results. That's not right. That is not befitting of an institution of this. Even police stations don't work like that. That's what you did to advocate Mufe. Legal qualifications of a vetted person. By the same institution you say vetted you. I think the dignity of a person is still above and should reign supreme to the treatment of information that you receive. People's reputation, that's what you did. You couldn't treat it so vexatiously or frivolously. I think it was dangerous, and I think this, even today, that's what you're trying to maintain to us. I find it disturbing. What is your reaction to that? Finally, you find criminality all the time. You just spoke about Minister Ayanda Dlondlo irregularly appointing people and all of that. You find a lot of criminality. You don't cross a police station to open a case. In fact, there is a frustration that my recommendations are not implemented immediately. I have to go have an MOU with institutions. It's a bit dishonest that when a vetting process conducted under the conditions of SSA. That's actually classified information. It will be a classified report because those people are agents. That's why that vetting is limited there. Isn't it dishonest to say, if I find information in a vetting process, I must cross a police station? I find you very... What is that? Why don't you accept the regime and the values that the DG brought the information without even going to the public or doing anything, brought it to the principals, left it there? It's been 5 years. I found your reaction as well, though, your answer there, to not be befitting of the values that are associated with the SSA agents who are vetted here. The things that are found about me under those conditions, agents can't cross a police station with classified information that was found not when I was being investigated, when I was being vetted for the parliament position. They just cross a police station because you are forced to go report a crime. I find that as well very frivolous. That's an attitude of a person who's not understanding the dignity of this office and the information of floods that can come about people's dignity. I don't know. That's my reaction, and I think you must have the opportunity to re-persuade us about that.
Do you want is it a comment, or do you want... were you commenting, or do you want him to say something about it?
No, with the greatest, or through you, Chairperson, I would like his reaction. That is my impression. I'm going to go into deliberation with those impressions. So he's got an opportunity to either redeem himself or stick to his guns. And just with your indulgence, we will be doing an inquiry in relation to those things of Zondo. I think the opportunity to ventilate must be in that space regarding what happened at Zondo. I think the committee, in fact, you know that the committee is engaging in the process in relation to those activities. But I think in relation to those two comments, you want to redeem yourself because that's really what you meant.
What did you say about investigations of the Zondo? I don't know about that.
I'll say it offline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Ndlozi. I always welcome an opportunity for me to redeem myself. I so wish I could do that. But look, I made a decision with regard to Advocate Moufe. I was approached, and the person who was posing the question then asked, did you receive a complaint which makes the following allegations? And I do not see an alternative answer to that. In fact, the opposite of what I said, that yes, I can confirm that, would have been lies. I would have been actually lying to the public. But it's also very difficult for me to even try to redeem myself. The decision that I made, if it is a bad decision, it is a bad decision. My biggest concern is that the matter is before the courts. And as I said earlier, I could really be trading in a very dangerous space if I really wanted to go into details trying to redeem myself. I made that decision, Honorable Ndlozi. Whether it was a right decision or a bad decision, I will leave it to the jury to really decide. We are mandated by the Oversight Act. If I do anything which is not legislated in my capacity as the Inspector General of Intelligence, I will be acting outside the ambit of the law. I so wish that as the office we had criminal investigation mandate, but more than that, that we could actually become witnesses in certain cases. I think if one really looks at the intention of the legislature, there is a reason why they said that you report to us either through the certificate or the monitoring reports, so that this information can be sifted through at this particular level. So we do not even have the power of referral in terms of the Oversight Act. And I will agree with you 100% to say that maybe there is a need that during the amendment of legislation, there is something that needs to be done so that we are not found wanting should we decide to report this matter directly to the other investigative or law enforcement agencies, such as the DPCI and the NPA.
Honorable Hadebe with an H.
Thank you, Chair. I am still concerned in relation to stakeholder relations.
2 minutes.
Your ability to manage relationships and the understanding of relationship thereof. Why I'm saying so, and I want you to give comfort. And at first, I thought it was a genuine thing to do, to allow your colleagues to apply, to encourage them to apply. Did you go to them after you have changed your mind and say, look, into yamle, nyayifuna, I have changed my mind? I'm asking this so that we can understand the impact that it will cause to them finding out when the shortlisting was conducted, having to come to us to say, please remove that person as my reference, because I am now competing with him. Have you thought about the impact? Have you gone to them and asked and explain that we have changed your mind? 2, spoken words can never be taken back. You have said to us, you have done your part. It can't be the re-advertisement of the post that will make you realize that you have not done your part.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
From 1 minute to 2 minutes. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. I did not go back to them. Not in a formal way or even in an informal way. The reason being that it is an individual decision. I did not impose my decision on them to say that you must apply. If I did, it was again incumbent upon myself to go back to them and say that then it is my decision that you should withdraw. But I didn't think that it will matter. I so wish that this committee will then rectify in an instance where somebody would have used myself as a reference. But I think that most of our CVs do not have actually a single reference. And I think that it is also the committee will also realize that I'm no longer a proper person. Honorable Hadebe, it was a genuine thing, to be honest, but it does not in any manner change my interest to serve again. We've been rebuilding, and this is an opportunity to test or even to reap, maybe even to reap the fruits of what we've been sweating and toiling to achieve to date. If it was a bad thing that I advise those people, Honorable Chair, let the members punish me for that. It was a genuine thing coming from the bottom of my heart because I love the people that I'm working with. They've supported me over the years. I thank you.
My doctor, now is your chance to say something. Oh. I'm still getting the trail of my mind, my thinking, because you disturbed me.
Don't
must
listen to
raise your
Deputy.
hand next time.
Don't listen to Deputy
The
Chairperson.
doctor, it's your chance now to comment or say something about the whole process of the interviews. Anything that you would like to tell the panelists here in a minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I'm starting to like how things are unfolding in our country. In a sense that, Dr. Ndlozi, there is a lot of radicalism when it comes to here. And there is no way in which it could be done differently. In fact, if you are looking for a right candidate, you have to grill them. I like the word which is used, to grill the candidate, because that's this, you are sifting through. You are checking them for their capabilities, but you are checking them again because this is the most important, it's a very important position ready to occupy. And it has been a privilege and a pleasure that I was given this 5 years, the current 5 years, to actually work in this. I do not have any qualms, Chairperson. I'm smiling because I think that there was decorum, there was respect. Questions were difficult, but they were difficult for a reason. Nobody told me that it will be easy. So when I came here, I knew that I will face difficult questions. But I want to thank honorable members because some of those questions provided a platform for me to redeem myself, Honorable Ndlozi, but not only to redeem myself, to really respond to other issues that could be lingering out there and they were never responded to. I'm very, 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 very happy with the process. I've got no questions, no complaints, nothing at all.
Thank you very much. You are released.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any announcements before the 15 minutes?
Sorry, I want to keep this. Am I allowed?
Yeah, no, it's fine. No announcements to the members. Okay, we can have our 15 minutes. As you can see, I'm in a hurry for mine.
Play that DJ, do your thing. My selector.
Thank you, Mr. DJ, for playing our song. Please, Mangai, tell the DJ. Oh, it's here. Oh, we're still on TV.
No.
Until 30. We're on TV.
You were for 15 seconds.
So there she is to that DJ. Okay, so down to the last two.
Yeah. Last two and that's it.
Yes.
Explain why they wanted to this away.
No, it's good that he, but they need him. Otherwise,
You can't get an opus man. That is not as hard as it. Yes.
But people who, you know what is means?
why did they give him the
No, he was the best one.
He was the best.
Let me tell you what he's been through. Imagine you're doing your job, and because you're looking into things that they don't just watch you, he calls your parents. I mean, that was outrageous. The stuff is weird. And I watched it happen. I mean, this one was on the kangaroo court day on for Robert McBride to make sure he didn't get a second term because Becky saw him attacking the cops. It's all protectionism. You know, everyone tries to protect their own little silo, and here's this person who the law says has to do oversight. It is a thankless job. Thankless job.
Yeah, but what we are saying is that it's not that a person should do their job.
Yeah.
They must do their job. But while doing that job, you must also advise what is it that they must do correctly. Correctly. So what is it that they must do right? So that next year you don't come to the same conclusion.
same thing.
Yes, with the
Well,
same
I'm interested to see this
And
legislation.
also, with the ministers themselves, we've been telling them that, you know, try to maneuver the situation and make sure that we do the right thing. You know,
But you saw what but then of the ministers who complained about it, they're all gone. They're all gone. And you saw that. That's another interesting aspect, eh?
And our communities will get cold.
Well, it's funny how it is when you're outside.
It's too early now. You know, it's a problem ever since everything is done by parliament. Because people are rushing and people just not anymore. And when you tell them, they tell you they work for parliament as well. Have you heard that? Even cleaners, they tell you that. I work for parliament as well. Yeah, no, there's a serious issue now because if it was a service provider, they would have said, at the time you requested it. But now, how do they expect members to improve? Because they can always put in overtime. So what is the matter?
No problem.
No.
The problem doesn't want people to work overtime.
No, but here they don't have a choice. Parliament doesn't want people to work overtime, but when it's necessitated, you work overtime and you get paid. Like you now. Yesterday and today, you can actually claim overtime.
Take an explanation.
Yeah, and I'm gonna sign it and you're gonna get it.
Thank you very much. Are we settled? Good afternoon. What I usually do with each and every candidate, I explain the legislation that we are using in order for the interviews. There's the Constitution that says, if I was to read it, national legislation must regulate the objects, powers, and functions of the intelligence services, including any intelligence division of the Defense Force or Police Service, and must provide for civilian monitoring of the activities of those services by an inspector appointed by the President as head of the National Executive and approved by a resolution adopted by the National Assembly with a supporting vote of at least 2/3 of its members. That will be the Constitution, and the Oversight Act would say the President shall appoint an Inspector General of Intelligence nominated by the committee, which is this committee, and approved by the National Assembly by a resolution supported by at least 2/3 of its members. So before we start, maybe let's introduce ourselves as the panel. My name is Jerome Mage. I'm the chairperson of the panel.
Hello to you. I'm Diane Kohler-Barnard on the JCI and part of the panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Doris Laguta, a member of this panel.
Myself, Kodekale, a member of this panel.
Afternoon, say I am Peggy Hadebe, and Hadebe with H. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kenny Muima, a member of the committee.
Good afternoon, Dirk Stubbe, member of this committee.
Good afternoon, Bulelani Magwaneshe, member of the committee.
Hi, Mbuyiseni Ndlozi.
Good afternoon, I'm Calvin Manganyi, office manager.
Good afternoon, my name is Aruto Sombekle, committee coordinator.
Thank you very much. We will now give you a chance, 10 minutes, just to tell us about yourself, a bit of your background, after which just give us your vision of the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. What do you see as the challenges that are in that office, and your view on how that office can be improved, and some of the challenges that are in there, how you intend correcting them going forward if you are if you succeed in getting the job. Can I hand over to you? You do that in 10 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the panel and committee. My name is Imtiaz Faisal. I am currently the Acting Director General of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure since August 2020. My permanent position is the Deputy Director General responsible for governance, risk and compliance in the same department. I was appointed to establish this branch to deal with risk management, performance management, as well as consequence management, and to set up governance structures in the department. Prior to that, around 2013, I was the Chief Operating Officer in the Office of the Inspector General for Intelligence for around 10 years in all. I initially started off in the office in 2002 to 2004, where I acted and assisted to establish the Office of the Inspector General. And from 2004, I was permanently appointed in the OIGI. I was the first employee in that office, and I stayed there until 2012 before being transferred to the Department of Public Works. I've had a good decade in the Office of the Inspector General, setting up the functions and assisting the Inspector General. And my position was essentially the role of a Deputy Inspector General in all but name of Chief Operating Officer. Chairperson, prior to that, I served in the Ministries for Intelligence Services from 1997 up to 2002. I served under various ministers during that time, providing various counsel and advice on issues of finance, auditing, oversight, conducting investigations into COVID structures, and generally supporting the respective ministers to carry out their oversight and control over the intelligence services. That was from 97. So that essentially, Chairperson, covered my career in the public service. Prior to that, I was in practice. I am a qualified CA. I was in private practice since 1996 until I joined the government full-time in 2004. During that time, I conducted various audits in the private sector at a number of multinationals. I served my articles with PwC and gained experience auditing multinationals. And that generally, Chairperson, is my career in terms of where I spent my time in private practice, thereafter with the respective ministries for intelligence services, and then the Chief Operating Officer in the Office of Inspector General for Intelligence before going over to Public Works. During my time at the intelligence services, I also began studying towards a master's degree in security studies, which I completed in 2012. So I have the master's degree as well in security studies. And I believe that my strength is that I bring experience with respect to governance and oversight, as well as experience and knowledge gleaned over a 15-year period in the intelligence services in terms of conducting oversight over the 4 services, domestic and foreign intelligence, crime intelligence, as well as defense intelligence. So I've had that experience, and I believe that I have the necessary credentials and understanding of the national security of our country. I also believe that my time at Public Works has enabled me to better appreciate the security challenges facing our country, and has sharpened my appreciation for the dynamics and the kind of challenges we face as a nation. So I appreciate the opportunity I've been given to move from an information organization in terms of the intelligence services, where I served from 1998 until 2012, and to move over to Public Works to experience the functioning of government at three tiers, local, provincial, as well as national government, and to appreciate the challenges in terms of the unemployment, the levels of poverty, the collapsed state of infrastructure, and the level of unemployment and the challenges facing our country and the government. I was able to feel and to play a direct role in dealing with these matters as a Director General, as well as a senior member of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So I believe that that experience has equipped me to better appreciate the location of the country and the challenges it faces, together with the kind of solutions we need to develop to place ourselves on a different trajectory going forward. So, Chair, that in essence is my academic and background, as well as my practical experience. And I'd like to, hand back to you. Thank you very much. But, Chairperson, moving on to your second question, the Inspector General's function, yes. I was talking about the first part of the question. The challenges facing the Office of the Inspector General are in twofold. There are institutional challenges and there are functional challenges. With respect to the institutional challenges, I believe that the Inspector General's function is sort of located inappropriately. the Inspector General does not have the necessary functional independence. The office is located within the security services, meaning in essence that the Director General of the Security Services is the accounting officer for the Inspector General. And I think that there is a bit of an incompatibility with independence to enable the IG to carry out his function without fear, favor, or bias. There's this dependency which is incompatible with independence. So one of the first changes I would bring about is to assure some sort of institutional independence for the IG. We could look at the government component as a quick fix. I believe a government component is a cheaper as well as a more effective way to bring about autonomy for the IG that will allow the IG to control his or her own budget as well as appoint his or her own staff and make decisions from the point of view of an accounting officer. The accounting officer could be located in the OIGI as a senior official in that office, or alternatively could also be the IG him or herself. So functionally, institutionally, this is the biggest difficulty I see. I also believe that the authority given to the minister in the Oversight Act to appoint staff in the IG's office, perhaps we've outlived that requirement. I know in the first act, Oversight Act, you also had the ministers of defense and police who were given the authority to second staff to the IG's office. But I think we've passed that phase that the IG should select his or her own staff and should have functional and independence. So I would propose a new structure, and the government component would seem the most effective structure to propose. Second of all, from a functional point of view, there are a number of functions of the IG which I believe are not appropriately clarified. I will start with the review function. The review function is not described. Review is not explained. In fact, in practice, review is often construed to mean an evaluation of performance. But there's no certainty in this regard, and I believe that the review function needs to be clarified. You also have the notion of a significant intelligence failure, and I believe that the intelligence services don't always comply with the reporting requirements for intelligence failure because it's not properly regulated. That the term significant and intelligence failure itself needs to have some sort of understanding and common understanding and definition. So significant intelligence failure is also an area that needs to be properly regulated. Thirdly, I look at the certification function of the IG, and I believe that the certification function is not adequately harvested by the intelligence services. After all, when you look at the certification function, it has a dual requirement. It requires the IG to inform the public whether or not he is satisfied with the report of a service. So what does it mean to be satisfied and not be satisfied? These are important concepts that are not described in legislation, and one would believe that satisfied would mean their report achieves fair presentation. But this is a contestable area. Second of all, you also have the reporting requirement that the head of a service must also report to the IG whether or not anything has come to the attention of the head of a service that indicates the service has done anything that's unlawful, contravene a ministerial direction, or done anything that constitutes an unreasonable use of the service's powers. Those are very powerful statements. And I believe that these were intended to give the public the assurance that our intelligence services are a force for good, and they've not transgressed the laws, and they've done nothing that constitutes an unreasonable use of their powers. But this certificate is a secret. It's not published. It's presented to the JSC, I know that, but it stays here. It's not discussed at the parliamentary level, and the public is no better aware of the outcome of the certification process, although it's probably meant for public consumption, to on an annual basis at least say to the public that these intelligence services are a force for good, and they've done nothing that constitutes an unreasonable use or abuse of their powers. And we've lost these opportunities because we've kind of classified and we have excessive secrecy even in the oversight function. So those are some of the important areas: is the review function, the intelligence failure function, certification function. But I'm also concerned with other areas. The IG's recommendations are not binding, and we've had similar challenges in the past where the public protector's findings were also subject to similar contestations, and we need to deal with this. It's one of the reasons that we have not moved from the abuse that we are currently seeing is that the IG's functions and the recommendations are not binding on the services, and they see it as some sort of nice to discuss or talk about. And there are other issues that I would also want to improve in the office, and that would include regulating all the functions of the IG to have clarity, especially the procedures for conducting investigations, if there has not been done as yet. And I would also want to ensure that we clarify the legal representation of those who testify before the IG. I think that is very important and has become an area of contestation to protect the natural rights of those who provide evidence to the IG. So those are some of the interventions one would make, Chairperson, to improve the functioning of this office. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much. Can I just clarify one thing? When you say if it becomes a government component, did you say that? What does that, can you explain?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, Chairperson, the government component is a different institutional form that we have the Schedule 1 and the Schedule 2 departments. We have the public entities as well. And a government component is a different type of entity that is designated by the Minister of the Public Service as a component within a department. And what this would do is it would allow the IG to have accountability and to continue to be functionally accountable to the JSCI and administratively accountable to the Minister responsible for the services. So it's a type of public entity that could be used. I know that in the past, the DPSA has used this mechanism as an alternative where there are small entities, and this IG's office is a small entity. It's not thousands of employees and billions of rand in budget as some of our departments are. It's a different form of component, institutional form. It's called a government component. It's not on its own, which means that it won't be a separate department or a separate entity. It will be within the security services as a ring-fence component, independent and autonomous, but not outside the services.
Thank you very much. Can I open up? And this time, where do I start? Let me just start here.
Hello, and nice to see you again. In 2014, and you made reference to it, you were sent on secondment from the State Security Agency to Public Works. You say that, is that still the norm? Does State Security, why are State Security sending people into other ministries? What's the thought process behind that?
Yes, thank you very much. At the time, the secondment was based on a need expressed by the Minister of Public Works, and it was not the State Security Agency who facilitated the secondment. It was the Minister for Public Works who asked for assistance in establishing certain functions. And I was asked whether I would have any interest, and I accepted the secondment at the time. And after a 6-month secondment, it was extended to a year, and I accepted the lateral transfer into Public Works.
Which is where I recognize you from. Let's look at the position itself. Could you spell out for us the various functions that the President may, according to the legislation, designate to the IGI, in which case, who exactly then would you report to? Directly to the President or to the committee? We're looking at what you believe are the certain IGI functions which allow you either to report or not to report to this particular committee.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, you're talking about the President designating functions to the IGI and who the IGI would report to, and for which functions does the IGI report to this committee? Yes, thank you very much. In terms of the Act, where the President delegates or designates function or tasks, as they say, to the IGI then reports directly to the President on that particular matter. With respect to the JSCI, this committee, the JSCI is entitled to refer a complaint received from members of the public to either the head of a service or also to the IGI. And in that regard, the IGI must report on the outcome of the investigation of that particular complaint to this committee. But beyond that, this committee is also responsible for the oversight of the IGI. The IGI is functionally accountable to this committee. So this committee is entitled to receive all information and reports from the IGI in terms of the functioning of the IGI. So this committee has the functional accountability for the IGI. It resides with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. So the IGI's responsibility for his or her functions is to the Standing Committee on Intelligence.
Thank you. You did make a reference to it a bit earlier in your introduction. The fact that if the IGI issues instructions on how to resolve a particular issue, deal with something, none of the services, none of the ministers are actually obliged to take those instructions on board. So what's your plan? How would you attempt to deal with this matter, to resolve it and to make what are now recommendations binding?
Thank you very much. The kind of matters dealt with by the IGI would either talk to matters of compliance or performance, if one had to categorize them very broadly. With respect to compliance, I believe that there should be little debate about the implementation and the enforceability of the IG's recommendations. With respect to performance, areas of performance, it's a little different because a lot of it is subjective. The service may not agree with the recommendation to improve performance or to deal with one or other matter. So there isn't one cut and dried rule with respect to the response on how to resolve this particular area of contestation. So what I would do is I would introduce two recommendations. The first of all is a soft recommendation that I would require the committee, the Joint Standing Committee, to maintain some sort of monitoring mechanism on the implementation of the recommendations of the IG in the services. That oversight is very important from the point of view of bringing about the necessary kind of motivation or impetus by the service, knowing that the JSCI is monitoring implementation of IG recommendations. So I would bring greater levels of oversight and also hold the ministers to account for the implementation of those recommendations. Second of all, I want to bring about, beyond that monitoring, I would want to bring about a legislative amendment that as soon as the opportunity arises, one would want to introduce amendments into the legislation to indicate that the recommendations of the IG, where they pertain to non-compliance with any rule, with any law of the regulatory framework, are enforceable. I would want to clarify that. So those were two. The one would be a hard and fast resolution, and the other one would be a soft resolution where I'd require the committee and the respective ministers to bring about monitoring of the recommendations of the IG to bring about implementation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the IGI's access to intelligence information or premises. Does, in your opinion, the IGI have access to all covert intelligence information or premises? And if so, would you bring the report on such visits to the attention of the committee, whether or not it contained information which may not be released in terms of Section 78B(3) of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act?
On the first part of the question, yes, the IG has access to all information and intelligence without any restriction whatsoever. So that's the first instance for oversight purposes. That access is not deniable on any ground in terms of the Act. provided it's required for the carrying out of the IG's functions. So those are the limitations for the IG, but the access is unlimited if those conditions are met. With respect to sharing with the JSCI, the IG would have to make the necessary considerations in order to protect sources and methods and operational information. And I believe that that disclosure can only be made, further disclosure can be made only with the authorization of the head of a service. But I believe that the sharing of information is based on that limitation, that sources, methods, and operational information cannot be compromised.
Thank you. Chair, have I used my 10 minutes? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Zagude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Mr. Faisal. Thank you very much. Section 14, subsection 1A and B of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and provincial legislatures provide for the Joint Committee to summons any person to appear before it under oath or affirmation, to give evidence, produce reports, and also to give information, whatever information they have. What is your understanding of this section of this of the Act that I have already mentioned?
Just to clarify, you mentioned it that the Intelligence Services Oversight Act?
Yes, the section 14 of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and the provincial legislatures. What is your understanding of that section? Thank you, Chair.
To you.
Thank you very much. This particular section pertains to the access to information by members of Parliament and committees of Parliament to all information to enable committees to carry out the oversight function in the interest of transparency and accountability, to hold public departments and public servants to account, and provides the ability of all parliamentary committees to summon any person from the public service, the private sector, and to require all information to be presented to enable committees of Parliament to exercise their authority and to exercise oversight over public functions as designated to a particular committee. So my understanding is that the powers within that particular provision provide for these particular emphasis for members of Parliament.
Okay. Thank you very much for that response. Mr. Faisal, I'm sorry. The high-level report, the high-level panel report agreed with the 2006 task team report on the renewal of the intelligence services legislations, regulations, and policies, and the 2008 Matthew Commission's report that the OIG must be given the independent status. What is your views on this matter? And if appointed as IGI, how will you make sure that the OIG attain the status? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The independence of the IG is attained in different ways. I mentioned earlier the need to institutionalize the OIGI into a separate entity outside the intelligence services. Currently, the IG is part of the State Security Agency, effectively, as a spending center. The Director General of the agency is the accounting officer of the OIGI, effectively, as the person nominated as a head of department. So what you have the anomaly where the Director General is the accounting officer of an entity overseeing the agency. So this incompatibility I would bring about, first of all, by giving the Office of the IG its own institutional status. I mentioned earlier in another question that I would propose that the OIGI be established as a government component. But it could also be scheduled as a public entity, but I wouldn't go that direction, that a government component is sufficient to allow the IG to manage his or own budget, as well as appoint his or her own staff and to operate autonomously. So that institutional autonomy is the first intervention one would make in order to bring this about. But what one would also do is appreciate that independence is also a state of mind. And that state of mind means that the IG needs to carry out his functions or her functions autonomously in the mind and provide the kind of recommendations and findings based on his or her work that is brought about through credibility, through independent mindset, and provide the appropriate direction. So independence is also the state of mind. So the selection of the individual must ensure that the person has the necessary credibility to act without fear or favor, and also understands the business of intelligence, but more importantly also understands the challenges facing the country at large, that the country is on an unsustainable path with respect to our national security and our human security. The level of unemployment and poverty is not sustainable, and the IG should have appreciation for all of these dynamics to serve independently and impartially. So my response is both an institutional response as well as a response that requires a person with certain credentials to do the work. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Mr. Faisal, I can see that you worked in many departments, and in 2014, you were seconded to Public Works. Then why you were seconded to Public Works from SSA? Then what is your interest in going back to that environment of the spooks?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chairperson, I moved from the information organization, which is state security and national security, to a bricks and mortar organization, which is public works and infrastructure. It was a huge transformation for me personally. And it took time to establish my understanding and appreciation for that environment. And I truly appreciate the experience it has given me. And I truly appreciate the knowledge and understanding I have acquired, as well as the opportunity to manage a huge and complex organization. But I don't believe that is my natural home. That I do believe that I'm an information person, that national security, international relations, that's the area that I would like to, migrate into and return to. And I believe that that is where I'm able to make a better contribution and use my experience at Public Works, where one has 30 one's hands with the challenges in the rural areas, in the urban areas, with unemployment, and I've understood the country better as a result of my experience, and like to use that rich knowledge and experience and take it to national security, which I believe is my natural environment. I have changed my career a few times. I started off as an auditor in public practice, and I moved from there to national security, where I also studied and learned that business. I moved into infrastructure and learned that business, and I lead the department at this moment, and I'd like to migrate back and use all of this knowledge and experience in intelligence oversight that I've gathered in the past, and bring my appreciation and practical experience in all the departments I've worked for into state security, where I believe resides my natural home. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Do I still have a minute? Ungidlele emaqembeni, Chair.
Can we have Honorable Madikhali?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening. I'm sure we are now in the evening. Good evening, Mr. Faisal. You said you worked in intelligence oversight and governance of the state security. So, suppose you win this position, and I know there were challenges in that work situation. Suppose you win, how will you improve the relationship of your team, and how will you then relate to various stakeholders?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. With respect to the respective stakeholders, the question is how I would improve the relationship with the respective stakeholders as well as the team within the office. And I will start with the stakeholders. The stakeholders of the Inspector General are multiple and varied. The stakeholders include, for example, the heads of the services, where we start, and where one needs to develop a very dynamic relationship that ensures a mutual confidence and respect, and an ability to have constructive engagement and the free sharing of information. That intelligence oversight is dependent on sharing information, and that sharing of information is also largely dependent on bringing about constructive relationships with the heads of services. So for me, that is an important place to start, is that there should be dynamic and constructive relationships with the services, with the top management, with the members, as well as the heads, to allow the free flow of information from the IG to the service and vice versa, to enable constructive oversight. But one needs to be very careful with the relationship. It must not result in the IG being captured by a service, but maintain a professional arm's length in securing that constructive engagement. Second of all is the respective ministers. The respective ministers responsible for the services are responsible in their part for oversight and control as well. They are also part of the architecture of intelligence oversight and control. And one needs to have the confidence of the respective ministers and work closely with them to allow the ministers the opportunity to share their concerns about the intelligence services with the IG, for the IG to share his or her concerns with the ministers, and to work collaboratively with the ministers to bring about improvement in the quality of output of the services, as well as to ensure they work within the framework of the law. So the ministers are important because we share mutual concerns and we provide different types of oversight over the services. Then I will come to Parliament and the JSCI in particular. The JSCI is an important stakeholder to the IG. It's at the center of the existence of the IG. The IG is functionally accountable to the JSCI. So the JSCI is a kind of parent to the IG. And the IG needs to ensure that this is a relationship of mutual respect and confidence where the IG is able to share his or her concerns with the JSCI and to table his or her view and vision of the intelligence services with the JSCI. I believe that the IG can only function effectively with a dynamic relationship and mutual confidence and respect with the JSCI. In the absence of that relationship, I believe that the IG and the IG's function is at a significant disadvantage. There must be that mutual synergy and respect between the JSCI and the IG. I have little doubt about that. The other relationship is the Auditor General. I believe that the Auditor General, the Auditor General's audit of the intelligence services is deficient. And after 25, 30 years of democracy, we still have this audit qualification, which is almost a statement of surrender, where the AG is presently qualifying the audit opinion on the grounds of inability to access information and also self-restraint, which is quite clear in the intelligence services. As a result, COVID operations are not sufficiently audited. I believe that's an area of dynamic cooperation between the IG and the AG, and we've seen it elsewhere in other dispensations. In fact, in some dispensations, the IG conducts the audit as well. So that's another stakeholder, is the Auditor General. See, the Auditor General is an important partner to audit the money and follow the money, and the IG to follow the operations. That an important relationship between the two parties is very important. And I see the AG as another dynamic and important stakeholder. So for me, the heads of services, the respective ministers, and I would also then take this forward to the NICOC and the presidency. That the president is the most important recipient of the outcomes and outputs of the intelligence services. I would want to have a dynamic relationship with the coordinator for intelligence to ensure that the appropriate intelligence information is communicated to the primary users, which is Cabinet and the President. And I would want to develop these relationships to ensure that the IG plays a dynamic role as well as a changing role to ensure that the important users of intelligence receive what is required from the intelligence services, and the services understand their needs and meet them. So those are the most important and the 5 stakeholders that one would focus on. Although there may be others, there's the public. I would like to conclude with, I believe the certificate of the IG is being wasted. The certificate is intended to communicate assurance. And I believe that assurance is not being communicated to the public, that the services are a force for good and they work within the framework of the law. And that is a very important statement to make, and that is what the law requires. And currently that opinion is being withheld through a secrecy provision. I would see that public engagement as a very important reform in the functioning of the IG work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faisal. Thank you for the response. The high-level panel report found that the Office of the IG should be given some legislated status. In your opinion, based on the study of the current legislative framework, what legislative amendments are required for this office of the IGI? Thank you.
Honourable Member, the issue of the higher level review panel is also consistent with the recommendations of the Matthews Commission of Inquiry in the late 2000s to give the IG independence and autonomy. I believe that I've also dealt with this in my earlier responses. The legislative status, I would like to contrast it to what it is currently. Effectively, the IG is part of the State Security Agency. The members of the IG are employees of the State Security Agency. The budget of the IG is part of the budget of the State Security Agency. There is very little autonomy functionally for the IG. With respect to legislative amendments that are necessary, the Intelligence Services Oversight Act provides for the functions of the IG. The institutional form of the IG is not legislated at all. The only aspects of the institutional form of the IG is dealt with through the appointment of staff, where the Minister, in consultation with the IG, appoints staff to the office. And the budget of the IG is sourced from the budget of the State Security Agency. There is no provision for the institutional form of the IG as a separate entity. And those are the amendments that one would seek to introduce, is to introduce an amendment to the current dispensation, which does not require a change to the Oversight Act itself, but to designate the Inspector General and the Office of an Inspector General as a separate entity. And as I mentioned before, I would designate it as a government component because it's a cheap form of autonomy, and I'm not disrespecting the different forms. But we do have a presidential review commission on public enterprises, and we find there are too many public entities out there. We need to rationalize them and ensure they don't attract too much of expense, that they serve the intended purpose. And the government component is the legislative amendment that I would introduce. It's simple. It's through a proclamation of the Public Service and Administration, and the Minister of that department to assent to the status change of the IG into a government component. That will achieve all the concerns we have. It will address all of them to give autonomy to the IG to have his or her own budget without incurring significant cost. The IG would remain part of the intelligence community and be administratively accountable to the minister and be his or her own accounting officer and remain functionally accountable to the JSCI as provided for in the Oversight Act. So that would be my amendment to bring about this change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response. The last one. The invitation here is to make sure that the IGI has a greater autonomy. There is an urgent need for a legislative review of the functioning and resource of office of the IGI. The current configuration being resourced through SSA has demonstrated that it will be weakened and it will lead to the politicization of the SSA. Logically, who would fund and adequately resource an office designed to hold them accountable? Do you think that the office will function better if the IGI has a deputy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The first part of the question is the legislative review of the OIGI and the issue of the motive for the intelligence services to want to support the adequate functioning of the Inspector General's office under circumstances where the IG conducts oversight. And I believe that with all due respect to the credibility of the management of the services, I don't believe there's much motivation to do so. From our own experience, the best circumstance for the services is to manage the IG and to manage the relationship with the IG, to manage the access to information of the IG, to manage the IG's narrative, to manage the IG's perspectives. Those are the goals and objectives of the intelligence services. After all, that's how they think and operate, because their mandate requires that sort of mindset. So I would place very little credence and trust on the intelligence services to aspire to have a great degree of oversight. I wouldn't see it. And as a result, one would want to place very limited reliance on the intelligence services for the functioning of the IG, insofar as resources is concerned, insofar as budget is concerned, insofar as infrastructure is concerned, insofar as institutional form is concerned. All of these should be located outside the intelligence services, within government, within the security architecture, but outside the services with minimal reliance on the services because of those dynamics, that the services have no motive to maximize the ability of an IG to expose wrongdoing or any sort of exception on their part. So one would want to ensure that accountability is brought about in a different manner with an independent IG. With the second question, Chairperson, I know if I can please be reminded.
I was requesting if ever you see any need of the deputy.
Oh, my apologies, yes, of course. Yes, Chairperson, I do believe it's necessary when the IG is not available for one or other reason, due to illness or whatever other reason, that you have no legal fallback without an IG, and one cannot have that. One has got to have a deputy IG and also a proper delegation framework in place. The delegation framework will allow the conduct of certain functions in the absence of an IG. So I certainly support the the use of a deputy IG. In fact, there used to be that system in the past. When I served in the office, I was the chief operating officer, was effectively the deputy. But they moved away from that, and we have just the inspector general. So I certainly would support it, knowing that you need that fallback in the absence of an IG. And there's another dynamic as well, besides the absence of the IG. It's the nature of the work of the IG. One spoke about the stakeholder management, engaging the president, engaging the ministers and heads of services, engaging the JSCI is a very executive intensive function. And the deputy IG or the chief operating officer is responsible for the administration and accountability of the office, to manage staff, to manage detailed investigations, and to manage operations. One has got to separate these functions to avoid the IG being drawn into routines and missing the importance of the question you asked the honourable member earlier, is to manage these relations and to see the wood from the trees. So for me, that's the most important reason to segregate the two and to have a deputy managing the operations and allowing the IG to deal with the strategic matters of this particular function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am done.
Thank you. And it took a lot of time. Can I just clarify? You said it twice about the certificates, that they don't seem to be making their way to the public. And I think I agree with that, because even the report that this committee writes to Parliament, it's watered down to some extent. But you never suggested, or how should this reach the public, the certificate? It makes sense. I mean, the public never hear anything about the intelligence services. They don't even know how they operate. But what is your suggestion? Must there be some magazine that goes out monthly, or what would be your suggestion? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the question. Chairperson, the certificate of the IG is the one instrument, but there's also the audit report of the Auditor General. Yeah, there's also the annual report of the intelligence services and the annual reports. I would see the need to publish all of these, that the annual reports of the intelligence services and what they do must be communicated to the public. After all, it's the public we are protecting. So why should we hold secret those affairs which concern them most? So the IG certificate and the AG's audit opinion should both be published. And what one would do is to release them as statements into the media and place them on the websites of the Auditor General and the Inspector General and the JSCI, suitably redacted for information that is classified, that compromises operational methods and sources, suitably redacted for that particular purpose. But one would publish them on the website and release them to the media. The certificate of the AG and the audit opinion of the IG, all of which currently is not released into the public. As you mentioned, Chairperson, they are dealt with through the report of the JSCI. So there's a need for a greater level of public knowledge about what the intelligence services do, to increase the level of public confidence, and to demystify what intelligence is, and to move away from this fear that people have for intelligence services, to have this public consent that we currently seem not to have. I've seen in Canada, Chair, to answer your question, there was a public information request in Canada for the IG certificate, and they released it, suitably redacted, and they continue to release it thereafter on an annual basis. Our certificate is very similar. It was drawn from the Canadian Intelligence Act. So we have a very similar certificate. So one would publish it in that manner, Chairperson, but also the Auditor General certificate, as well as the annual reports of the intelligence services, I believe are very important to publish with suitably redacted versions that account for national security considerations. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, I think that is done. I mean, the audits are released, as I said, through the JSCI reports. But seemingly, I understand you to mean that it must be released in such a way that people can understand and so on. Don't you think it's simply going to be a shell? After they've taken out all of these things, simply going to be a shell that would never even make sense. I mean, if I was to give an example, SSA, there are a lot of things that they can't say. Maybe they can't say, we spent this amount on this and that, gadgets and so on, because that in itself, it's already compromising them. So the format, of course, I'm just imagining somebody in a village sitting there reading something about SSA or crime intelligence. Or maybe my head has been hammered for a very long time. I can't even see that happening on my own. But I can't see in what structure besides the annual reports and so on. It would be nice to have that, but well, maybe let me just think about it and crack my head on it. I think I talked aloud of what I'm thinking about. Can I then get to, can I ambush H? Honorable H, over to you.
No, thanks, Chair. It's not an ambush this time around. The last time we met virtually, it was in Scopa, dealing with the Bay Bridge saga. I'm raising this in relation to one of the requirements of fit and proper person to be selected in this office. And one of the challenges that we encountered then in Scopa was the stalling of punishing those that were alleged to be culprits. It took 1.5 years to deal with the matter. Even the minister then was frustrated. And she had this to say: it has become very clear that some of the senior managers in the department have perfected the art of avoiding disciplinary hearings. They play us with laws.
Are you still with us?
Yes.
Oh.
So I'm saying, in terms of us having confidence in you as a fit and a proper person, while you had an opportunity to showcase that you are not tolerant to maladministration and corruption. What have you done since then, and what makes us to have confidence in you that you can deal decisively with corruption when it comes to a very huge department like intelligence? Thank you.
To you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honourable Member. Chair, I'd like to answer the question in two parts. First of all, I'd like to point out that the Bait Bridge investigation, I led it through my previous job. While I was DDG, I led the investigation, and the investigation was very thorough, without fear or favor, made findings against all and sundry where necessary. And I then found myself implementing the recommendations as well as a result of my acting position. With respect to consequence management, Honourable Member, I want to point out, and I was in fact seized with these matters very recently in preparation for the next COPA encounter engagement. And what I want to say is I engaged the Office of the State Attorney to bring along the independent, perhaps I should say first, that all these disciplinary hearings are headed by independent persons. The disciplinary hearing is headed by a senior counsel appointed by the State Attorney, and one is not able to interfere in their work. And I wrote to the State Attorney asking for the chairperson to appear before the next COPA meeting with me to explain the delays in the disciplinary process. And I received a written response from the State Attorney explaining that they cannot accept the request because it will compromise the chairperson, or at least a perception of the independence of the chairperson. And they recommended that the initiator, as well as a member of the State Attorney, will accompany me to the next COPA engagement to explain the delays suffered in the disciplinary process as encountered by the chairperson, the independent chairperson. So what I'd like to point out, that's one instance. There's another instance where a member of the staff who's been charged has taken the matter to court to interdict the proceedings from continuing. So in one instance, you have an independent member of the bar. In the other instance, you have a court who's not given a date to hear this interdict hearing. So these matters are completely out of our control. So I'd like to say very, very openly and honestly.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think the explanation suffices because we have 10 minutes to interact. I was just testing your fit and proper to hold office in relation to fighting corruption.
Thank you.
I liked your vision when you started. However, you also stated that you were part of setting up of the OIGI and you were the first employee. I assume that you also contributed to the regulations and legislation that accompanied the office. Am I correct in that assumption?
In part, Honourable Member, in part.
Then you further stated that the OIGI is located in the wrong place and this affect or compromise the independence of the office. Now, as a person who was part of the establishment, why didn't you foresee this or envisage this to be the challenge? Will I be correct in saying you also contributed to the quagmire of the office? Will that be a correct assumption to make as a first employee and as the, I don't want to say you are the co-founder, but as someone who immensely contributed? So today we know who to apportion the blame to. And you are here to try and remedy the mistakes of the past. Will I be correct in summing up like that?
Thank you very much for the question. I appreciate it too. When one looks at the findings on the IG's office in the report to the high-level review panel and then compares it to those of the Matthews Commission in 2007, 2008, around there, they're essentially the same. So what one would say is in 15 years, since the findings of the Matthews Commission, we have not implemented the reforms outlined in the report of the Matthews Commission. And I testified before the Matthews Commission. And all of these issues were raised back then in the Matthews Commission. The institutional status of the IG was wrong, that the number of functions of the IG was not properly clarified, that the minister was required to introduce regulations for the functioning of the OIGI. So many of those were raised back then. In fact, I recall that I led a team that wrote many of the regulations. But when I left there, I'm not sure what happened to them. But I had a clear idea, and I've placed this in my CV, on how to conduct monitoring and review, how to certify, and we also converged those concepts with what the Auditor General does. So I would To the contrary, honourable members say that I contributed to a proper development of the intellectual capacity of the Office of the IG when I was there. And I also raised the gaps in the Matthews Commission, and they appeared in the report of the Matthews Commission. But it seems like we never moved since the Matthews Commission in 2008, both for the oversight as well as the intelligence services in terms of abuse. We seem not to have put in the necessary checks and balances since the Matthews Commission, and they were reported once again by the high-level review panel of 2021. So I want to give context to your comments that I believe that I contributed to resolving these challenges, but it was ultimately the executive who had the prerogative to bring about the necessary changes. They were really beyond our reach. Yeah.
In terms of the powers and function of the office, 2 minutes. Was I that long, Chair? Really?
Very, very long.
Yeah. I only asked 2 questions, but be that as it may, in terms of the powers and function, that of monitoring and reviewing the activities of the services, the intelligence and counterintelligence, what is your understanding of monitoring and review?
Yes, thank you, honourable member. With respect to monitoring, the monitoring is a reactive function. The monitoring takes place with reference to the referent object of the legislation, the constitution, the respective policies on intelligence and counterintelligence. Monitoring is directed purely to determine compliance or non-compliance. And it supports the function of the IG to determine whether or not the service has done anything unlawful or constitutes an abuse of its powers. So monitoring, the referent object of monitoring is to determine compliance and non-compliance. With respect to review, as I mentioned earlier, one of the lacunas in the legislation, it does not define the meaning of the word review. And in practice, the review function has been construed to mean a review of performance. So it's more of a performance assessment. And that one is also conducted with a view to determining the intelligence activities are contributing to national priorities and whether or not the services are meeting their respective mandates. So review is revolving around the practice of intelligence conduct and performance.
Lastly, if you were an IGI currently and the aftermath of the July unrest in relation to the review, what would you have done as an Inspector General?
Honourable Member, the July unrest was, in all intents and purposes, a significant intelligence failure. The first thought I would have is that the service has failed to report. I would determine whether on the service is reporting a significant intelligence failure, because clearly the July unrest occurred. The intelligence services failed to anticipate it. They failed to report it. They failed to provide the necessary information to decision makers to neutralize it. My first thought would be significant intelligence failure, and I would expect the services to explain what went wrong and to explain any sort of intervention they are making to correct or to ensure a non-recurrence of this particular failure. So that would be my first thought, if I understand the question properly, that a significant intelligence failure has just befallen the country, where the intelligence services has failed to neutralize an event. This is why intelligence services exist, is to identify and to neutralize the events such as took place in July, and they have failed. But I hope I understand the question, but that would be my response.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I see Honorable Muimang doesn't want to say anything. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Faisal. Just one aspect that I want to tease from you, particularly given the fact that you were at the center of the conceptualization of the implementation IGS office, and given the position that you occupied, I want to believe that you are able to make a reflection in terms of the work that was done by the previous IGIs. One during the investigation that was done by the IGS office with regard to the Hawks mails, with the investigation of a certain Mr. Makozoma. And then the second period relates to the work of the IGI under Ms. Faith Khadebe, where there seems to have been a close proximity between the IGS office and the State Security Agency. And then the third one that I want to talk about is the current incumbent, with the tension between the office and the former DG, where the top clearance certificate was withdrawn. From your understanding, what could be behind this variance in terms of the relation between the IG's office and the ministry? Could the rationale behind this variance be attributed to the what we call the proximity between intelligence office and the executive, or between the intelligence office and the decision makers? From where I come from, it is inevitable, given the importance of intelligence in terms of guiding the decision makers. This proximity is inevitable. So if you could just make a reflection on those variants across those three periods, with a view to see as to whether is there something that you can offer, having made a reflection on that and having been the person that was at the forefront of the implementation process and the setting up of this office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I certainly see the evolution of the IG's office in three parts, as you explained. That the period of the hoax emails, where I served, that was a period of establishment and consolidation. I think the Inspector General, we always consider the Inspector General at the time to be the first Inspector General, even though there were others who served for very short periods. This was the first substantive opportunity to embed the role and function of the Inspector General from around 2002, 2004. And this was the period of bringing about the credibility and laying the foundation for intelligence oversight. This was a period during which the hoax emails were exposed and the abuse of the intelligence services for political purpose was exposed. And I see that as a foundation period. In fact, I also see this period as a lost opportunity, because the hoax emails, as well as the exposure of the political abuse of intelligence by the domestic agency, was an opportunity to course correct. And instead, after 2006, 2007, it seemed to have intensified, as expressed in the report of the high-level review panel. So I believe this consolidation phase had already pointed out significant red warning lights about the abuse of intelligence and abuse transpiring at the time, and the opportunity was lost. I then move on to the period of the Inspector General, Faith Adebe. And I believe that during that time, there were, in my view, there was controversy about some of the reports of the Inspector General and the credibility of the functioning of the office at that time. And there was certainly certain perceptions of a closeness between the IG's office and the executive that was not in keeping with the independence of that office, and perhaps tainted the reputation of the office at the time. And I've seen the current incumbent and followed some of the testimony before the Zondo Commission. And one can clearly see an Inspector General that operated without fear or favor. I saw an Inspector General there with the backbone, even though I don't know the person at all. And I believe that the independence and credibility of the IG's office was established. And I say this as an outside person looking from the outside onto the inside. The credibility of the office established and the work of the IG also demonstrated in the public space very credibly. And I see that is an opportunity that one can capitalize on going forward. So I would then answer the second part of the question in expressing that in terms of my understanding of the evolution of the office, what I can bring. I believe that the intelligence services have lost their way. And I use a high-level review report as a source of information. And the agency is in requirement of some sort of public consent. We need to rethink the legislation governing intelligence. We need to rethink the white paper. We need to rethink the whole concept of public consent. And we need to have a shared understanding of what national security is and rewrite some parts of the legislation to define and refine the mandate of the intelligence services, which is in some places too broad. We need to define it in objective terms, especially domestic intelligence, but also counterintelligence, very dangerous mandates which are susceptible to abuse. And all of those, I believe, then give rise to some sort of transformation within the intelligence services, especially state security agency. And this transformation must be led on the basis of that review of the architecture of intelligence, the white paper, the national security policy, as well as amendments to legislation. And then we need to embark upon serious transformation of the state security agency and bring about a new theory of change. And I say that is to realign and re-professionalize the state security agency in particular, to re-professionalize it, to respond to the security threats the country faces, and to become a lean, professional organization that has respect for the law and respect for the Constitution. And I believe this is where I can assist because of my understanding of the role and function of intelligence, as well as my experience running complex organizations in government that require serious transformation, and my appreciation of the intelligence services and their history. In fact, I recall in 1994 was another amalgamation which we seem to forget, is where we amalgamated statutory and non-statutory, where enemies came together, and I was part of that process and the aftermath. And I believe this is another time where we face a huge challenge, and I believe that my understanding of government, of the intelligence services, and also transformation of complex organizations, I could play a role as an oversight practitioner in the role of an IG to support and oversee and monitor the intelligence services to make this transformation, which I believe is critical. I believe that the intelligence services, in particular the SSA, is in a poor state, to put it mildly, and I believe I could play this dynamic role in supporting the change that is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. This time you were spot on. Some bit of improvement from your side.
We're getting there, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Stebe.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir. I just want you to make, there's something that doesn't seem right to me. In your document that you present, your CV, in the date 2004, under employment history, 2004 to 2012, let me start at 2002 to 2003, were acting chief operating officer in the Office of the Inspector General for Intelligence. That's correct. But 2004 to 2012, you was the Chief Operating Officer, Officer of the Inspector General for Intelligence, and then in brackets, Deputy Director General. What is that Deputy Director General referred to? Was it your position or was that the position of the Inspector General? Just clear that for me.
Yes, I would have been referring to my level, that I was a Deputy Director General. I was appointed as a DDG. The Chief Operating Officer was the title of the position. It was at the level of a Deputy Director General. That's what it would mean.
Okay. It sounds strange to me because that terminology is not used nowadays. We're talking about the Inspector General and not the DG or of these. Well, fine. Then just one thing: the relationship and reporting lines between the ministers and the IGI is key for stability and efficiency for the office of the IGI. Now, how will you strengthen that office under the current legislation?
So, to clarify, you are referring to the reporting lines between the respective ministers and the IG, and how I would.
It seems to us that there's not, I won't say animosity, but the trust is maybe not there all the time. How will you go along under the current legislation without changing it to strengthen that and work with those people?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to say Honourable Chair. See, the Chair is not there. Honourable, yes, Honourable Member, thank you very much. I think this is a very practical question with practical considerations. That one often sees that the respective ministers and the IG don't have the appropriate relationship. And I think that is the thrust of the question. I think what is important is a building of relationships there as well, where we spoke earlier about stakeholder management. That the IG and the ministers have common interests. They're both responsible for oversight in a different way. The ministers are responsible for establishing policy as well, and superintendents. So their functions are somewhat different, but it's also part of the oversight architecture. If there's a poor relationship between the minister and the IG, it speaks to a failure to appreciate the mutual needs and interests of the parties. The IG needs to understand the respective ministers' thinking from a policy perspective, what they expect from the intelligence services, and how they're representing the legitimate policies of the government of the day. If the IG can't understand that, the IG cannot conduct oversight effectively. So the IG needs to reach out to these ministers to appreciate the dynamics and to also appreciate their thinking and what their priorities are in order to conduct effective oversight. And mutually, the ministers need to see the value of the IG as the only practitioner with full and unhindered access to intelligence information. So that failure speaks poorly about the IG and the respective ministers in the event that the relationship is not dynamically formulated and implemented. As an IG, one needs to reach out to the ministers, develop this warmth, mutual confidence, and develop appropriate linkages with the ministers, regular engagements, regular meetings, sharing of reports. The Act requires that all the reports of the IG need to be submitted to the ministers, the respective ministers. So that is the platform for engagement. Anything outside of that platform is a failure on the part of the IG, a lack of respect and lack of appreciation by the parties of the importance of that relationship. So one would use the reports of the IG, where the legislation requires these to be tabled with the ministers, as the medium through which this relationship must be established and maintained. Thank you.
No more questions, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mahwanisa.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, sir. No, I only have one issue to raise with you. You talked about a government component, that you advocate that the IGI's office must be supported by a government component. Now, my challenge for me with that approach is that the office itself derives its function or from the Constitution, Section 210, and then that makes it, in fact, even the appointment, it must be a two-third majority by the House. And then if you look at the Act itself, the Intelligence Service Oversight Act, it requires the office to act independently. Now, if you combine all of those things, how will you enhance the stature of the office if it is just a government component?
You said that is the only question you had.
Yes.
That makes me happy.
I can see that the chair wants us to take that direction.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, the institutional form for the IG would enable the office to receive its budget directly from the National Treasury, to have its own financial statements, to appoint its own staff, and to reduce the dependency on the agency or any intelligence service that it oversees. But it wouldn't detract from the constitutional appointment of the IG or the functions of the IG in terms of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. It's merely an institutional form, and I assure the Honourable Member it wouldn't detract from the importance or the status or the functions of the IG in any way or form. So that's my technical response. But I'd also like to add, if I could, Chairperson, that it's not beyond the realms of imagination that the IG's office could also have been an institution protecting democracy, a Chapter 9 institution. That's also something that could be considered by Parliament in their deliberations in elevating the status of the Inspector General to the level of the Public Protector, whose terms and conditions the two officers share in terms of conditions of employment. That's also not a far-fetched possibility that the IG could be seen as one of the institutions protecting democracy. It's a parliamentary question, I think, for the committee to also deal with. The government component is probably the least sophisticated form that will allow autonomy and independence, but wouldn't detract from the status of this function at all. But then there's also Chapter 9, but that's for the committee to deliberate. But there's every possibility that it could be a Human Rights Commission or a public protector. The IG could also assume that status and that level. And I would also propose that that be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In your CV, page 6, from 1997 to 2002, it's under, what do this page? Under employment history, consultant to the Ministry for Intelligence Services. What do the consultants do in the intelligence services? And then I will follow after that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, at the time I was approached by the First Ministers, and I'm honored to have worked with the Honourable Minister Joint Landler, Dala Umar. They approached me to assist with certain functions and conduct investigations, but I was still in practice. So I worked for 2 days a week for the minister, and I continued with my practice for 3 days. And that went on for a few years. Minister Joint Landler was then, he became a full minister. He was a deputy minister for intelligence under the Minister of Justice at the time. And in 1999 became a full Minister of Intelligence, and I continued to serve Minister Ndlandla in that capacity, as well as the successive ministers who followed him on that arrangement until 2004, where I completely left. I approached the conflict, where I was asked to stop working for 2 days a week and consider joining full-time. That is what happened in 2004, that I left the private sector completely to work full-time for the government. And the consultant refers to that period when I used to work for the ministry for 2 days a week and continue my practice for the other 3 days.
I was actually asking, what actually were you doing? Unless if it's not for public knowledge. Maybe it's classified. Okay, my honorable doctor.
Thank you. You were in the Benoni Youth League in 1983, correct?
Yes.
Wasn't it called Congress, not Youth League?
Benoni Youth League. BYL, Benoni Youth League. Yeah.
And then in 1994, you were in the same branch as an election strategy and canvassing member of the NC. Do you know Honorable Magwanisha?
I don't remember enough.
You don't remember him?
No.
He was in the same branch. You don't recall him?
No, not at all.
Okay. You worked with Comrade Steve Chwete?
No. You're talking about the late?
Yeah?
Yes.
You worked with him?
No, no.
Okay. Do you know TikTok?
No, not that I can recall.
You don't know TikTok, a social media platform?
Oh, I see. Yes, I'm aware of it, but I don't use it here.
Oh, it has 9 million members in South Africa, give or take, I'm told. What do you think are the cyber security threats it poses? I mean, if tomorrow you were to be given a task by the president as per the Act to look into it, what would be a framework to investigate some of the cyber security threats that it poses? I have 10 minutes with you, so you got to come back. Yeah, go.
Thank you very much. That was just noting your question. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The cybersecurity threats that TikTok could pose. For example, one of the threats that it could pose is to be used as a platform for dissemination of hate speech. For example, it could also be used to disseminate malicious messaging. And all of these could constitute a threat to security. We noted last year in the July incident that social media was used in a large way to propagate negative information, to incite people and to mobilize people in a negative way, which constituted malicious propagation of messaging. So I see TikTok similar to WhatsApp and others, Facebook. They could be used for the nefarious purpose of disseminating negative propaganda and malicious speech that could incite people to take up violence and to act against the security of the state.
So this is a big thing. You know, Mark Zuckerberg appeared in front of the US Senate to speak to some of these important things you're mentioning in relation to Facebook. What are some of the things that could be done to avert these challenges? What should these users or platform owners be subjected to, for instance, to prevent data harvesting, pornography, or for foreign agencies to open accounts and operate them from in a no man's land? What are some of the mechanisms that could be used to avert these cybersecurity threats?
Yes, we've recently had legislation to deal with some aspects of cybersecurity. One of the important interventions that one considers necessary is to work together with these service providers, the TikToks and the Facebooks of this world, and to also compel them to have certain responsibilities. And I believe they do there's a certain level of monitoring that is necessary by Facebook to manage the content that's appearing on its platforms, that it cannot be circumstances where anything goes, that their platforms can be abused. They have a responsibility for taking down inappropriate content, for reporting inappropriate content to the law enforcement agencies, and to monitor how their platforms are being used and whether they are being used for social purposes or to disseminate inappropriate information, hate speech, or also to mobilize the public in a negative way, also to provide disinformation to the public, to mislead and ill-inform the public, such as elections and those which we have seen taking place. So the first thing is to create a responsibility on the platform owner to monitor content.
But that is already there. It was already there during the riots last year. Let me just continue. I mean, there are interesting innovations of artificial intelligence which poses both benefits and threats on site. I mean, to the banking systems, to electricity in relation to the grid, but also to the Office of the IGI's protection of its own information, of its own data. What would you do tomorrow if we make you an IGI? What artificial intelligence tools would you take advantage of to build some kind of a defense for the IGI's office?
Look, Honourable Member, quite honestly, I would want to limit the IG's access to cyberspace. I would want to maintain a low profile in terms of allowing access by the public and third parties to IG.
But I'm looking for artificial intelligence tools that you would immediately, look into. There's lots of innovations that are coming out in relation to artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. There's a big problem in the IGI's cybersecurity concerns. There are big concerns there. Have you looked into that?
Well, with respect to the intelligence services, I would agree.
No, the IGI.
The IGI itself? No, yeah. I've not looked at the IGI using artificial intelligence.
No, I don't think he does. I think I'm saying there are huge cybersecurity problems for the protection of the IGI's information. SSA agents have often been noted to have access to ongoing reports that are being saved within the networks and the cyberspace. But I'm saying that there are innovations that are coming out of, artificial intelligence that could be employed to avert those challenges that we should be taking advantage of. And I'm asking you if you've applied your mind to that. In fact, okay, maybe you could just tell us what cybersecurity vision you would have. Intelligence today is really about the cyberspace. Majority of what we do in this country needs to be protected, concerns as well the cyberspace. But how would you protect the IGI's office from cyber attacks?
Yes, no, thanks for the question. Look, quite honestly, I've been in that office, and there's a real fear that the information you have at your disposal will be compromised. The information provided to you by the intelligence services.
When was this, when you were there? Last when you were there? Which year?
Yeah, I was last there in 2012. Yeah. To the end of it, 2012, around the year.
That's before the fourth industrial revolution, or
yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
So I'm asking you about artificial intelligence and the innovative tools that are coming out for the protection of against cyber attacks. What would you do if we appointed you tomorrow?
Look, from the IG's point of view, I wouldn't want to be too brave with respect to how information is managed and disseminated in the office. In fact, I may not be answering your question by making the suggestion that I would like to to see a situation where the IG possesses a minimum amount of information that can be compromised. Information should not be removed from the intelligence services. The oversight must take place on site, and the IG, only reports should be developed by the IG. Any information or source information or sensitive information should remain under the custody of a head of a service.
What tools would you build to protect the information of the IGI, that it doesn't get hacked?
Sure. Okay.
Do I make sense now?
Yeah, yeah.
So the IGI collect for the certificates, the investigation, the data. What would you do? What tools coming out of AI would you use to protect the IGI's office from cyber attacks?
Yes,
you want to be an IGI, you should be able to have a sense of this. Am I correct?
Yes, look, first of all, one would want to introduce firewalls to ensure that your systems are protected. Nobody can enter your system.
Are firewalls part of AI tools?
In part, yes.
In what way?
Well, firewalls prevent unauthorized access to your systems.
How are they artificial intelligent?
No, I hear you, yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Why should we put people as IGIs who don't apply themselves to the questions of the Internet of Things, the innovations? I mean, the entire cyber warfare is at the center of the coming attacks. I don't know. Why should we do this to ourselves as a country? You want to be the IGI. And one of the central things that must happen is to be able to know how cyber attacks, how the hackers are working, but to be in tune with the innovations of artificial intelligence, the machine of things, machine learning. Why should we do this to ourselves as South Africans? Could you motivate us, like have an opportunity? I'm pushing you to help us. We hear the laws, we hear white paper, 90s.
1 minute.
Why must we put people who don't have a vision in relation to cyber security?
Yeah, look, perhaps it is a surprise question, but cybersecurity is an essential part of where we're going. I mean, artificial intelligence is equally important. In fact, the intelligence services, the access to technology of the intelligence services, the ability to monitor all technology, movements of people, financial transactions, the use of technology to keep them alert and to monitor developments is critical. So I think artificial intelligence is an essential part of this. But as an IG's office, I wouldn't want to establish an IG's office itself that is vulnerable to technology and hacking. I think the IG should ensure that information is kept confidential. But the services, quite certainly, the intelligence officer for the future, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, use of technology to conduct all forms of intelligence and monitoring is critical. So I see that as a critical part. But for the IG, I don't see artificial intelligence as a critical, any foundational issue for the IG. But for the intelligence services, most certainly, I see it as central to what they do in the future.
Thank you very much. On a lighter note, if the question was asked to me, I would say I will Google.
Which means our candidates should have done very basic research.
Okay, I think we have got 10 minutes. Any follow-up?
Only one artificial
Do
intelligence.
we have only one follow-up? Okay. 2 minutes.
Yes, I really want to redeem you or myself. I think that a lot of our world is becoming very much about algorithms.
the banking system, the way we do electricity. We are conversing most of the time in the last 2 years. Parliament is held in the internet space. That's where things, they are not going, they are there. The IGI's office, it's not true that it does not have to protect itself against AI attacks or the benefits or the usage of artificial intelligence for cyber attacks. They could attack you as an IGI and rob you of sensitive classified information, use it to destabilize the country. This is critical. I want you to react to my disappointment that you think those benefits are not important for the office of the IGI. What is your reaction to the office of the IGI? What's your reaction to that?
Yes, look,
a minute.
I will look into it and apply my mind. I don't want to be dishonest in my response. I see the technology and the artificial intelligence as the bedrock of the conduct of intelligence in the future. But the intelligence services need to be sharpened from a technological point of view, from using artificial intelligence to see and to anticipate threats. But as an IG's office, I respectfully want to submit that I would, in fact, wouldn't want to connect the IG systems to the internet and to cyberspace at all at this time. I would want to tread carefully and support the intelligence services. I see this as their future. But the IG and oversight, I think we need to maintain a certain level of discretion, and I would rather be conservative at this stage and how we deal with technology.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, Mr. Faisal, I will give you a chance for comments on the whole process. If you have anything to tell the panel, or if you would like to say anything, it's your chance. 2 minutes.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Can we be in order? Can we be in order? It's on the platform. You were still on the platform.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and you are released.
Recording stopped.
Colleagues, can I find out, we go for dinner and have the... Okay, then let's have our 15 minutes.
we linked up?
Yes, we are. We just
Hello, hello, sir. Can you hear me?
he's looking from that side. Not us.
Yeah. You must mute. Oh, sorry.
Hello.
He's not, he doesn't look as though he's seen us. Say hello with your hands and see.
Yeah, no, we'll wait for him to come back.
He's banging on the.
He's trying to unmute himself. No, he's not in the country. He's Spain. He's in India. India. Oh, I said to buy.
Okay.
Yay!
See you.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Put your hand by your ear.
Yeah, it's a sign language, yes.
Yeah, by your ear like this.
No, but the audio is not connected. You see, it's clear.
Cinema message inside.
He can see us.
In his language.
No, he's waving.
Can you hear us?
No, he can't hear. He can't
But
hear.
you see now, it's just
maybe it's
connected to
mine.
audio.
Are you mute?
Yeah, but he's mine. Who's on? We're on mute.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. I feel you.
Here, hold this up. Hold it closer to the picture. To the.
Because of the camera.
There we go. Can you read it yet?
I've
Get
seen
in there.
I've seen it in WhatsApp chat. I sent it in WhatsApp.
It's not visible.
I don't think he can read it. Oh, I can read it this side. There we go. There we go. Unmute.
But it's been taken off the other channel or someone.
Oh, yeah. Why?
Hello, are you able to hear us? Okay, we're unmuted.
Can you hear?
Chat box. Where's the chat box? Do you understand what the chat box is, Stella?
I must just mute this. Otherwise, you're going to have to do that.
I must mute.
Yeah.
get people to assist him. That's
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's talking on WhatsApp.
I am able to hear you now.
And how are you, Brigadier?
Thank you so
How are
much,
you?
sir. We are fine on this other side of India.
Okay. And
How are
what
you
is...
How are you doing back home?
Well, it's very fine around here. At this time, what should I say? Should I say good morning or should I say good evening?
Now the time is still good evening because it's 2 minutes past 11.
Okay, I think we can now start. The first thing I will do is, can you see all of us sitting here?
You won't be able to see that. Only see you now.
Okay, then let me say we are a panel of 9 people, and I'm the chairperson, and all of us are members of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. So if we were to start, you applied for...
I am able to see some other members now. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going through. I am able to see them.
Okay. Would you like them to introduce themselves?
I would love that.
Okay.
My main problem is that the names are not visible on the cards in front of them. It's coming closer. It's coming closer. Can you come closer? Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jerome Make. I'm the chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and I'm chairing the panel today that is interviewing you. So let's introduce ourselves to you. I hope they will shift the cameras so that you see us one at a time.
Thank you very much. I'm Diane Kohler-Barnard, and I'm a member of this committee.
You are Barnard, madam? Because I can't see the name. Is it Barnard?
It's Kohler-Barnard.
Barnard.
Like Coca-Cola, Kohler-Barnard. All right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Doris Lagute, a member of this committee.
Good evening, Lagute.
Yebo, Itfa.
Itfa. I'm sorry for that. Sorry, ma'am, I'm kind of writing. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
I am Masifako Dihale.
Masifako Miss Khale.
D-I. D-I-K-G-A-L-E. D. Khale.
Thank you.
The Sotho name. Thank you.
Good evening, General Brigadier Fongoka. I am Beki Hadebe with H. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Brigadier. My name is Kenny Muimang, a member of the committee. Thank you.
Kenny Muimang.
Muimang.
With a U. Ima.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Brigadier. My name is Dirk Stubbe. Stubbe, S-T-U-B-B-E. That's also correct. Good evening.
Good evening, Brigadier. My name is Bulelani Makwanisha.
Good evening, Mr. Bulelani. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much, Brigadier.
Hi, my name is Ndlozi. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Ndlozi.
I think we can now continue. We only have 45 minutes for the whole interview. 45 minutes. We will start. Maybe you can start by giving us a short. Can I say, just tell us about yourself and a bit of your background, after which maybe you give us what is your vision of your vision for the office of the Inspector General and the challenges that you think are there and how you think you can correct those? Can you say that in 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Over to you then.
My name's Pumzile Zamile Collingworth Fongoka. I am a 58-year-old married man with 5 kids, 4 boys and 1 girl. I was born 1963 in the old township, East London, Duncan Village. And then I grew up in Mtanzane. I went to school in Mtanzane. Somewhere in my life, I left the country just before I finished matric. I left the country, I went to Lesotho, in escaping the situation at that time. In Lesotho, I studied, then I completed my O-levels. But when I left the country, I was doing Form 2, but when I arrived in Lesotho, I had to start from Form 1 and I completed. That is the time that I carried on with my activism as I had left South Africa due to that engagement. In actual sense, I wanted to go to join Umkhonto Wesizwe at that time. But because I was a young boy of 16 years, I was stopped from going to join. That's why I stayed in Lesotho until I completed my grade 12. And from there, I stayed in Lesotho operationally as an underground, as I was at home as a courier. Then from there, I left Lesotho and I went to Angola via Tanzania. This is 1986, where I actually received now a formal training as a cadre of Umkhonto Wesizwe, of which I carried on with my military training until in 1990s, when situation at home was demanding that you return home for negotiation. I decided, or I requested the organization, out of the choices, and either to come home or carry on with studies. I decided to go to study in Nigeria. There I registered for the admin, which unfortunately I could not finish because of the political situation in that country at that time. I returned home, and when I returned home, it is now 1992 late, but in 1993 I got myself into university through also the bursaries from the organization, which after I could not complete that because of family problems, I decided to go and integrate into the NDF. Then I carried on with the SANDF until today, that I am started as a captain, and then after that, I carried on, grew up in all ranks with all the training and academic developments within the SANDF. And then
sorry, Brigadier, you mustn't forget you have got 10 minutes for that introduction and the vision and everything else.
Until I became a brigadier general after serving throughout the SANDF as an HR officer. Then after that, I was deployed here where I am. This is 2018, where I'm appointed as a defense attorney. My vision, or why did I apply? first thing I would say that as I've grown as an HR officer, I realized that my time is gone, I'm going on pension. And I said, I don't think I have served my country to what I wanted to. When this post was advertised for the first time, I did not see it. During the second time of advertisement, it was reopened. I noted and I said, after reading and following up events that talk about that post, I decided that if it's about monitoring and reviewing, to me, the experience that SNDF and South African people have given to me as an HR officer, and I applied. I need to say thank you to you and those who worked with the shortlisting. I'm grateful of the opportunity that I've been shortlisted to be able to present my case in an attempt to say to my country, I am ready to serve, regardless of the fact that I have done my part as far as I'm concerned in the DOT, with the rank that I'm carrying, and as a military diplomat here in India. That is the vision that I have now, is that having followed the organization oversight in terms of intelligence, I have noted that my HR experience would fit like a glove in the current situation of the office of the IGI. And my vision is that of saying, in the understanding that all systems are there, there is an act, there's everything, and we have gone through all ins and outs with people who are supposed to be professionals in the intelligence. And I believe it is time now to bring in an HR officer who thinks he has a role to play in terms of seeing to it that the office of IGI is able to do or bring in innovative ideas in order to do what I'm expected to do. If you are so, I am so grateful that you would give me the post.
Okay, Brigadier, what is going to happen now? The members of the panel are going to each ask questions for clarification, and the questions that would test whether you might be the right candidate and so on. I will open up to the panel to ask questions.
Good evening to you. It's Diane Kohler-Barnard here. Before we begin, could you explain for me on your declaration? I see you've marked here that you had a judgment against you in a civil claim. Could you explain what happened there, please?
I think that is the one where I was talking around the issues of not being a good payer with my creditors.
Yes, so what happened?
And most of those happened when I was a junior officer, and as I proceeded until today, I have been able to clear those credits, and I was able to clear my name, such that when I was vetted for this post, and I was able to get my top clearance.
Okay, so you do have top security clearance?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Right, let me put a few questions to you about the actual job as Inspector General. Spell out for us the various functions that the President may, according to the legislation, designate to the IGI, in which case, who exactly does that report go to? To the President or to us on the committee? And do you believe there are certain Inspector General functions you do not have to report on to us as a committee?
Ma'am, yes, in terms of the Act, if I do my normal duties of doing the monitoring of the compliance with the Constitution and the rest of the policies and the acts, and I do my revising or the reviewal of the activities of intelligence and counterintelligence as it is, I report to you with those at a particular time. And the Act requires that now when I am tasked by the President, the Minister, to exercise judgment or myself as if I am appointed as an IGI in terms of complaints that are brought to the attention in terms of complaints around the activities of intelligence communities, the three organizations that belongs to that at the moment, in terms of whether there are people who feel that there was a misuse of power or mismanagement, or also in terms of a situation where members within the intelligence community complain of certain things and or certain malfunctionings or certain ways that they were handled or issues were handled. If I am then tasked by the president, I report directly to the president on that. But it does not then say, because I report directly to the president on that tasking, there is no way, depending on what is it that I had done, not to give out that which was certain details that were not required to be divulged to the community. But the issue of tasking and as well as me doing functions, because that is the organization that I am your operational soldier on the ground as the committee.
Thank you very much. Apologies, did I interrupt you?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll get to the second panelist, Honorable Zagude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Brigadier Fongoka. I hope I pronounced your surname well. Okay, thank you very much for that. Brigadier, the high-level panel report agreed with the 2006 task team report on the reviewal of the intelligence-related legislations, policy, and regulations, and also the 2008 Matthew Commission on the OIGI must have an independent status with its own administration and budget. What is your view on that one? And if appointed as the IGI, how are you going to ensure that the OIGI get that status, that independent status? Thank you.
Firstly, ma'am, if the High Panel has indicated as part of its recommendation that it tells us that the requirement for the consideration of those communities at the structure and all that of the HR office, any institution that has no control on its manner of staff. If you follow my CV, you'll see that I was a former director of Army HR. for 3 to 4 years. I've said I've grown as an HR office. If an institution is dependent on another institution, especially in this setup where this institution has to look into ability to function and service that other institution to an extent where if they go wrong, this is the institution that will come to you, go to the minister, call them and find out why they are not up to standard, the performance or the deliveries expected. It is that institution is dependent on the service for that. That institution is doomed not to function well. I've lost your picture, ma'am. Can you still hear me? Hello?
Through you, Chairperson, yes, I can hear you. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, that is the first thing that makes it possible to operate. Secondly, it is the budget, staffing. I mean, my studies have told me that the Office of IGI is unable to function because posts are vacant. Therefore, I believe that those recommendations go around that incapability of the Office of IGI to function, which I think your committee and myself, there is also a way. I had the requirements, which I agree with the requirement of changing the legislation and all that. But that status can come after we have tried to put down mechanisms of trying to find out what is it that, why are there is conflict of interest for organizations that, according to me, intelligence must be done by people of high standard of professionalism. Therefore, there should be no feeling of not, and there should be no feeling of try and look for a meeting to provide assistance nation would support in future, but it does not say to me that is the immediate situation. We can work with
Can you? Okay, continue.
We can act within the current situation to be able to manage that. But yes, that is the nature of that recommendation, and those are the status that the independence should be on. It must be treated as other institutions that protect and support constitutionalism and democracy. The status, ultimately, that is where the Office of IG should go to. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. We will move to the next panelist. It's Honorable Madi Khali.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Brigadier?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Thank you very much. At the moment, okay. At the moment, the Office of the IGI does not have a deputy. In your opinion, based on the study of the current legislative framework, what legislative amendments are required for this office to have a deputy? Thank you.
Then the structural, firstly, I've talked about the independence. In the previous question, I related that it must be an independent entity, as recommended by the High Panel. Now, in terms of the fact that there is currently no deputy, structurally an organization without a deputy would not function well, especially with the tasking of the Office of the IGI or whoever the incumbent in the post. an IGI's debut, it allows sharing of responsibilities, and it also allows that if the act is changed, it must say that in the event that the IGI, the powers of the deputy, I mean, I'm a military man in all operations and all formations of the military, including HR, you must have a fallback on absence of somebody who is acting. Therefore, a deputy is an administrator of the office, so that the IGI is a person who looks into operational, not day-to-day management of the office, but is able to inform and keep the deputy aware, so that in the absence, then the deputy will be able. My reading or the act says the IGI is allowed to appoint any person in his office to do responsibilities as listed 1, 2, subsection 4 or A4. I'm not very good with the legal or the document explanation of the act. It means if the IGI is said, I want certain people to do certain functions, but if there is a debut and a structure or the composition of the office of the IGI is supported with the act allows it to be able to appoint through your committee a debut. Therefore, it will be easy to function in that situation. One of the things, because if the history is correct, I am not very sure, I've just been reading a few information around the office. One of the complaints
Are you still there, Brigadier? Okay. Yeah. We can hear you from this side.
Can you hear us, Brigadier? He's muted.
Chair, even when he was still on, we were struggling to hear the
Hello,
responses.
can you hear us now? Brigadier, can you hear us now? We can't hear you.
Yes, you can hear us.
But we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, we can hear you. Then
We can hear you now.
Okay.
If I was able to articulate the previous question, or you were able to hear me?
Can continue.
As I was saying on that question of the second in command or the deputy, it is a correct operational arrangement of any institution because continuity lies there and sharing of duties. And if that is permitted, it will assist in terms of operational capability of the IGI, especially when the IGI is gone. And as well as the distribution of work between the two. The deputy can concentrate on office running or office management, while the IGI concentrate on issues of the core business. And one thing that asking the hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, continue. Continue, we can hear you.
One other thing that the military experience has shown me is that even in any battle or any engagement or in any institutional operation, at the minute where the leader, which is the IGI in this case, is absent, there is continuity. It is not disturbing other sections or other people who lead other directorates, departments within the same office. The deputy quickly takes over and continues. I think the other consideration of future operations or act or policies or regulations is that when that IGI and the deputies terms are planned, they must be planned in such a way that they are that you do not disappear from the system out of there. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now move to Honorable Hadebe with an H.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, having read the report on the high-level review panel on the state security agents, I'm sure you would agree with me that the relationship between the office of the IGI and that of services is an antagonistic one. And if it was a marriage, I would say they've reached a stage of irretrievable and irreconcilable breakdown of relationship. If you were to be appointed tomorrow, what measures are you going to put in place to ensure that we return to normal and the stakeholder relation is improved in order for you to be able to execute your powers and function as enshrined in the Act? I'm raising this because the whole number of reports, recommendations in the form of certificates that have not yet been implemented, some are dating back to 10 years ago. Thank you.
Brigadier. Brigadier, you can answer. You hear us? Can I just... Can you hear us, Brigadier?
Use the phone.
Can we have, if it links up again, can we have maybe one more question and close? This doesn't seem to be working. Can you hear us now? No, we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I was muted. Are you hearing me now?
No, we can continue. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Continue.
Honorable, thank you for that question. Chair, I would like, as IGI, who would have to work with you, I want us to make an undertaking. One of the solutions to our problems is that if you appoint me, if you give me, we'll need to sit down first and workshop all what the shortlisted people have said, all the discussions that were held between the committee and all 10 of us. If we will sit down all together, including the services, and find a way to workshop this dysfunctional that as South Africans we have owned to today and yesterday. That is the first thing. The second thing is that the system of cooperation does not exist. Hello? Can you still read me?
Yeah, no.
Yes, you can proceed, Brigadier.
I hope you've understood what I'm saying. The information that was discussed by people who are not like me, who are from within the intelligence community in South Africa, with long years of service, and on matters that the committee knows. If we go and sit or workshop all that, we will be able to pin down the problems that exist in terms of that, what you call unrepairable form of relationship. That's the first thing. Chair, I'm not expecting you to say yes to me, but I'm requesting if you give me the opportunity. Because there is a lot of information that has been given by people who are part of the system, who know the system of why it did not work. And if we workshop that with the services, I can.
We have lost you, Brigadier. Brigadier, we have lost you. Chair, I propose that we adjourn because really, I don't want us to embark on the exercise for the sake of compliance or ticking boxes. It's unfair to the candidate. I'm not sure how do we move forward, but we have been patient enough. We keep on losing him. I don't think we're doing justice at this point in time. That would be my proposal, Chair. I don't know how do we move from here, but the process now, as things stand, it's no longer fair to us and to the candidate.
Chairperson, can I help?
I think we are live. You see, that's another thing.
May I just help, not help or propose that the Brigadier switches off the video? That may overwhelm the streaming in terms of data consumption. So if he switches off the video, because we've already seen him, and he speaks, that might ease the network.
Brigadier, can you hear me? If you can hear me, may you please switch off your video? Maybe that might help.
The camera. You may just mute
I mean, yeah, switch off the camera, maybe it might help. Because we can't hear you. If you can hear me, can you try and switch off your camera and let's see whether it won't be better.
He can't hear you.
He can't even hear me.
The video is much. Even us who have reached that irreparable breakdown of communication and relationship with the candidate.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Let us be patient. No, that's fine. Let's have coffee. We'll be patient. Yes, I agree.
She's busy trying to call you. Yeah, they're busy there.
I cannot read you.
No, let's be patient and give him another chance.
Okay, we can't hear you even ourselves. Yeah?
Let's be patient. I think.
I think I will agree with you because there's no other way we can do it. He must be live, and the equipment was rented for only. That's why I'm suggesting that when we get him back, let's have one or two people asking questions, and then we can take it from there. At least we would have tried our best. Otherwise, if we don't do that, there's no way in which we will do it again. We can't borrow these things for one person.
Yeah, he's not. I'm trying to call him, but we're not getting through to him. He's not receiving us.
That's what we were trying. Are we live? Are we still live?
We are live. We're still live.
Can you hear us?
Official residence.
Office is worse than here. Hello, it's me on the phone. On the phone, yes, I am on the phone. I can hear you very well, man.
Thank you. Can you hear?
Honorable,
Yeah, you were still.
All yours. Yes, sir. I'm all yours.
Sir,
please proceed. I'm listening attentively.
Sir, as a grown up professional resource officer, to me it is serious when I'm saying what you have heard, what you know, and what you listen would help us to unpack the blockage in terms of what is a problem in terms of cooperation between the services and the office of the IGI. For me, it is serious when I'm saying if we go and workshop all what was said and discussed, I think if given the opportunity as this human resource that your defense force has produced, I am confident if given a chance, we will be able to move forward and create. So even these arrangements, you need for cooperation, you need certain regulations within the existing act, within the existing conditions before we venture into the necessity of reviewing the acts. We need to deal with what we know. And what we know is what was shared with you in this. And I am going to explain something when I talked about NICOP. It is by nature a coordination mechanism. Therefore, I also propose, if given a chance, we need to look into the distinctive functions of the same side of the same coin, which is coordination and cooperation. Cooperation can only be ensured. We do not need an act for cooperation. We need a sort of regulations and consultations and agreements and creating, and then the committee goes and approach the parliament or to find a way in which in time legislations will be there so that if after all this which we know is being looked at, then we then go to actions of being punitive to those who do not abide by certain regulations by the Act before we can go and consider the changing of the Act or opening up. Because remember, the Act was also created as we were coming out of the apartheid system, bringing the former enemies together. Therefore, the Act, it is automatic that it has lived its time. We need to do that, but that is not an immediate action. I say, what has been divulged and discussed with you by people who, not me, people who have worked, I think there is an element of mechanisms to unwind and bring in sense in this which you call a relationship that is not repairable, because people doing intelligence must be guided by the Constitution, must be guided by the understanding that our people have requirements, must be guided by the rule of law. Therefore, a sort of regulations that talk to the rule of law, to the Constitution, to the Act, can make the services to see the IG in action as a person or as an institution that is not there to shoot them down or to monitor them in a negative way. But once we create a common goal, like you talked about the review, it talks about going to a situation where we have national security. Once we get to that, we have policies that talk to national interest. Then we begin to talk about ways that can bind us all so that we believe in serving the same God, if I might use that, or reading from the same Bible. That is what my HR experience tells me. And I have done that in the defense. It's on record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Can we now get to the next panelist, who is Honorable Muima?
Muima. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Fongoka.
Good evening, Honorable.
The question that I want to pose to you relates to your understanding of the provision of Section 7.6 that speaks to the accountability of the IG. So, does the IG report only on the administrative functioning of the office, or does it report to the committee in terms of its legislative functions as described in Section 7 of the Act, which deals with the functions of the IGI? Thank you.
Sir, thank you. As I indicated, Honorable, that if I am appointed, the only lawyer I can run to, it is the committee. The IG on functions that he does report directly. I have a problem with a once-off reporting. I, as an HR officer, I believe on continuity of forms of reporting. Therefore, what am I saying? In the event that I'm appointed, if IG is performing the functions, he reports directly to the committee, and he reports to the minister when tasked by the minister, and to the president when tasked. And in terms of certificates, the process is as per the certificates and the reporting channels. But if appointed, my only higher command, it is that is the group of people who have made a request of a workshop on the information that you have received throughout these 2 days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you, Chairperson.
The next panelist is Honorable Stebe.
Brigadier?
Yes, sir, I'm still here.
Sorry, I need to put on the other mic also. In terms of Section 7.9 of the Oversight Act, it determines that no access to intelligence information or premises contemplated in
I have not copied. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Section 7.9 of the Oversight Act
Yes.
determines that
Yes.
no access to intelligence, information, or premises contemplated in subsection 8 may be withheld from the IGI on any grounds. Now the question is, does this mean that no access to information, intelligence, or premises may be withheld by any services as a general rule? What is your comment on that?
Yes, sir. Hello, I've lost you.
Yes? Can you hear?
Must I answer?
Yes, please.
Sir, the IG has a right to information and premises, including the premises of those institutions that do not fall within his organizations that he reviews and monitors. But as long as the information, it is pertaining to that which has to do with the services. The other thing is that in the event that that information has to do with a situation where it threatens the interest of the country, or it has to do with issues of, as indicated in the Criminal Act, therefore the IG will have to revoke that ability to get that information. But in general, IG is allowed and is permitted by the Act to have access to all information.
Thank you, Brigadier.
We will now get to Honorable Dr. Ndlozi.
Yes, Brigadier, I have just two clarity-seeking questions which I'm going to ask at the same time because they really have to do with your timeline on your CV. But
yes, sir.
Maybe just thank you for your service to the country, being far away from a family and so on and so forth.
Appreciated, sir.
You say on your CV that you were baptized with combat fire and battle experience during the Northern Front skirmishes against UNITA in 1977. I think you wanted to say 87 because in 1977...
87, sir. 87. Thank you, sir.
And then you say that you attended military specialization training in Yugoslavia and Eastern Germany in 1988 and 1989, respectively. At the same time,
yes, sir.
At the same time, you served as an administrator of the plot in Luanda.
Yes, sir.
End of 89 to 90, agreed?
Yes, sir.
Earlier on, you say that in the same year, 88 to 89, you participated in organizing the Solidarity Student Actions in and around Mdantsane and East London. It doesn't make sense. Those are the same time periods. You can't be both.
Sorry. What is? Sorry, can you explain that of the student? That is in the 70s.
Oh, but here it says in and around Mdantsane and East London during 88 and 89.
So what has happened to my writing? That my operational political involvement was before 1980. It was before 1980, sir. Honorable member, thank you for that. It is just, I did not realize I've messed up the logic in those dates.
No, I thought it's a military skill to be at the same place, in different places at the same time. I thought it was your training.
I will not comment on that, sir. I am now in South Africa while I'm sitting in India.
Okay.
I think you have understood.
No, thanks very much, General. I like your demeanor. Despite the difficulties in technology, I think you have delivered yourself very well. And I personally wish you the best over deliberations. Thank you.
Brigadier, you can still hear me?
I can still hear you, Chairperson.
Okay. Let me just go around and find out if there are no follow-up questions. Yeah, seemingly
yes, Chairperson.
There are no follow-up questions from the panelists. Let me give you a chance before we close. Is there anything that you would like to tell the panel about the interview itself, let alone the technology, but anything that you would like to say or comment? Over to you.
Sir, Chairperson, through you to all the members, as I indicated that while I come from the code, while I am a human resource officer, I am one of you, and I believe I am a product of the struggles that you've gone through. And the way I have handled myself, it is exactly the way that you have produced soldiers like me. But being a human resource officer, I think I have been baptized in understanding institutional management. It is on record in the South African Army, SANDF. One thing I need to raise, where I am sitting as a defense attaché, there is a weakness within our systems where an office of a defense attaché is not utilized to the fullest, because in what you are talking about, intelligence or ability to project one's national interest, or to project or to find ways to protect that which makes the country to function, a structure like defense attachés should be used very well. And this is on record in the SANDF. I have indicated this. It is something that we need to look, because we are not operationalizing it very well. But I must thank you, all of you, for giving me the opportunity. And I must also thank you